Chapter 1840. Your Majesty, Minister Xiao has returned to the city with the money from the fundraising event. Chang'an City, Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. The sky was getting dark. Li Er, who had just finished reading the memorials, was about to head to the back of the palace for dinner when Zhao Song walked in. Oh, the fundraising event in Lantian County has ended? How much money was raised? Li Er's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked with great interest. He hadn't forgotten about his bet with Xiao Yu. Zhao Song smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the fundraising event ended at 4:45. As for how much money was raised, I don't know, but from the rumors it should be quite a lot. Li Er nodded and chuckled. Ha! Then we'll talk about it when Minister Xiao enters the palace. He then stood up from the dragon couch and walked towards the door. Since Xiao Yu hadn't arrived yet, he had to go and eat dinner. Li Er wasn't too worried about the bet. Firstly, he believed in Li Zishuan's ability to create miracles. Even if he couldn't raise 250,000 strings of cash, Li Zishuan would definitely have other tricks up his sleeves. Secondly, even if Li Zishuan couldn't do it, Li Er had other ways to raise 250,000 strings of cash. The Bureau of Commerce in the Guangdong region would send the tax revenue to the imperial court every 3 months. He could have Li Xiaogong hand over the tax revenue to the national treasury a month in advance. This wasn't a small sum of money and could completely make up for the deficit from the fundraising event. Actually, Li Er had another trick up his sleeve, which was to have the Yanhuang Bank print money like crazy. Tang Yuan had become popular in all 300 states of the Great Tang and had gradually replaced copper coins. In times of war, Li Er could have the Yanhuang Bank print more Tang Yuan to expand and equip the army. However, when Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Bank, he had solemnly said that the amount of money that the Yanhuang Bank printed every year had to be determined by the Great Tang's annual gross domestic product. Unauthorized printing of Tang Yuan would not only destroy the credit system of Tang Yuan, it would also destroy the foundation of the Great Tang. Once this move was implemented, the Great Tang dynasty would not be far from destruction. As intelligent as Li Er was, it was impossible for him not to know that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Now that the Great Tang was fighting the Turkic Khaganate, although it was difficult, it was not completely impossible. Therefore, Li Er felt that it was not yet time to use the money printing machine, that was the Yanhuang Bank. In his view, the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan would be of great use to the future prosperity of the Great Tang. They must not be destroyed so easily. Arriving at Empress Zhangxun's residence, Li Er immediately ordered the palace maids and eunuchs to serve the dishes. Halfway through the dinner, Zhao Song hurriedly ran over and said, Your Majesty, Minister Xiao requests an audience. Ha! He came rather quickly. Bring him to the Ganlu Palace. I will be there in a while. Hearing this, Li Er smiled and said to Zhao Song, Yes. Zhao Song received the order and left. At this moment, Li Er looked at Empress Zhangsun and sighed. Sigh, I wanted to have a good meal with Maid Guanyin, but it seems like I won't be able to. Empress Zhangsun smiled and said, Your Majesty, go quickly. For Minister Xiao to enter the palace at this time, it must be something important. Oh, it seems like Lantian County is holding a donation gathering today. I believe that Minister Xiao must be here for this. Li Er took advantage of the gap between their conversation to eat 2 more mouthfuls of food. Then, he stood up and praised, Ha! My Empress is indeed intelligent. This Xiao Yu is most likely here for the donation gathering. All right, Maid Guanyin, take your time to eat. I will be going to the front hall. Empress Zhangsun nodded. Li Er stood up and headed in the direction of Taiji Palace. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy for him to be the emperor, especially during this period when the Great Tang was preparing for the war with the Turkic Khaganate. There were many times when he couldn't even have a proper meal. It was no wonder that Li Er would become a sage in history. Attitude determined everything. This old subject greets Your Majesty. Arriving at the Ganlu Palace, Xiao Yu, who had been waiting for a while, quickly bowed and greeted. Minister Xiao, you may dispense with the formalities. Li Er waved at Xiao Yu as he walked toward the dragon couch. Since he had already guessed Xiao Yu's intention for entering the palace, Li Er sat on the dragon couch and looked at Xiaoyu. He didn't keep him in suspense and directly asked, "How is it, Minister Xiao? Has the money raised from this donation gathering been enough to fund an army of 150,000 soldiers?" Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands at Li Er and sternly said, "This donation gathering has raised a total of 428,500 strings of cash, far surpassing this old subject's estimate. Your Majesty has won the bet. So this old subject congratulates your Majesty." "What? 428,500 strings of cash?" Even though Li Er had already mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be taken aback by such a massive number from Xiaoyu's mouth. Just 15 minutes ago, he had been considering what to do if the money raised from this donation gathering wasn't enough. But now, happiness had come a little too suddenly. Truly so. In this donation gathering, not only did many merchants donate generously to the country, there were also many people this old subject didn't expect to participate. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu took out a book from his bosom and held it up with both hands. He said, "This old official has brought back the 428,500 strings of coins from the fundraising event and handed it over to the officials of the Ministry of Revenue to be counted and added to the national treasury. This is the detailed account of the fundraising event. Your Majesty, please take a look." "Good. My dear subject, you've worked hard this time." Li Er's eyes lit up as he sighed with emotion. Without his instructions, Zhao Song took the account book from Xiaoyu's hands and handed it over to Li Er. Li Er reached out to take the account book and began flipping through it, ignoring Xiaoyu in the hall. Due to the lack of time, the account book wasn't arranged according to the amount of donations. It was completely based on the order of the people who had appeared at the donation gathering. Li Er recognized many of the people at the front of the list, such as Li Zixuan, Lin Wenyuan of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, and the world's righteous merchant Feng Zhihua, whom he had personally conferred the title of World's Righteous Merchant. These people had all donated a considerable amount, with Li Zixuan taking the lead. Not only had he donated 30,000 strings of cash, but his Warm Tang Foundation had also donated 20,000 strings of cash. Altogether, they had contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. Li Er couldn't help but be moved by this. He thought to himself, Li Zixuan might be a playboy most of the time, but when it comes to national interests and foreign wars, he's more attentive than anyone else. Li Er thought this way not only because Li Zixuan had started the donation gathering and contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court, but also because Li Zixuan had offered to forge new high-quality equipment for the expanded Black Armored Army. After that, Li Er had done some calculations in private. The new equipment worn by the 5,000 Black Armored Army from head to toe, from man to horse, would definitely be worth no less than 100,000 strings of cash. There weren't many people in the Great Tang who could fork out such a large sum. Even if there were people who could, they wouldn't offer to gift money like Li Zixuan had done. This was because not only would this money not benefit him, it might even arouse the suspicions of the emperor. Li Er knew that Li Zixuan, who had always been shrewd, would do such a foolish thing because of his sincerity towards the Great Tang. He wanted the Great Tang to prosper, and he didn't want the Great Tang to fall into the hands of foreign races. It was precisely because of this that Li Er had always regarded Li Zixuan in a different light and promoted Li Zixuan as an exception. Furthermore, whenever Li Zixuan made a mistake, Li Er would do his best to lighten the punishment on Li Zixuan. It was also because of Li Zixuan's sincerity that Li Er was willing to place his two favorite sons by Li Zixuan's side to learn and grow. Treasure House? What's the background of this shop? They can actually donate 30,000 strings of cash? Also, this name sounds familiar. Li Er skimmed through the list and saw that other than Li Zixuan, there was someone else who had donated 30,000 strings of cash. He couldn't help but take a second look at the list. Then he frowned and muttered in confusion. Xiaoyu smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this treasure house is the property left behind by Wang Renbiao, the governor of Qizhou. As for Li Jingchu, who donated after him, she is Wang Renbiao's new wife. The couple donated a total of 32,000 strings of cash. Oh, it's Wang Renbiao? Hearing this, Li Er was suddenly enlightened. I heard that he was getting married a few days ago. I didn't expect that he would come with his new wife to donate money right after he got married. Wang Yu gave birth to a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Then, Li Er temporarily put aside Wang Renbiao's matter and continued to read. The more he read, the more surprised he became. Slowly, he finally understood why Xiao Yu had told him that many unexpected people have come to this fundraising event. Chengji Winery? Isn't that the winery of Cheng Jijia's family? He also donated 5,000 strings of cash. Qin Ji Clothing Shop? This is Xu Bao's shop. Baochang Pawn Shop? This is Jingda's pawn shop. Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Chu Suiliang, Kong Yingda. All the civil and military officials seem to have secretly participated in the fundraising event. Unlike other emperors, Li Er had subdued a large group of civil and military officials in the process of conquering the world. These people had worked with Li Er for so many years and had a very good relationship with him. Li Er knew most of the private lives of his officials like the back of his hand. Therefore, although Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others had participated in the fundraising event in the name of their own shops, most of them were still recognized by Li Er at a glance. Seeing that his officials were so supportive of him, Li Er couldn't help but feel touched. However, when he saw the next name, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wei's Winery? Isn't this Wei Zheng's winery? No, didn't this winery close 2 years ago? Donation of 10 strings of cash? When he saw the words Wei's Winery, Li Er was a little surprised. However, when he saw the donation of 10 strings of cash, he almost vomited blood. This was because the people before him had donated tens of thousands of strings of cash. When it was Wei Zheng's turn, he only donated 10 strings of cash. This contrast was too big. Cough cough. Xuanqing's family's resources are limited. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Seeing this, Xiao Yu coughed dryly and pleaded for Wei Zheng in a low voice. Li Er secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Lantian County's government donated 10,000 strings of cash? What's going on? Li Er read 10 lines at a glance and quickly flipped to the last page of the account book. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a line in the middle of the last page of the account book and he exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1841. Lantian County was only a middle-sized county. Among the 1,500-plus counties in the Great Tang, Lantian County was definitely not one of the wealthiest counties. Of course, this was the Lantian County of the past. The current Lantian County was filled with shops and pavilions. The crisscrossing bluestone streets had all been changed to smooth cement roads. According to rumors, the Lantian County Yamen had the intention to expand Lantian County. The entire Lantian County had undergone huge changes in less than a year. Li Er was naturally aware of these changes, but he did not know that the Lantian County Yamen had the ability to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. 10,000 strings of cash, what kind of concept was this to a county Yamen? In the entire Great Tang, the number of counties that had an annual tax income of more than 10,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. For example, Chang'an County and Wanyan County. These two counties had the advantage of being the capital of Chang'an, and the taxes collected every year were the highest in the entire Great Tang, exceeding 20,000 strings of cash. But how could a middle-sized county like Lantian County casually donate 10,000 strings of cash? Where did they get so much money? More importantly, the entire Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief. Under such circumstances, shouldn't the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen all go to Li Zishuan's pocket? Why did the Lantian County magistrate dare to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court on his own initiative? Could it be that this was instructed by Li Zishuan? The moment he saw the donation information on the Lantian County Yamen in the account book, many questions surfaced in Li Er's mind. In this hall, the only person who could answer his questions was Xiao Yu, who had been to the donation event. In fact, when Xiao Yu heard that county magistrate he had donated 10,000 strings of cash on behalf of the Lantian County Yamen in the afternoon, he was also in a daze. On the way back to Chang'an from Lantian County, Xiao Yu had also been thinking about some questions regarding Lantian County. After cupping his hands, he said, "Your Majesty, ever since Lantian County became the fief of Marquis Yong, and the officials of the Lantian County Yamen have begun to develop businesses in the city according to Marquis Yong An's wishes. For this reason, at the beginning of this year, the Lantian County Yamen established a Department of Commerce to ensure that merchants receive fair treatment in Lantian County and to ensure that they can do business normally. However, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate of Lantian County by 5 times. But even so, there are still merchants from all over coming to Lantian County to do business. This is because in Lantian County, merchants are the same as commoners and craftsmen. They are all commoners and there is no distinction between them. Cases regarding merchants will be handled by the Department of Commerce. Furthermore, the children of merchants can enter official schools in Lantian County and can also be admitted to Yanhuang College in the future. As a result, shops and restaurants in Lantian County sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The business in the city is also flourishing day by day. In addition, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate by 5 times. As a result, the monthly tax revenue of Lantian County is more than 10 times higher than before. This old subject heard from County Magistrate He of Lantian County that Marquis Yong and did not take a single cent of the tax collected by the Lantian County Yamen and left it all in the Yamen. He ordered County Magistrate He and the others to use this money to improve the livelihood of the people in the county. This is called taking from the people and using for the people. Chapter 1842. In truth, before the Song dynasty, the nomads of China basically did not have any iron smelting skills. The Xiongnu, Xianbei, Rouran, and the Turks of the Sui and Tang dynasties were all like this. They usually obtained their iron from 2 sources. One was through plundering the settled tribes, such as the people of the Central Plains. The second source was through secret transactions with special merchants, somewhat similar to modern weapons smuggling. By the Song dynasty, the northern nomads were unprecedentedly powerful. The Khitans, Jin, and Xixia could no longer be considered nomads. They had their own iron smelting skills, and Xixia had even developed the more advanced cold forging technology of the time. Cold-forged armor was once the strongest armor of the time. At that time, the Chinese Empire's control over iron was also much more lax, which was why cooking was so popular. As for the Mongols after the Song dynasty, as the peak of nomads, they obtained iron through trade. At that time, there were many countries that could trade with the Mongols, so the Chinese Empire's unilateral control over the export of iron was meaningless. However, the Mongols were not good at smelting iron, but this did not stop them from plundering all sorts of people who knew how to smelt iron. Thus, the Mongols were able to grow stronger and control the Central Plains. Dugu Xian deduced that the assassin was not from the Turks, but from the Central Plains based on the needle-shaped weapon in his hand. This deduction was completely reasonable. In ancient times, when technology was not mature, it was not as easy to make a needle as it was in the modern era. Moreover, the needle in Dugu Xian's hand was not ordinary iron, but special steel. It was undoubtedly more difficult to make than the embroidery needles that the common people used. Based on this, one could basically conclude that the person who made this weapon was from the Central Plains. The situation in Taiyuan City is not as simple as you think it is. Dugu Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at his younger brother and sighed. Zhu Xiechang and Kang Chang'an are just 2 outsiders. While the Wang family has been operating in Taiyuan City for many years, whether it is on the surface or in the dark, they are abnormally powerful. However, these 2 were actually able to escape the Wang family's pursuit in Taiyuan City. This is enough to show that the 2 of them are not alone in Taiyuan City. There must be other forces helping them. Big brother, who is this faction you speak of? Who dares to oppose the Wang family and His Majesty? Dugu Feiying asked in confusion. Dugu Xian rolled his eyes. If he knew who the hidden force was, he would have led his troops to capture them long ago. Where would he find the time to chat with Dugu Feiying? Dugu Feiying immediately regretted his question. After a moment of awkward silence, Dugu Feiying straightened his face and asked again, Big brother, when we were outside the city gates in the afternoon, why did you suggest that His Highness stay at the post house and not at the Wang family? Do you not trust Governor Wang? But even if you don't trust Governor Wang, you have to trust Princess Royal, right? She wouldn't harm your highness, would she? If he could, Dugu Xun really wanted to say, my silly little brother, you're too young. It's not that I don't trust Provincial Governor Wang or the Grand Princess. It's just that the Wang clan is a 1,000-year-old clan with many assets and descendants. Even though Provincial Governor Wang is the current head of the Wang clan, it's impossible for everyone in the clan to be of one mind. Chapter 1843. Shelley's Tyranny, Heaven's Wrath and People's Resentment. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, the other two people in the room were all stunned. Anai Shirtua and Tuli looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. You said that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Anai Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Anai Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July, Anai Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was not afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Anai Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was simply impossible for him to convince Tuli and Anai Shirtua that the prairie would have frost in midsummer with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this language from Li Er's mouth, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Anai Shirtua's. He thought it was simply absurd. But Li Er had assured him with certainty that before the end of July or August, there would definitely be abnormal weather phenomena of midsummer frost on the prairie. At that time, Old Li nearly swore an oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's Tyranny, Heaven's Anger and People's Resentment. Midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining two people in the room were all stunned. Anai Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Anai Shirtua, who was standing next to Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Anai Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now, hearing from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and I Tuo completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Tuo's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Tuo believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Tuo's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, Old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath, relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character. Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Tuo and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Tuo, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Tuo had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Tuo completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Tuo's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Ni Tuo believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Tuo's. He thought it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands. At that time, Old Li had almost directly made a vow, relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character. Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided him to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Tuo and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, and I Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, and I Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and I Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. But at this time, silence was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as N.I. Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and N.I. Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and N.I. Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. But Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, heaven's wrath and people's resentment. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. And I Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, and I Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, and I Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and I Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as N.I. Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and N.I. Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and N.I. Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, Midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. In the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to the plan that Li Er had previously formulated. He had him unite with the tribes on the grasslands who originally wanted to resist Shelley but did not dare to because of Shelley's power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining two people in the room were all stunned. An Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, An Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, An Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, An Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as An Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and An Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and An Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands before the end of July and August. At that time, Old Li had almost directly made a vow. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Chapter 1844. Was the Turks at this time superstitious? Of course, they were superstitious, and in this aspect, the Turks were not inferior to the people of the Central Plains. In modern times, many people thought that the Turks believed in Islam, but that was not the case. In China's history, the Turks during the Sui and Tang dynasties were influenced by Buddhism, Manichaeism, and Nestorianism, but most of the tribes actually practiced shamanism. Those who believed in shamanism were foreign Turks, not China's. The Turks claimed to be the descendants of the Turks. In the 10th century, when they migrated west from Central Asia, they met the Arabs who believed in shamanism. Shamanism had an unprecedented impact on them. Almost all the Turks who claimed to be the descendants of the Turks converted to the new religion and played a major role in the history of shamanism. From then on, their religion always maintained the characteristics of shamanism in the border areas. Simple martial arts, using creeds as war cries, seeing doctrines as mobilization orders, taking the territory of shamanism as their responsibility, filled with the fiery, straightforward, and confident appearance of the first generation of shamanism. But in China's history, it was impossible for the Turks to believe in shamanism, because shamanism was introduced into China around the 10th century. The Han dynasty at the same time was the Northern Song dynasty. This was common knowledge in history. At this time, the Turks mainly believed in shamanism. Shamanism had a long history, originating from the primitive fishing and hunting era. Before Genghis Khan established the Mongol Khanate, the dominant religion among the nomads in the northern grassland was shamanism. According to the records in the secret history of the Mongols, the shaman at that time made Talyui drink the cursed water and die in place of his elder brother Ajadai. As the strongest warrior in the Grassland Empire who controlled 80% of the Mongol army, Talyui did not resist at all. It could be seen the position of shamanism at that time. According to the teachings of shamanism, Tengri was the eternal highest god. In the thinking of the grassland people, the supreme power in the world was bestowed by the eternal highest god, Tengri. Therefore, in the grassland, from the Khan to the commoners, no one did not believe in Tengri, and no one did not hope to obtain Tengri's protection. If the abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost was given a special meaning of longevity heaven's dissatisfaction with the prairie's current ruler, it was believed that even Shelley, who had millions of control warriors, would also feel a huge headache. Tang Jian's stratagem seemed absurd, but after careful consideration, they realized that this stratagem was indeed feasible. Just as he said, if the midsummer frost fell and the stratagem succeeded, Tuli's troops would be able to escape from Shelley's siege. If the stratagem failed, Tuli would not suffer too much loss, because they were already trapped in a desperate situation. The situation could not possibly get any worse. Haha, since that is the case, then this Khan can rest assured. Inside Tusk, Tuli Khan chuckled. Then, with a concerned expression, he said, "Emissary, you must be tired from the journey. This Khan will have someone bring you to the tent to rest." Tang Jian saw that he had said what he needed to say, so he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Khan." Tuli Khan nodded and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, two maidservants came in and led the two maidservants into the hall. Tang Jian exited the hall. "Khan, are we really going to do as Tang Jian said?" After Tang Jian left, and I Shuchuo could not help but ask. Tuli Khan frowned and did not speak. After a moment of silence, he said, "Now we are like caged beasts. If we don't try, how can we escape? From tomorrow onwards, you will arrange for people to spread the news among the tribes about Shelley's misconduct. Longevity Heaven is furious, and frost will fall at the end of July. Remember to arrange for some clever people. Don't let the cat out of the bag." Seeing that Tuli had made up his mind, and I Shuchuo could not persuade him anymore. He could only nod and say, "And I Shuchuo obeys." After hesitating for a moment, he could not help but say, "Khan, the Tangs are cunning. I think we can't fully believe Tang Jian's words." Tuli nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he ordered, "Send someone to watch Tang Jian and his followers. Without this Khan's permission, they can't leave Tusk. No matter what, this person is still a duke of the Tang Empire. With him in our hands, he may be of some use in the future." And I Shuchuo's eyes lit up. He immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, Khan. I will definitely send someone to keep a close eye on Tang Jian." "Your Majesty, why are you so happy? Did you encounter some good news?" In the backyard of the palace, Empress Zhongsun was reading a book in boredom in her bedroom. She saw Li Er humming a tune and walking in from outside in high spirits. She could not help but put down the book in her hand and ask Li Er with a smile. In this boudoir, she and Li Er had always treated each other as husband and wife. Naturally, they did not need to greet each other like outside. "Haha! Good news! Great news!" Li Er laughed and walked quickly to Empress Zhongsun. He sat on the couch and reached out to hug the beauty beside him. Chapter 1845. What? The Lu family of Fanyang and the Li family of Zhao County are also participating in the donation gathering? In the bedchamber, Empress Zhongxuan's exclamation instantly attracted Li Er's attention. He couldn't help but exclaim. Earlier, when he and Xiao Yu were in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er saw that the Lantian County government had donated 10,000 strings of cash. He took the opportunity to discuss with Xiao Yu the way to get rich of Lantian County. Then he went directly to the harem. As for the last few lines of the account book, he didn't look carefully, so he didn't know that Lu Chengqing and Li Jingxian were participating in the donation gathering. Hearing Li Er's question, Empress Zhongsun pointed at the last two lines of the account book and said, "Yes, this account book says that the Lu family and the Li family of Zhao County each donated 30,000 strings of cash. It's really strange. Didn't these aristocratic families all have their noses in the air before? Why are they so kind now, donating so much money to the court?" At the end, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but sigh. Li Er followed the voice and saw that the last two lines of the account book said, "The Lu family of Fanyang donated 30,000 strings of cash. The Li family of Zhao County donated 30,000 strings of cash. These people are just fence-sitters. They will naturally stand on whichever side is stronger." Li Er frowned and snorted coldly. A mere 30,000 strings of cash. They want us to forget all the things they've done and let down our guard against them? What wishful thinking. Empress Zhongsun was puzzled. Your Majesty thinks that the Lu and Li families are donating money at this donation gathering to make peace with the court? Make peace? Li Er shook his head. Rather than making peace, it's better to say that they want to temporarily lower our guard against these two aristocratic families. In the Battle of Guan City, the strongest Kingeki, Balinqui, and Xingyangzheng families were all defeated and executed. The Lu family and the Li family of Zhao County should have felt the danger, right? However, this situation is only temporary. We believe that once the imperial court is weakened, these two families will immediately turn hostile and return to their original arrogant 1,000-year-old families. Empress Zhongsun nodded thoughtfully, but then she smiled and said, Your Majesty is right, but no matter what, the Zhang and Li families have donated 60,000 strings of cash, which can more or less alleviate the urgent situation of the court. They are helping the court to support the army. When the Tang Empire returns victorious from the northern expedition to the grasslands, the imperial power will be at its peak. I believe that at that time, even the Zhang and Li families will not dare to be disloyal. Hearing this, Li Erzuo paused for a moment and then laughed out loud. Ha! Maid Guanyin is right. Regardless of whether or not these two families have ulterior motives, the 60,000 strings of cash is real. How can the court not accept money that is given away for free? The couple looked at each other and smiled. Lu Chengqing and Li Jingxian, who were staying at the Longmen Inn in Lantian County, did not know of the conversation between Li Er and Empress Zhongsun. Otherwise, the two of them would have shouted, This is a huge loss, or We've been tricked. Although their participation in the donation gathering this time was indeed to gain the favor of the imperial court and let the imperial court relax their vigilance against the Lu and Li families, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun had seen through their goal without any effort. This was not fun. Brother Lu, Lantian County is indeed different from other places. There are many shops in the city, and the streets are crisscrossed. It is said that all the streets are made of cement developed by the Curious Pavilion. And this Longmen Inn, whether in Zhao County or Fanyang, there is no inn as grand and imposing as this. Of course, the most important thing is that it is comfortable to live in. In the guest room on the 3rd floor, Li Jingxian sighed to Lu Chengqing, who was sitting beside him. Chapter 1846. The second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the entire fundraising event. She knew better than anyone else what happened at the fundraising event, so today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was, The Most Adorable Person. There was a very touching paragraph in the article which was written as follows. When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they heard the call. Sons bid farewell to their fathers, husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death as a return home. They are the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just a short day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by everyone. But at the crucial moment, they all took the Saraira for righteousness and shared the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article was not written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraising event, but she combined it with a major event that was currently happening in the Tang dynasty. She integrated what she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Several days ago, Li Er had issued an edict to select 150,000 elite soldiers from more than 300 provinces of the Great Tang and send them to Chang'an for training. 2 months later, These 150,000 local elite soldiers would gather together with 300,000 Chong and 12 sentinels and march north to have a showdown with Shelley, the second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the fundraising event. She knew better than anyone what happened at the fundraising event, so today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was, "The Most Adorable Person." There was a very touching passage that went like this. When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they were summoned. Sons bid farewell to their fathers, husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death with equanimity. They were the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just one day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by the people. But at the crucial moment, each and every one of them takes the sarira for righteousness and shares the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article wasn't written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraiser. Instead, it was written based on a major event that was happening in Tang Dynasty. She incorporated everything she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Chapter 1847. There are a total of 719 people who participated in the donation assembly. The total amount of military funds raised is 428,500 strings of coins, far exceeding the military expenditure of 150,000 soldiers for 3 months. These merchants who participated in the donation assembly can be considered to have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, allowing the imperial court to focus on preparing for the war against the Turkic Khaganate. We wish to award these 719 people. Does anyone have any objections? Yesterday's donation assembly wasn't just the topic of discussion among the commoners. In Taiji Palace, the donation assembly had also become the main topic of discussion during the morning court assembly. After Minister of Civil Affairs Xiao Yu reported the grand occasion of yesterday's donation assembly, Li Er, who was seated high above, slowly spoke. The officials in the hall had different expressions when they heard this. In the end, everyone turned their gazes to Zhang Sun Wuji, who was seated in the first row of the civil officials. Feeling the burning gazes behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji felt extremely helpless. He could only stand up and clasp his hands. How does Your Majesty intend to award the merchants? Yesterday's donation assembly may have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, but our Great Tang is a country founded on martial arts and governed by civil officials. I hope that Your Majesty can consider the big picture and not forget the country's roots. Although Zhang Sun Wuji had also secretly contributed to the fundraising yesterday, he didn't wish for Li Er to lavishly reward the group of businessmen yesterday. This was because to the Zhang Sun family, being a businessman was only a dispensable side business. Being in politics was the foundation of the Zhang Sun family's life. From Li Yuan's military uprising at Taiyuan to the establishment of the Great Tang, from the Great Tang's sweeping of the universe to Li Er's ascension to the throne, Zhang Sun Wuji had contributed greatly. It could be said that he was the beneficiary of the current order of the world. Naturally, he didn't wish for the merchants to be able to obtain the credit that he had risked his life for just because they donated some money. Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the civil and military officials in the hall also thought this way. Li Er was acting out of character today. He actually said that he wanted to reward the 700 merchants who donated yesterday. How could this be tolerated? How could they, who had worked so hard to obtain their official positions, endure this? Thus, they all turned their gazes to Zhang Sun Wuji. Everyone was anticipating that he, the head of the civil officials, would speak some fair words for the Great Tang officials. Duke of Zhao is right. Your Majesty, please consider the big picture. I agree. I second the motion. When all the people in the royal court joined forces, even Li Er, the emperor of Great Tang, had to give way to them. Li Er frowned slightly. To be honest, Li Er did not like to see the officials in the court huddle together. But now, Li Er did not have a better solution. He also understood that this was a stage that had to be experienced when the political power had developed to a certain extent. We plan to award the 712 merchants who participated in yesterday's fundraising event collectively. As for how the award will be given, other than praising them, we will also order Datong Daily to write an article praising them and publish it to the world. In addition, I have also decided that the merchants who donated yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. That is to say, the amount of money they donated yesterday will be the same amount that can be used to offset this year's business tax. Duke Zhao, what do you think? As he finished speaking, Li Er turned his gaze towards Zhang Sun Wuji, and his tone was cold while his face was expressionless. Chapter 1848. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not out of line. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would have to pay less than 400,000 strings of coins in tax this year? How could this be? But the reality was not like this. This time, the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce held a large proportion of the participants were merchants from Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, Datong Daily's promotion of the charity fundraiser had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to reach their local area, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city could be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention Lantian County, even in the entire Great Tang, which merchant would dare to not give face to the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce? Therefore, of the 700-plus merchants who participated in the charity fundraiser yesterday, nearly half of them came from Lantian County. Moreover, the total amount they donated accounted for at least 60% of the total donations. What did this mean? It meant that once Li Er's rewards were implemented, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would not be the imperial court, but Li Zishuan. Because Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief, the taxes collected every year were not handed over to the imperial court, but to Li Zishuan. Of course, as the landlord, Li Zishuan could very well refuse to implement Li Er's rewards. According to convention, the policies of the fief could be different. However, if he did so, it was inevitable that many people would secretly say that Li Zishuan was stingy. This was something that Li Zishuan could not tolerate. Therefore, although the last reward of Li Er's rewards seemed excessive, no one objected. This was because everyone was clear in their hearts. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not excessive. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would pay less tax this year by 400,000 strings of coins? How could this be? But the reality was not so. This time, the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's fundraising event was organized by the merchants of Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, the Datong Daily's promotion of the fundraising event had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to spread, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city might be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang had 10 times more merchants than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang was like this. Chapter 1849. Wow! The houses here are so tall and magnificent. How can the buildings here be so tall? How can the ground be so flat? Wow! Why are the windows shining? Is there glass hanging on the windows? This is Yanhuang College? How did senior brother do it? How can he build an immortal palace on this mountain? Mo Huai led Xian Qing and the others into Yanhuang College. The group of celestial master Taoists behind Xian Qing widened their eyes when they stepped through the gate. Everyone was so shocked by the magnificent scene in front of them that they could not close their mouths. Some of the younger ones could not help but exclaim softly, "Junior uncle, why is senior brother's Yanhuang College so much more magnificent than our Jingyi temple?" The youngest Taoist, who seemed to be around 10 years old, saw that the distance between Xian Qing and Mo Huai had widened. He hurriedly walked behind Xian Qing, grabbed the latter's wide sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xian Qing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Jingyi temple that the little Taoist mentioned was the cultivation place of the celestial master Taoists in this era on Mount Longhu. The celestial master Taoists originated from the second year of Yongyuan in the Eastern Han Dynasty, 90 AD. Zhang Daoling had been practicing alchemy and teaching in the Mount Longhu area for more than 30 years. He had left many relics and legends of his cultivation and alchemy in the Mount Longhu area. These included the alchemy stove in front of the alchemy rock, the Zhuoding pool, the sword testing stone, the Western immortal source, the Bailu cave, the celestial master cottage, and so on. Mount Longhu also became the birthplace of Taoism. After that, through the Jin dynasty, Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, and Ming dynasty, the celestial master Taoists had always been the center or dominant position of China's Taoism. The celestial master Taoists had been passed down for 3 generations in Sichuan. Ling passed down to Ziheng, Heng passed down to Zilu. The 4th generation, Zhang Shengqian, still lived in Mount Longhu in Jiangxi. After Zhang Shengnan went down to Mount Longhu, he built an ancestral temple at the place where Zhang Ling refined elixirs, which later became the Zhengyi Temple. He also built a seal teaching altar nearby and honored Zhang Ling as the leader of the Zhengyi Celestial Master. He also used the Zhengyi Celestial Master as the main scripture, and used the Jingyi Celestial Master as the main scripture to pass the seal on the altar on the 3rd day of the Yuanshi Celestial Master to impart knowledge to scholars from all over the world. From then on, he gradually established the Longhu sect of the Jingyi Celestial Master, which had a great influence in China's history. In history, after the Celestial Master sect moved to Mount Longhu, they had been in a state of seclusion for a long time. There were few records of them in the history books. In the Tang dynasty, Taoism was revered and was almost established as the national religion. The celestial master Taoism gradually emerged in the world because of the support and use of the imperial court. However, the famous Taoist master mansion on Mount Longhu was not built before the Tang dynasty. It was built in the 1st year of Emperor Hangu of the Ming dynasty. After that, it was rebuilt more than 10 times. It was rumored that the Taoist master mansion was the place where the descendants of Zhang Sheng lived and worshipped the gods. It was known as the office of the Jingyi sects Zuting and the Yuan and Ming dynasties that managed the affairs of Taoism. Don't talk nonsense. Xian Qing could not bear to see the little Taoist make a fool of himself outside the sect. He could not help but scold him in a low voice. Cultivation is about following the heart and not being disturbed by the secular world. How can you be disturbed by external things? The little Taoist frowned and thought seriously for a while. He retorted, "But why did senior brother build such a beautiful and imposing academy here? Could this also be considered cultivation?" Xian Qing was silent for a moment and said, "Your senior brother is now cultivating the path of the mortal world. You are still young and don't understand." After that, he no longer cared about the little Taoist. He lifted his feet and quickly chased after the black scholar in front of him, leaving the little Taoist alone behind to ponder. The current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect on Longhu Mountain was called Feng Lingzi. His real name was Zhang Zixiang, and he was the 10th Celestial Master in the history of the Celestial Master Taoist sect. The little Taoist was Zhang Zixiang's grandson. His name was Zhang Heng. He had been quite intelligent since he was a child and followed Zhang Zixiang to learn Taoist skills. When Li Zixuan joined Longhu Mountain with spiritual master Ling Su, Zhang Heng was only 3 or 4 years old. But at that time he began to read the Taoist scriptures. Therefore, in terms of Taoist skills, this child's talent could be said to be far superior to Li Zixuan and anyone on Longhu Mountain today. Let's go. Junior brother. If we don't go now, we'll lose them. Yanhuang College is not small. Don't get lost later. A young Taoist priest walked over and patted Zhang Heng's shoulder. He was amused by Zhang Heng's words. Although Zhang Heng was the grandson of the current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect, he did not receive any special treatment in the sect. The disciples in the sect had always treated this clever junior brother as their own younger brother. This time, Feng Lingzi selected a group of elite disciples to follow Shen Qing down the mountain to experience the world. Because of Zhang Heng's outstanding talent, and because this little guy had always wanted to go down the mountain to see the world, Feng Lingzi let him go down the mountain with him. Oh! Zhang Heng nodded his head and quickly followed her. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, and the other higher-ups of the academy sat down with the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoist sect brought by Shen Qing. After exchanging greetings, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Li Gang walked in with the help of Hu Jingjing. The person standing behind them was actually Sun Simiao. Li Gang's body was not as healthy as before. He usually lived in the courtyard of Yunshan. Although he often came to the academy when he was free, the number of times he came was getting less and less. Shen Qing and the others suddenly visited Yunshan today. Li Gang hurried over after hearing the news. Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing happened to be doing a routine physical examination for Li Gang at that time, so they came together. Taoist Master Shen Qing, long time no see. How have you been? Walking into the conference room, Li Gang looked at Shen Qing, who was about to get up. He left Hu Jingjing's help and bowed to Shen Qing. When Wu Jie attacked Yunshan, Li Gang was accidentally injured. When his life was hanging by a thread, Li Zixuan and Shen Qing rushed back from the Longmen Pass more than 600 miles away and pulled him back from the gates of hell. If it were not for Shen Qing, he might not be alive now. In front of his savior, it was not too much to salute, even if Shen Qing was much younger than Li Gang. This humble Taoist is fine. Has teacher Wenji been well recently? In front of Li Gang, Shen Qing, who had always been cold and aloof, did not dare to be arrogant. He stood up and bowed solemnly, then asked. The group of Longhu Mountain disciples sitting next to Shen Qing now knew that the old man who came in was the famous Li Gang. Li Gang, who had been the teacher of 2 princes, was also the one who, in the face of the invasion of the foreign races, shouted to the invincible Wu Jie. This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morals, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian. How can I be threatened by you? Li Wenji, Li Gang. The Battle of Yunshan that night had evolved into many different versions through word of mouth. Some said that Wu Jie had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his eyes were filled with lightning. Some said that the academy was full of masters, and that the heavens and the earth changed color. However, one thing did not change, and that was when Li Gang faced the great Grandmaster Wu Jie that night. His fearless and awe-inspiring shout had been widely spread among the people without missing a word. Countless people of Tang, as well as scholars, were in awe of the old man because of this. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain lived in seclusion, Shen Qing had led these disciples all the way here and had more or less heard about this matter. When they saw the kind old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, all the disciples of Longhu Mountain were in awe. They all stood up spontaneously and respectfully saluted Li Gang. Greetings, Teacher Wenji. Since Zhang Daoling founded the Celestial Master sect, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect had not cared much about worldly affairs for hundreds of years. However, one thing was undeniable, and that was that the disciples of the Celestial Master sect were all Han people, descendants of the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. Although their national consciousness was relatively weak, they still had a strong racial consciousness in their minds. Otherwise, spiritual master Lingshu would not have killed more than 200 Turkic wolf riders in a rage because of the Turkic wolf riders plundering the border villages of Tang. Although Li Gang did not have the strength to truss a chicken, he was fearless in the face of the invasion of foreign tribes. He raised his head and angrily rebuked the enemy leader, which had greatly increased the prestige of the Han people. In the face of such a righteous old man, the disciples of Longhu Mountain all respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha! These must be the outstanding disciples of the Celestial Master sect, right? Ha ha! Sit down. Quickly sit down. Li Gang looked at the disciples of Longhu Mountain beside Xian Qing and said with a kind smile. After a round of pleasantries, everyone sat down again. This time, I am under the orders of the sect leader to bring 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain to gain experience. Since the Celestial Master sect has not been in contact with the secular world for many years, I'm afraid that I will cause a lot of trouble for you in the future. After everyone was seated, Xian Qing cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others. It was rare for him to say such polite words. However, these words sounded incomparably stiff coming from his mouth. It was likely that Feng Lingzi had taught him to say such words before leaving. Hearing this, Li Gang waved his hand and said, "Ha ha! Taoist Master Xian Qing's words are too polite. Not to mention that the Celestial Master sect is the sect of the Yamacho. If it wasn't for Taoist Master Xian Qing's help last time, I'm afraid that I would be dead by now. This time, the Celestial Master sect's disciples are going down the mountain to gain experience, so the Academy should receive them. What's more, Taoist Master Sun's medical center and medical school are short of manpower now. The Celestial Master sect is the orthodox Taoism in the world, and its disciples must have dabbled in divination. If you can help, it will be the fortune of the joint medical center of Yanhuang College and Tang Empire. I should thank you instead." Sun Simiao also nodded at this time and said, "Mr. Wenji is right. Now, whether it is the joint medical center of Tang Empire or the medical school of the Academy, they are in urgent need of medical masters with superb medical skills. And to be honest, I have been writing a medical book these years. It is a medical book that integrates some of the diseases and treatment prescriptions that I have encountered in my travels over the years. It is a medical book that will be passed down to the future generations. But recently, I have been entangled with the affairs of the medical center and the academy. It is really difficult for me to concentrate all my energy on writing a medical book. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain is good at Taoism and martial arts, its medical skills are still the best in the world. If I can get your help, I will definitely be relieved a lot. And I can finish writing this medical book a few years earlier." The medical book that Sun Simiao was talking about was the half-finished prescriptions for 1,000 gold that Li Zixuan had seen in the courtyard where he lived. Since he was tricked into Yanhuang College by Li Zixuan, although Sun Simiao felt that he was getting closer and closer to his ideal, the progress of writing this medical book was getting slower and slower, because the burden on him was getting heavier and heavier. Unlike Xian Qing, who was born in a famous sect, Sun Simiao was also a cultivator, but his medical skills were summed up from countless practice experiences. Strictly speaking, Sun Simiao could only be regarded as a casual cultivator, because he did not belong to any sect. But even so, none of the disciples of the Celestial Master sect present dared to despise Sun Simiao, because Sun Simiao had practiced medicine for decades and saved countless people. He had a great reputation among the people. He was a person who devoted all his energy and all his passion to the medical career, and deserved everyone's respect. "Oh, Taoist Sun is writing a medical book? I wonder if it is convenient for us to have a look?" Hearing this, Xian Qing's eyes lit up and he asked aloud. In his life, Xian Qing had devoted 99% of his energy to the Tao of the Sword, so in the Celestial Master sect, he had the title of Sword Maniac. In terms of understanding of the Tao of the Sword, even Spiritual Master Spirit Su could not compare with him. And the other 1% of Xian Qing's energy was devoted to the Tao of the medicine. Although it was only 1%, Xianqing's Tao heart was extremely pure. For such a dedicated and pure person, even if he only devoted 1% of his energy, it was still stronger than ordinary people who devoted 100% of their energy. His attainments in the Tao of the medicine were currently second only to Sun Simiao, but far inferior to spiritual master Spirit Su. Therefore, when he heard that Sun Simiao was writing a medical book recently, Xianqing was immediately interested, because in terms of medical experience, 10 of him could not compare with Sun Simiao, who had saved countless people. And this medical book that gathered Sun Simiao's years of medical experience would definitely be of great help to improve his medical skills. Haha! Since Taoist Xianqing is interested, why not? After Mr. Kong Gue has settled you down, Taoist Xianqing can directly come to my courtyard to have a look. Seeing that Xianqing was interested in his medical book, Sun Simiao was not unhappy, nor did he want to hide it. He smiled calmly and said, he had been practicing medicine for half his life, and his ambition was to cure the suffering people of the world who were suffering from the pain of illness. However, he also understood that it was impossible to achieve this goal by himself. Therefore, he had agreed to join the Imperial Medical Bureau with Li Er, and this year, he had been bewitched by Li Zishuan to join the Yanhuang Academy and the Tang Alliance Medical Center. His goal was to impart his medical skills to more people who had the same ambition as him. Xianqing's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, Senior, Xianqing admires you for your noble character and unquestionable integrity. Sun Simiao smiled and did not take it seriously. At this time, Yan Silu said, Taoist Xianqing led 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain this time. It happens that there are a few vacant courtyards on Yunshan Mountain. Yamacho is not in the academy at this time, so I will make a decision on behalf of the Yamacho to let your disciples temporarily live in the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th courtyards on Yunshan Mountain. In this way, Taoist Xianqing and your disciples can go to the medical center and the Tang United Medical Center easily. What do you think, Taoist Xianqing? Xianqing did not have any special requirements for the residence of his disciples. Hearing this, he nodded and said, I will follow Mr. Kong Gue's arrangement. Chapter 1850. This courtyard is so unique. The porcelain white tiles are as smooth as mirrors. The walls are as hard as rocks. The clear and empty windows, and the soft and comfortable couch. Even the toilet is as white as jade, and there is no stench at all. Also, I heard that this thing is an electric lamp which is driven by electricity and can make the night as bright as day. Everything in Yunshan is so magical. Youngest uncle said that senior brother cultivates the mortal Taoism, but what kind of mortal Taoism can make senior brother create such a magical Yunshan? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, the people of Yanhuang College and the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism, led by Xianqing, had a brief meeting. After that, Yan Silu ordered people to bring Xianqing and the others to the courtyard. After all, they came to Yunshan from Longhu Mountain this time with luggage. Only after settling down could they have time to do other things. After visiting the courtyard inside and out, Hang couldn't help but sigh with emotion in a low voice. Yan Silu assigned a total of 5 courtyards to the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, of course. The interior of the courtyards were all renovated, and they could move indirectly. Hang and Xianqing were assigned to 1 courtyard, and the other 21 disciples of the Celestial Master sect were assigned to the other 4 courtyards. Each courtyard had about 5 people living in it, and 1 courtyard had 6 people living in it. This arrangement was not because Hang was a disciple of the head, but because Xianqing, as a teacher, was usually cold and strict. Ordinary disciples did not dare to live with him, of course, except for Hang. The disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism were generally afraid of Xianqing, but Hang was not afraid of him since he was young. On the contrary, he was particularly close to Xianqing. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people. Fortunately, the interior of the Cloud Mountain courtyard was extremely spacious. Even if a dozen or so people lived in each building, it wouldn't seem crowded. Otherwise, wouldn't Li Zishuan have innocently ended up with the infamy of abusing his fellow disciples? Uncle, what is the mortal Taoism? Why haven't I heard of it after reading the Taoist canon? Hang really couldn't hold back his curiosity, or maybe Hang didn't want to suppress his thoughts at all. He went upstairs and opened the door of Xian Qing's bedroom, asking Xian Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, "Read the Taoist canon thoroughly." If these words were said by other children of the same age, Xian Qing would only think that this person was really arrogant. This was because there were more than 1,000 scrolls in the Taoist collection. How could a young boy read through all of them? But the person who said this was Zhang Heng, so Xian Qing naturally didn't find it strange at all. It was just that he didn't know how to answer Zhang Heng's question. It was hard for Xian Qing to tell what Li Zixuan was cultivating now. After a long silence, Xian Qing closed his eyes and said faintly, "I'm not sure what Li Zixuan was cultivating now. I'm not sure about the secular world path either. You should go back and ask the sect leader." Heng was disappointed that he didn't get the answer he wanted from Xian Qing. He frowned and replied, "Oh, but grandfather is far away in Mount Longhu. If you want to ask, you can only wait until you return to the sect. However, if this matter is not discussed clearly, it will affect my Tao heart and hinder my cultivation. I hope that martial uncle can enlighten me." Obviously, Heng felt that it was not that Xian Qing didn't know, but that he was hiding something from him. Hearing this, Xian Qing still said faintly, "I can't help you with this matter. Either you go back and ask the sect leader, or you find a chance to ask your senior brother directly." Xian Qing was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life and didn't care about the secular world. How could he explain clearly what the secular world path was? Heng really asked the wrong person this question. Seeing that Xian Qing insisted on not telling him, Heng had no choice but to leave. But when he turned around and left, he couldn't help but murmur, "The secular world sect is truly miraculous. It actually allowed senior brother to create such uncanny workmanship. There's even electricity and electric lamps. Senior brother seems to know some truths of the human world that we don't, which prompted him to create all these miraculous things on Cloud Mountain. Also, when I was in the academy just now, I heard the words that the teachers in the academy talked about the most. What is the secular world path? Could it be that Gong Shui was the way of the mortal world that martial uncle mentioned? It would be great if I have the opportunity to read the classics of the academy's secular world path." Heng's low murmur naturally couldn't escape Xian Qing's sharp ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Heng's back. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that someone as cold as Xian Qing, who usually didn't care about anything except swordsmanship, would show a worried look at this time? If Feng Lingzi, the sect leader of the Celestial Master sect who was familiar with him, saw this, he would be shocked. But if Feng Lingzi knew the cause and effect of this matter, he would have a different feeling. After a night's rest, everyone should be almost recovered, right? In a wing room of the courier house in Taiyuan, 32 students gathered together. This wing room, which was originally relatively spacious, seemed a little crowded at this time. Li Tai looked around at everyone and asked aloud. These days, they had been rushing all the way and were tired. Although everyone ate well and slept well along the way, the long journey inevitably consumed a lot of their energy. Now that they had arrived at their first destination, Taiyuan, they didn't need to hurry for a short time. So this morning, Li Tai and Mo Chue deliberately didn't wake everyone up early as usual, which made the teachers and students of the academy sleep in. Although we haven't fully recovered, after a whole night's rest, we are much more energetic now. We all know that time is tight. Qin Ke, you can assign tasks to everyone. Qin Huayu knew why Li Tai asked this question, so he stepped forward and cooperated. As the representative of the teachers of the academy, Mo Chue also said, "Huayu is right. Time is tight on this trip to the north, and the tasks are heavy. All of us are shouldering the heavy responsibility of the Yamacho and the teachers of the academy. Since everyone has rested enough, let's officially begin the mission today. Qin Ke, you arrange it." The teachers and students of the academy remembered the earnest requests of Li Gang, Mo Huai, and Yen Silu before they left, and also remembered that their Yamacho was in the army, contributing to the imperial court's war against the Turks, so they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Li Tai breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, "Good! Since that's the case, let's begin the mission today." In the morning, The members of the first group will follow me to the provincial governor's mansion to participate in the selection of the telegraph relay station. We must finalize the specific location of the telegraph relay station before noon. This time, the Academy had dispatched a total of 32 elite members of the Trump Card Project, and these 32 people had been divided into 8 groups of 4 before they came. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg stepped forward and cupped their hands in obeisance. Yes, the 3 of them, together with Li Tai, were the members of the first group. Li Tai nodded and then ordered, "The members of the second, third, and fourth groups will be led by Li Yan and Jia Jun. Your task today is to count the supplies we brought north this time and see if there is anything missing. The second is to assemble the machines needed to build the telegraph relay station, such as the firepower generator, telegraph transceiver, battery pack, and so on, in advance." Li Yan, Jia Jian, Zhang Ziren, and the other 12 people cupped their hands in obeisance and said in unison, "Yes." The members of the 5th and 6th groups, after confirming the location of the telegraph relay station in the morning, follow the members of the first group to the destination to survey. Remember, our goal is very simple, that is, to make our telegraph relay station meet the parameters set by Yamacho with the smallest amount of work and the shortest construction time. Yes, the members of the 7th and 8th groups, led by Mr. Mo Chue, are responsible for coordinating the transportation of supplies and the feasibility evaluation of the early stage of the project. If you find anything unreasonable, please raise it as soon as possible and participate in the discussion and correction. Try to minimize the delay of the project as much as possible. Yes. Li Tai spoke confidently and frankly. Perhaps it could be said that he'd already rehearsed and planned this in his heart many times before this, so he was able to clearly assign today's mission to everyone in a few words. It had to be said that this trip to the north was a very good opportunity for Li Tai to train his leadership ability. An engineering student who only knew how to do experiments and analyze the results of experiments was not what Li Zishuan urgently needed. However, if this engineering student not only had good grades and strong practical skills, but also had outstanding leadership ability, then Li Zishuan needed him too much. With the development of engineering, there were bound to be many scientific research projects with interdisciplinary disciplines. It was impossible to complete them with the strength of one person. At that time, a scientific research team would be needed. Only a leader who was proficient in technology and had strong leadership ability could lead a scientific research team to overcome one problem after another. And Li Tai was currently making progress in this direction. Mo Chue couldn't help but nod with gratification when he saw Li Tai had finished distributing the missions in a short period of 15 minutes. Moreover, he'd distributed them in an orderly and reasonable manner. All along the way, he'd always been witnessing Li Tai's growth and improvement. In addition, for everyone's safety, each group must have an Imperial guard by your side when you are on the move. No one is allowed to act alone at any time, under any circumstances. This is an iron law that everyone must abide by, including me. After assigning the tasks, Li Tai's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the crowd and said, "In a moment, General Dugu will assign guards to each group. Our actions must not be out of the line of sight of the Imperial guards. In addition, General Dugu will distribute signal fireworks to each group. If there is an emergency in the city, you must immediately use the fireworks to signal for help." In order to arouse everyone's vigilance, Li Tai emphasized, "This is not alarmist talk, nor is it making a mountain out of a molehill. This is for the sake of the Academy's mission and for everyone's safety. Please remember that the war between the Great Tang and the Turks is imminent. Taiyuan City may not be as safe as before." Chapter 1851. With the war between the Great Tang and the Turks imminent, Taiyuan City might not be as safe as it was in the past. This short sentence instantly made the originally tense atmosphere a little more dignified. Everyone present was an elite student or teacher of Yanhuang College, so they were naturally no fools. They could all sense the danger lurking in Li Tai's words. "Qin Ke, be at ease. Everyone understands the severity of the situation. We will be careful in all matters," Meng Wenhao said. The others agreed, That's right. We will be careful in all matters. Li Tai turned to Mo Chue, asking with his eyes if there was anything he needed to add. Mo Chue lightly shook his head. Li Tai took in a deep breath and said, "Okay, everyone, begin to move out according to the tasks you've been assigned. Remember, safety comes first." When he had left Cloud Mountain, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other esteemed teachers of the academy had repeatedly urged him to ensure that all the teachers and students returned safely. As the commander of this operation, Li Tai felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. This was especially true after Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying had informed Li Tai of the treacherous situation in Taiyuan City yesterday. Li Tai had sensed a thick sense of danger, so he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety to the members of the academy. Since he was the commander of this northern expedition, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure that everyone in the academy returned safely. Yes, everyone clasped their hands and then left to carry out their respective tasks. As Li Tai walked out of his room, Dugu Xian walked over and clasped his hands to Li Tai. "Your Highness, this general has followed your orders and divided the Imperial Army into 8 teams to protect the 8 teams of the academy. In the future, no matter where the teachers and students of the academy go in Taiyuan City, the Imperial Army will follow. We will not give the enemy a chance to strike." This morning, the teachers and students of the academy had all slept in. Only Li Tai and Mo Chue had woken up early to discuss with Dugu Xian and the other generals about the arrangements and deployment for the safety of the teachers and students of the academy. Li Tai nodded and clasped his hands. "Very good. Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Li Tai knew that the 2 brothers of the Dugu clan had a close personal relationship with Li Zishuan, so he had always been very courteous to these 2. Moreover, the safety of the 32 teachers and students of the academy all depended on Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. So Li Tai had no choice but to treat Dugu Xian with respect. "Your Highness, this is this general's duty." Dugu Xian clasped his hands and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Taiyuan City is currently in a state of chaos. Your Highness, with your precious status, is putting yourself in danger. For the next few days, to ensure your Highness' safety, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. No matter where your Highness goes, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. I hope your Highness can grant my wish." The members of the royal family had been subjected to all sorts of restrictions since young, so the members of the royal family did not like restrictions when they grew up. This was also the main reason why Li Tai did not like to bring guards with him when he went out. Dugu Xian also understood this point, but with the current situation, if he did not stay by Li Tai's side at all times, he had no confidence in bringing Li Tai safely back to Cloud Mountain. As such, he could only try to reason with Li Tai. Li Tai frowned. He did not like restrictions. If someone stayed by his side 24 hours a day to protect him, he would feel uncomfortable all over. However, seeing the faint pleading look in Dugu Xian's eyes, Li Tai hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then, I'll have to trouble General Dugu for the next few days. I'll treat it as giving face to the Yamacho," Li Tai secretly added in his heart. If it were anyone else who asked to stay by his side and protect him at all times, he would definitely reject without hesitation and send that person away. It was not that he did not care about his life or was not afraid of death, but that no one would like to have someone by their side at all times unless it was a matter of life and death. However, this person was Dugu Xian, Li Zishuan's good friend, so it was a different story. Chapter 1852. In the history of China, there were many famous temples in Taiyuan, such as Yongzhou Temple, Chongshan, Whitehorse Temple, Longquan Temple, Kaiwa Temple, Jingyin Temple, Bu-Er Temple, Mingxiu Temple, Qianfu Temple, Foguang Temple, Puguang Temple, Tongzi Temple, and so on. However, most of these temples were built after the Tang Dynasty, or to be precise, after the Jingguan Temple. What Wang Liaoyuan said was completely true. In this era, only the Puguang Temple and the Tongzi Temple remained intact in Taiyuan City. You said that the Tongzi Temple is located at the top of Longshan, which is very high and has been abandoned. Does that mean that there are no monks living in the Tongzi Temple now? And there are no incense offerings? Li Tai frowned when he heard Wang Liaoyuan's explanation. However, after hearing Wang Liaoyuan's introduction of the Tongzi Temple, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Tai knew that there were no tall pagodas in the Puguang Temple, which did not meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station. Even if there were, the abbot of the temple would definitely not allow Li Tai to bring people in to build a telegraph relay station. This was because the process of building a telegraph relay station, as well as the guards and logistics, would greatly affect the lives of the monks in the temple and the pilgrims who came to the temple to pray. After all, after the telegraph relay station was built, it would not be left alone. First, the technical staff would be responsible for the daily maintenance, and second, the army would be stationed there to protect the telegraph relay station from being destroyed by people with bad intentions. Although Li Tai was a prince and bore the emperor's orders, this action was related to the iron rice bowl of many monks in the temple. The other party would definitely not give in. Even if Li Er was here, he would not dare to do anything to those monks who disobeyed the emperor's orders. Otherwise, it would cause a huge public uproar. Therefore, compared to the Puguang Temple, the Tongzi Temple was undoubtedly a more perfect location. It could meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station, and it would not involve the complicated demolition problem. Yes, as far as I know, the Tongzi Temple was abandoned in the late Sui dynasty. The monks in the temple were nowhere to be found, but the buildings in the temple were not damaged much in the war. It was just that no one took care of it for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Wang Liaoyuan nodded and replied. Hearing this, Li Tai could no longer hide his excitement. He stood up and said, "That's great, Governor Wang. Please send someone to bring this prince to the boy temple to take a look." Although Wang Liaoyuan didn't know why Li Tai was in such a hurry to go to an abandoned temple, he knew that it had something to do with the important mission that Li Er had given Li Tai. Thus, he didn't ask any further and stood up to reply. "This lowly official will order the accompanying guards to bring your highness to the boy temple. However, Dragon Mountain is located in the southwest corner of Taiyuan City. It's a remote location. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. There are very few people there. If your highness insists on going there, please allow this humble official to send a group of elite troops to escort you. Otherwise, if an accident happens, this humble official will die 10,000 deaths." Liao Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Liao Wang Wood and Wang of course of he. Wang Wood. Wang was, and Wang Wood. 2 was Wang Temple, Li Wang was. Chapter 1853. Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is tall and surrounded by mountains on the south, north, and west. It is shaped like a dustpan. The trees on the mountain are lush and the environment is quiet. If you stand at the top of the main peak and look east along the Sulphur Ditch, you'll be able to see all of Taiyuan City. It's truly a place of beauty and beauty. It's said that when Zen Master Hong Li traveled here, he saw a 5-colored cloud of light shining from the ground. Within the cloud of light, there were 4 boys playing on the lotus seat, shaking the earth and causing rocks to crumble. On the shore, the image of Amitabha Buddha appeared, and the 3 jinn came to pay their respects. After Zen Master Hong Li recorded this phenomenon, he reported it to the court and applied to build a temple here. Thus, the current boy temple was established. In the southwest corner of Taiyuan City, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and the other Yanhuang College students were escorted by 300 Imperial Army soldiers led by Dugu Xin to the peak of Dragon Mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking east, they could see the entirety of Taiyuan City illuminated by the morning sun. It was a dazzling sight. The provincial governor's guard sent by Wang Liaoyuan was now beside Li Tai, explaining to him with all his heart. "Heh, you know quite a lot." Looking around, Li Tai was very satisfied with the environment. He couldn't help but praise the guard. When the guard heard this, he immediately beamed with joy and said, "Your Highness is too kind. This lowly one is a native of Source Peak Prefecture. I was born and raised here, so I naturally know more than others. This lowly one has been to the boy temple many times. Your Highness, please come this way. In front of you is the Buddha pavilion of the boy temple, where the 3 sages of the West are enshrined. At this point, the guard pointed to the north and made an inviting gesture to Li Tai. It was a massive Buddhist pavilion with 2 floors. It was built against the mountain, and its scale was extremely grand. Dugu Xian gave a look to his left and right, and 2 groups of Imperial Army soldiers immediately filed out toward the Buddha pavilion in the north. Li Tai saw this and said nothing. He stood to the side, quietly waiting for something. Not long after, an Imperial Army soldier ran out and cupped his fist at Dugu Xian. "General, everything in the Buddhist pavilion is normal. There's no danger." Dugu Xian nodded and then gave Li Tai a look. Li Tai understood and said to the guard from the Bing province governor's mansion, "Since you are familiar with this place, then lead the way." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard cupped his fists and slowly walked towards the Buddha pavilion on Li Tai's left. As Li Tai's group walked in, they realized that the Buddha pavilion was made up of a front porch and the main part of the pavilion. The front porch was 5 rooms wide and 1 room deep. It was around 10 zhang wide and 20 zhang deep. There were 9 pillars, all of them in the shape of large lotuses. They were arranged in a north-south direction, and the lotus-covered part of the pillars was around 3 feet in diameter. The roof was made of stone and the floor was paved with stone, but the rooms were made of square bricks. The main part of the Buddha pavilion was around 10 zhang wide and 50 zhang deep. It was even more spacious than the front porch. The walls were built vertically with stone strips, and the northern part of the wall was built directly on top of natural rock. In the middle part of the wall, the door to the room was open. There were no carvings on the outside, but the inside was filled with carvings of 1,000 Buddhas. These Buddhas were of different shapes and sizes, creating a magnificent sight. Inside the Buddha pavilion, the 3 saints of the West were carved into the cliffs: Amitabha, Guanyin, and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 3 Buddhas were lofty and lofty, each more than 10 zhang tall. Just their heads alone were more than 20 zhang tall. These Buddhas were so dignified that one couldn't help but feel awe. This Buddha pavilion is really magnificent. Just these 3 Buddhas and the thousands of Buddha carvings on the stone walls can be called a Buddhist holy land. It's a pity that it was abandoned and ruined because of the war in the Central Plains. After walking around the Buddha pavilion, Qin Huayu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Huayu's mother was a Buddhist, and the Qin family had even built a Buddhist hall in the backyard. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, Qin Huayu more or less had a good impression of Buddhism, which was why he sighed. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but nod. In all fairness, although this boy's temple was a little dilapidated on the surface, the majestic buildings, Buddhas, and exquisite carvings in the temple all showed its former glory and how much effort the founder of the temple had put in. Could its intrinsic artistic value be covered by the dust in the temple? Whether it was dilapidated or glorious, now that we can use this Buddhist temple, we can be considered to have made the best use of it. Because he had spent a long time hanging out with Li Zishuan, a disciple of the Celestial Master Taoist sect, Li Tai was not interested in Buddhism. Hearing Qin Huayu and the others sigh, he said somewhat disapprovingly, "Qin Ke, are you planning to choose here?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Meng Wenhao's heart moved and he asked aloud. When Li Tai assigned the task in the morning, he thought that it would take a lot of time to choose the location of the telegram relay station. However, he never expected that after just a trip to Dragon Mountain, Li Tai had the intention of finalizing the location. Wasn't this too smooth? However, although he was surprised, Meng Wenhao did not let down his guard. He did not say anything about the telegram relay station, because there was an outsider here, the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion. It was related to the success or failure of the academy's mission and the safety of the academy's teachers and students. Every one of them had to be extremely cautious, more or less. However, before I decide, I have to confirm some things. Li Tai nodded and responded to Meng Wenhao. Then, he said to the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion, "Is there another floor above this Buddhist pavilion? What's the floor above for?" The guard quickly replied, "Your Highness, I have been to the floor above. It's just a few meditation rooms. There's nothing special about it. It should be habitable after some tidying up." Li Tai nodded and said, Good. I know. There's nothing for you to do here. You have done well. Go down the mountain and return to the city to receive your reward from Governor Wang. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask the name of the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion because he did not need to know. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. The guard was overjoyed as he quickly bowed to express his thanks. After saying that, he bowed to Li Tai and turned to leave the mountain. Chapter 1854. Where are Mr. Ink Chue and the others? Back at the post house, Li Tai saw Dugu Feng looking around in front of the post house. He was anxious to inform Ink Chue and the others about the location of the relay station. So he didn't take Dugu Feng's abnormality to heart and asked anxiously, Your Highness, Big Brother, you're back? Mr. Ink Chue. Mr. Ink Chue and the others are packing up in the backyard. When Dugu Feng saw Li Tai and the others, especially when he saw that Dugu Xian had returned, he immediately perked up and answered. Last night, other than the teachers and students of Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial Army led by Dugu Xian, there were also the materials and machinery needed to build the telegraph relay station that they had brought from Yanhuang Academy on this trip to the north. These things were all priceless treasures in this era and couldn't be bought with money. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any mishaps and that the purpose of their trip wouldn't be revealed, these materials and equipment were allocated a courtyard to store in the courier station. Furthermore, there were specialized Imperial Army guards guarding it day and night. This prince will go take a look. Li Tai nodded in response. After saying that, he directly walked into the courier station. Dugu Xian didn't follow. Firstly, the entire post house was under his control, so he didn't need to worry about Li Tai's safety. Secondly, Dugu Feng's eyes clearly showed that something was wrong. This was something that Dugu Xian, who had been his brother for many years, could easily tell. What's wrong? After Li Tai entered the post house, Dugu Xian looked at Dugu Feng and asked calmly. Dugu Feng said anxiously, Big Brother, Provincial Governor Wang, sent someone to the Wang family's ancestral home just now. He said that someone found the whereabouts of Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an. The Wang family has already sent people over. Dugu Xian was shocked and said, What? The Wang family found the whereabouts of those two? Dugu Feng scratched his head and said, Yes, Provincial Governor Wang's people just came to inform me. I also wanted to go over just now, but I remembered that Big Brother told me not to track down the whereabouts of these two people, so I didn't go. Big Brother, are we really not going to take a look? Yesterday, after Dugu Xian had led his army into the city, after learning about the current situation in the city, he had formulated a strategy of biding his time and not making any moves. He had completely given up on finding the whereabouts of Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an and focused all his energy on protecting the safety of Li Tai and the others. Therefore, the task of tracking down the whereabouts of Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an was left to the Wang family. However, Dugu Feng was somewhat unwilling to give up because there were still many mysteries about Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an waiting for him to solve. If he didn't catch these two people, he always felt that something was missing in his heart. The reason why I didn't let you continue to investigate the whereabouts of Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an was that I didn't want to divide our forces. But now that the Wang family has found the whereabouts of these two people, we should naturally go and take a look. Perhaps we can really find some clues from these two people. Dugu Xian pondered for a moment and said unhappily to Dugu Feng. Although in Dugu Xian's heart, Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an were most likely two small shrimps and not the real leader of the spies, now that the Wang family had helped them find these two people, there was no need for him to waste any more troops. Moreover, if these two people really did know something, then this trip would definitely not be a loss. Perhaps with the clues provided by these two people, they could follow the vine to the melon and catch the real mastermind behind the scenes. Good. The people sent by the Wang family told me that Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an are hiding in the basement of the fifth house on the east side of Shuorn Square in the south of the city. I'll bring people there now. Seeing that Dugu Xian had agreed to go and check on the two criminals, Dugu Feng immediately said excitedly. Dugu Xian frowned because he suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. So he interrupted Dugu Feng and said, You and the rest of the brothers stay here to protect His Highness. I'll go and take a look alone. Uh, Dugu Fang was unwilling and wanted to refute, but Dugu Xang glared at him sternly, so he could only reply in a muffled voice, "Yes, big brother." Dugu Xang nodded and asked an imperial guard to bring him a mount. He rode alone and sped toward the south of the city. "Commander, these two people are Zhu Shiqing and Kang Chang'an, whom the master is looking for. They were hiding in the cellar in the backyard. However, when I brought people here, the master of the house had already disappeared. In the backyard of the fifth house on the east side of Shuan Square in the south of Taiyuan City. A thin young man dressed in black cupped his fists and bowed to another tall man dressed in black with a round collar. Grand Commander. This tall man in black with a round collar was Wang Qinggu, the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's Shadow Guards. He could be considered a legend among the Wang clan's Shadow Guards. At the age of 30, he had already reached the Grandmaster realm. With such talent, he could easily serve as a general in the Great Tang. Bai Qing, tell me, how did you find them? Wang Qingwu's eyes were like lightning. He glanced at Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an, who were tied up like dumplings, and then turned his eyes back to the thin man in black in front of him and asked in a deep voice. This Bai Qing was from the second division of the Wang family's Shadow Guards, which was under the control of the second branch. Yesterday, the Wang family had sent out all their forces to look for the suspects, but they still could not find them. However, this Bai Qing easily found them, which made Wang Qinggu suspicious. Bai Qing's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Commander, I was patrolling Shuan Square this morning and saw that the door of this house was wide open. It was very unusual, so I went in to take a look and found that there was no one in the house. I was about to leave when I suddenly heard a noise from the backyard, so I went to the backyard to check. I didn't expect that there were people hiding in the basement of the backyard. After questioning, I found that these two people were wanted by the head of the family. I was worried that I couldn't deal with them alone, so I hurriedly sent someone back to the family to send a message to you." This guy's explanation could be said to be watertight, but Wang Qinggu looked at him suspiciously. After a moment of silence, Wang Qinggu waved his hand and said, "Take these two people back, and then go to the courier station to bring the accountant of the Chu Ironware shop back to the ancestral house. Verify their identities." "Yes." Four warriors in golden armor came out of the crowd and dragged Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an, who were tied up on the ground. Wang Qinggu waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to the ancestral house." A group of people immediately took Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an out of the house. Bai Qing followed behind, and a trace of excitement and greed flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "The head of the family gathered all the forces to arrest these two people, which means that these two people are very important, and the one who caught them is me, Bai Qing. I'm rich, haha. The head of the family will definitely reward me a lot this time." In fact, the situation was not like what Bai Qing said just now. Bai Qing was indeed ordered to patrol Xuanren Mill in the morning, but just as he walked into the gate of Xuanren Mill, an arrow was aimed at his face. Although Bai Qing had some martial arts, he could not dodge the sudden arrow with his kung fu. Just as Bai Qing closed his eyes and shouted in his heart, "I'm going to die," the arrow did not pierce his head. Instead, it was an inch away from his ear. With a bang, it was deeply nailed to the wall. Bai Qing was still in shock, but after the person who assassinated him shot the arrow, he did not do anything else. He turned his head to look at the arrow nailed to the wall and saw a piece of cloth tied to the arrow shaft. His heart moved, and he quickly went forward to take the arrow from the wall. He opened the cloth and saw the words written on it. "The person being chased by the Wang family is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Mill." After seeing this line of small words, Bai Qing subconsciously did not believe it. He thought that this was a prank by some bored person, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Which bored person could shoot an arrow into a wall more than 2 inches deep? Then he thought of the fact that Wang Yu had mobilized the entire Wang family's power to search for Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an in Taiyuan City. If he caught these two people, he would definitely receive a lot of rewards from the family. Even his position among the Wang family's secret guards would be raised to a higher level because of this. Thinking of this, Bai Qing put away the cloth with the words and secretly went to the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Mill alone. Because he did not want others to share the credit with him, he did not plan to call any of his companions. But unexpectedly, he really did find Zhu Xiechang and Kang Chang'an in the basement of the backyard of the house. Bai Qing could not help but be overjoyed. Thus, the scene just now happened. Obviously, the arrow just now was not meant to assassinate him, but someone had sent him a message. As for why Bai Qing lied to Wang Qingguo, the reason was because of benefits. If he told the truth that someone had sent him a message to point out Zhu Xiechang and Kang Chang'an's hiding place, and that was why he caught the two people, then it would seem that he did not play any role in this matter. In order to show more of his credit, he could only say that he had found Zhu Xiechang and Kang Chang'an's hiding place by himself. On the other side, he was experiencing a real assassination. Dugu Xian rode alone from the center of the city to Xuanren Mill. When he was 3 houses away from Xuanren Mill, suddenly, dozens of arrows with cold light shot toward him from the surrounding walls of the houses. Dugu Xian was a martial arts master at the grandmaster level, and his perception of danger was far more sensitive than Bai Qing's. The moment before the arrows were shot, he felt a sense of danger, and his heart skipped a beat. In the face of dozens of arrows, Dugu Xian pulled out the sword at his waist. With the help of Li Zixuan, he had learned the 9 strategies beyond the sword's arrow-breaking style. There was a flash of sword light in the air, and the dozens of arrows were all broken by Dugu Xian. Ding, ding, ding! The arrows fell on the blue stone with a crisp sound, and the space was instantly silent. Who are you, scoundrel? How dare you commit murder in Taiyuan City? Come out! Dugu Xian had already dismounted. He stood with his sword in hand, glanced around, and shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 1855. Taiyuan City, on the streets outside Wenchang Square, was dead silent. Dugu Xian, alone with his sword, was holding his breath as he faced off against the air. Just a moment ago, dozens of glowing arrows had been shot at him from the walls around him. If he had not been a grandmaster, and if it had not been for the exquisite swordsmanship of 9 strategies beyond the swords, that volley of arrows would have been enough to injure him. Due to the sudden attack from the dark, Dugu Xian had focused all his attention on his swordsmanship and survival, so he had not paid attention to the enemy's specific location. Now that the enemy's attack had slowed down, Dugu Xian finally had time to observe his surroundings. However, at this moment, there was no one around him. If it had not been for the dozens of broken arrows lying on the ground, Dugu Xian would have thought that the frightening scene he had just experienced was an illusion. An expert. There was definitely a martial arts expert among the enemy, and there was more than one. When Dugu Xian had blocked the volley of arrows, he had clearly felt that a few of the arrows carried a huge amount of true qi. The person who had shot the arrows was definitely at the peak of qi transforming stage or above. Moreover, other than the few extremely powerful true qi arrows, the other assassins who had shot the arrows were all above the qi transforming stage. How did such a powerful assassination team sneak into Taiyuan City? And why did they choose to attack him at this time? At this moment, many questions flashed through Dugu Xian's mind. Since he had only gone to the south of the city to see if Zhu Xiechang and Kang Chang'an had been captured, he had not brought any guards with him when he came out of the courier station. At this moment, he was alone, but he was still fearless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dugu Xian happened to be standing at the intersection of 2 streets. His upper left, upper right, lower left, and lower right were all surrounded by the walls of the square. Just as Dugu Xian held his breath and was on full alert, dozens of masked men in black suddenly popped their heads out from the top of the walls of the square. In response to Dugu Xian's shout, they did not say anything. Instead, they responded with another volley of arrows. Humph! 9 strategies beyond the swords. Arrow-breaking style. Dugu Xian had not been on guard earlier, and that volley of arrows had not hurt him. Now that he was on guard, how could he be afraid of the black-clothed assassin using the same trick again? He snorted coldly, and then the tip of the sword in his hand trembled, pointing it at the arrows that were shooting towards him. The speed of his sword was too fast, and ordinary people could only see the countless blurry sword shadows in the air. Then, a A series of ding-ding-ding sounds could be heard, and the dozens of arrows all fell on the bluestone floor. Compared to his previous response, Dugu Xian's response this time was even more composed and casual, obviously under his full defense. These dozens of black-clothed experts could not hurt him. The arrow-breaking form of the Dugu Nine Swords was a supreme sword technique that could break all kinds of hidden weapons. However, Dugu Xian had only just begun to learn it. If he had mastered the Dugu Nine Swords, not only would he be able to resolve the danger he was in, he would also be able to deflect the enemy's arrow and use it to injure the enemy. But even so, it was more than enough for Dugu Xian at the moment. This arrow-breaking form could not only break the enemy's most threatening volley of arrows, but more importantly, the Dugu Nine Swords was more focused on the intent than the form. Defeating a move without a move did not consume much of one's vital energy. Therefore, even if these black-clothed experts were to shoot at him with their bows for 2 hours, Dugu Xian was still confident that he could block them with the arrow-breaking form. This was Taiyuan City. Not only were there patrolling officers, there were also guards stationed in the city. As long as he delayed these black-clothed men for 15 minutes, he would definitely be able to wait for reinforcements. Therefore, Dugu Xian was not worried about his own safety, unless these black-clothed experts had other tricks up their sleeves. The target is difficult to deal with. Scatter the smoke. On the eastern wall, a black-clothed masked man put away his longbow and quickly took out a small pouch made of fine gray cloth from his bosom. This man spoke in Turkic, and Dugu Xian could not understand him. From the looks of it, this man should be the leader of this group of masked men. Obviously, after witnessing Dugu Xian's exquisite swordsmanship and superb martial arts realm, he understood that it would be difficult to hurt Dugu Xian with the volley of arrows that they had used to assassinate Dugu Xian. Today's assassination had to be done quickly. Therefore, he had to change his strategy and abandon the vow to use poison. Since they were all masked, they would not be poisoned even if they used the smoke. In the blink of an eye, after the leader of the masked men gave the order, the black-clothed men on the walls around Dugu Xian took out powder wrapped in fine gray cloth from their bosoms and threw it in Dugu Xian's direction. All of this happened too quickly, and Dugu Xian was caught off guard. He could tell that these black-clothed men were not throwing hidden weapons at him, but it was definitely not something good either. It was very likely that it was some kind of medicine that could make him lose his ability to fight. 22 small pouches opened up above Dugu Xian's head, and the white powder in the pouches poured down. Dugu Xian's Dugu Nine Swords, arrow-breaking style, could defend against a sky full of arrows, but how could it defend against a sky full of powder? Dugu Xian immediately held his breath and retreated like lightning. He was facing the east, so he was retreating to the west. Unfortunately, the east wind was blowing in Taiyuan City. Although Dugu Xian's speed of retreat was fast, when the wind blew across the sky, it was inevitable that he would inhale some of the powder. Kill! Let's end this quickly. The leader of the masked assassins roared and pulled out the sword at his waist. He leaped from the wall and slashed viciously at Dugu Xian. The other 21 assassins followed suit, pulling out their swords and slashing at Dugu Xian. Humph! Good timing. Lone wind swordsmanship. Dugu Xian was not afraid at all, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, when these assassins were attacking from afar, it was not easy for him to take them down one by one. That was because it was difficult to change directions in the air. If he used his qinggong to leap onto the wall and kill one of the assassins, the other assassins would definitely shoot at him immediately. At that time, not only would it be difficult for him to change his position in the air, but it would also be difficult for him to use Nine Swords, arrow-breaking style. Now that these assassins had given up on long-range attacks and switched to close combat, it was exactly what Dugu Xian wanted. In terms of close combat, he had mastered both the lone wind swordsmanship and the lone wind swordsmanship. He was not afraid of these black-clothed assassins at all. Dugu Xian leaped into the air and spun in midair. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Pure and arrogant sword intent filled the entire alley. Immediately after, the dazzling sword aura clashed with the 22 sharp swords that were coming from all directions. Ding! 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 An ear-piercing sound of metal clanging instantly resounded through this area of the residential area. As it was almost 7 in the morning, those who were supposed to go out to work had already gone to work, and those who were supposed to go to the market had already gone to buy things. Therefore, there were not many pedestrians in the alley. However, the ear-piercing sound of metal had inevitably alarmed many of the residents. Some of the more daring onlookers were making their way over. Humph! What a futile struggle! At that moment, the leader of the masked assassins could not help but snort coldly. Dugu Xian could not help but be startled because the leader of the assassins was speaking in Han Chinese. "You are Han Chinese?" Dugu Xian could not help but exclaim in surprise. However, when he opened his mouth, he could not help but inhale some of the powder in the air. After realizing that something was wrong, Dugu Xian quickly shut his mouth. At that moment, the leader of the assassins snorted coldly. His aura suddenly changed, and his true chi surged. The long sword in his hand was filled with sword chi, and it let out a loud sword hum. Then, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Yes, his entire body had suddenly disappeared. Dugu Xian was instantly alarmed. He instinctively used his footwork and leaned his body slightly to the right by 3 inches. At the same time, a long sword glowing with a faint blue light appeared on his left side without warning. It brushed past his belt and stabbed forward viciously. Clearly, the leader of the assassins who had disappeared had launched a fatal attack from behind. If Dugu Xian had not subconsciously leaned his body to the right just now, that sword would have pierced through his entire body. A Grandmaster expert. This was the first time Dugu Xian had faced the leader of the assassins head-on. However, it was this exchange that made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. This leader of the assassins in black was actually a Grandmaster expert. Moreover, it seemed that he was a Grandmaster expert who specialized in assassination. At this moment, Dugu Xian suddenly felt a little dizzy. He understood that it was the effect of the powder that the other party had scattered. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Putting aside the fact that the other party's strength was higher than he had estimated, he had even been poisoned by the other party. It was truly a case of when it rains, it pours. Dugu Xian knew that if he could not escape in a short period of time, or if the reinforcements did not arrive before he fell, then it was very likely that he would die here today. Eh? The leader of the assassins exclaimed in surprise when his killing blow missed. Then, he gently raised his sleeve, and several cold lights shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for Dugu Xian's face. Hidden weapons. This leader of the assassins, as a Grandmaster expert, actually carried hidden weapons with him. This really refreshed Dugu Xian's 3 views. Generally, martial artists who had stepped into the Grandmaster realm had their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they disdained to use underhanded means such as hidden weapons and poison. However, the black-clothed assassin leader in front of him not only used poison, but also carried hidden weapons with him. He was really unscrupulous. Chapter 1856. Grand Commander? Grand Commander. Bad news. Bad news. General Dugu, who entered the city yesterday, was attacked by a group of black-clothed, masked assassins in the southern alley. The secret guard of the Wang family, who had run out from the place where Dugu Xian and the black-clothed assassins were fighting fiercely, had just passed through 2 houses when he ran into Wang Chenggu, who was escorting Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an back to the Wang family's ancestral home. He was startled at first, but then he hurried forward and cupped his fists. "What? You're saying that someone tried to assassinate General Dugu in the city?" Wang Chenggu was shocked when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand to signal for the troops behind him to stop. He then looked at the shadow guard and asked in a low voice. The shadow guard panted as he said, "Yes, Grand Commander." There were more than 20 of them, and General Dugu was alone. When this subordinate arrived, General Dugu seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. "Should we go?" "Hu Daliang by Qing. Take 10 of your brothers and bring Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an back to the ancestral home. The rest of you follow me." Without waiting for the guard to finish speaking, Wang Chenggu bellowed and ordered his subordinates. "Yes, Grand Commander." A round-faced man with a full beard, and Bai Qing hurriedly responded in unison. With that, the two of them called over 10 Wang family shadow guards and brought Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an back to the Wang family ancestral home. Wang Qinggu waved his hand, and the remaining 10 or so Wang family shadow guards followed him. Under the lead of the shadow guard who had reported earlier, they galloped wildly in the direction of the battle between Dugu Xian and the black-clothed men. As Wang Yu's trusted aide, Wang Qinggu naturally understood Wang Yu's current attitude toward the imperial court and the imperial family. He also knew why the Wang family's forces, both on the surface and in the shadows, had mobilized in full force yesterday to search for two businessmen who had nothing to do with the Wang family. It was precisely because of this that Wang Qinggu had made the decision to rescue Dugu Xian without any hesitation the moment he heard that someone had tried to assassinate him. Putting aside the fact that the Wang clan had mobilized all its forces yesterday mainly because Dugu Xian's younger brother, Dugu Feiying, had personally come to Wang Yu's door to ask for help, given the current relationship between the Wang clan and the imperial court, Wang Yu could not possibly sit by and watch as the commander of the imperial army was assassinated in the Wang clan's headquarters, Source Peak City, was assassinated by an unknown group of people. If something were to happen to Dugu Xinjin in Source Peak City, the Wang family and the officials of Source Peak City would face endless trouble. Therefore, there was no need to report this matter to Wang Yu. Wang Qinggu could guess Wang Yu's attitude. Most importantly, there was no time for him to return to the ancestral home and report the situation to Wang Yu. On the other side, at the post house, after Li Tai returned, he immediately gathered everyone in the academy and informed them of everything he had seen on Dragon Mountain in the morning, as well as his decision to set the location of the telegram relay station at Dragon Mountain Boy Temple. After understanding the general topography of Dragon Mountain Boy Temple, the academy's teachers and students, including Mo Chue, unanimously agreed that the telegram relay station should be built on Dragon Mountain. At that moment, Li Tai led the members of Team 5 and Team 6 with measuring tools and prepared to go up the mountain for a field survey. Mo Chue also followed. He also wanted to see the terrain and discuss with Li Tai the future construction plan. After leaving the post house, Li Tai did not see Dugu Xian. There was only Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army guarding the door. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. He went up to Dugu Feiying and asked, "General Feiying, where is General Dugu Xian? Didn't he come back with me just now?" Dugu Xian had already told Li Tai about Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an before entering the city yesterday, so Dugu Feiying had nothing to hide. He told the truth. "Your Highness, I just received news that the Wang family's shadow guards found Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an's whereabouts at Xuanren Square in the southeast of the city and were preparing to capture them. After my brother heard about it, he went alone to check it out. He should be back soon." Zhu Xiachang? Kang Chang'an? I heard that the Wang family had been looking for these two for almost an entire day yesterday, but they couldn't find their whereabouts. How did they suddenly find them today? Hearing this, Li Tai frowned and muttered to himself suspiciously. Now that the situation in Source Peak City was treacherous, Li Tai had become paranoid. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but as for what was wrong, he couldn't put his finger on it. Dugu Feiying's ears were sharp, so he naturally heard Li Tai's muttering. However, he could only pretend that he didn't hear it, because he couldn't answer this question. "Did you just say that General Dugu Xian went alone?" Suddenly, Li Tai raised his voice and asked Dugu Feiying. There was a faint nervousness in his expression. Dugu Xian was the strongest fighting force in the Imperial Army, and he was also the brain of the Imperial Army. If something happened to him, it would be almost impossible for the people from the Academy to complete their mission and return safely to the Academy. Therefore, Li Tai couldn't help but feel nervous when it came to Dugu Xian's safety. Dugu Feiying chuckled and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry. My brother is now a master. No one in Taiyuan City can hurt him." As Dugu Xian's younger brother, Dugu Feiying had full confidence in Dugu Xian's personal strength. Chapter 1857. Scorching Sun Saber Technique. The newcomer was none other than Wang Qinggu, who had just rushed over to help. When he saw the black-clothed man completely disregard him and insist on killing Dugu Xian first, Wang Qingguo was greatly alarmed and immediately used his trump card. Wang Qingguo held a large saber with both hands and spun it rapidly in the air. The scorching saber aura directly blasted away the other men in black who wanted to stop him. At the same time, his speed instantly doubled. He was originally about 30 meters away from Dugu Xian and the leader of the men in black. But in the blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. What a fast speed! Feeling the biting cold murderous intent behind him, the leader of the men in black frowned slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised by Wang Qingguo's extreme speed. Even when he was in his best condition, he could not reach such a fast speed, let alone when he was fighting with Dugu Xian earlier. Not only did he expend a lot of vital energy, but he also suffered some minor injuries. At this time, he had to make a choice. Should he continue to swing his sword to kill Dugu Xian, or turn around to block Wang Qingguo's swift and domineering saber? If he continued to kill Dugu Xian, by the time he stabbed his sword into Dugu Xian's throat, Wang Qingguo's saber would be close to his back. He would not be able to block it in time and would be seriously injured or even killed. If he gave up on Dugu Xian and turned around to block Wang Qingguo's attack, he was confident that he could withstand Wang Qingguo's saber. However, if he did so, Dugu Xian would be temporarily spared from death, and there would be many more variables in this assassination attempt. It was a difficult choice, but there was not much time left for the leader of the men in black to consider, because Wang Qingguo's saber was about to arrive. Concentrate all your strength and kill Dugu Xian first. At this critical moment, the leader of the black-clothed men did not hesitate. Almost instantly, he made a decision. He turned around at lightning speed and quickly formed a sword move to meet Wang Qingguo, who was flying towards him. At the same time, he shouted to the rest of the black-clothed men around him when he was attacked. Only children could make choices. Of course, adults would want all of them. The leader of the men in black did not want to die, but he did not want Dugu Xian to live either. Therefore, while turning around to block Wang Qingguo, he decisively ordered the rest of the assassins to surround and kill Dugu Xian. Although Dugu Xian was a master, at this time he was not only severely poisoned, but also seriously injured. Any warrior in the Qi-forming realm could easily kill him, not to mention that there were at least a dozen assassins in the Qi realm around Dugu Xian. Under the joint attack, Dugu Xian would die. Therefore, the leader of the black-clothed men did not hesitate to turn around and block Wang Qingguo. You don't know your own strength. Seeing the leader of the men in black block with his sword, Wang Qingguo's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt and ridicule. He snorted coldly and pushed the genuine qi all over his body to the extreme. Suddenly, the temperature in the space around him rose sharply. The leader of the men in black was the closest. At this moment, he felt as if there was a big burning fireball smashing toward him. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Wang Qingguo's strength. Wang Qingguo was definitely a master of martial arts close to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. The leader of the men in black wanted to change his move and turn around to escape, but it was too late. Everyone only heard a loud bang. The saber and the sword only had a short collision in the air, and the leader of the men in black was directly shaken out. He also hit the other two assassins who were going to assassinate Dugu Xian. Although the leader of the men in black was in the same martial arts realm as Wang Qingguo, he forgot that he was good at assassination, not head-on combat. Wang Qingguo, who was flying toward him, was very aggressive with his genuine qi and saber skills. Obviously, he was good at head-on combat. The leader of the men in black was using his own weakness against his opponent's strength. The outcome had already been decided before the fight. It had to be said that the previous battle with the drugged Dugu Xian had given the leader of the black-clothed men a misconception that his direct combat strength was also very strong. However, he had forgotten that Dugu Xian had been drugged at that time and had been relying on his strong willpower to stay awake. His strength was also much weaker than before, and there was no way he could beat Dugu Xian at his peak. Protect General Dugu. Try to keep one of these assassins alive. Wang Qingguo, who had shown his great power with one strike, did not stop. He swung his saber diagonally and split the two assassins who were surrounding him. He let out a loud cry and then rushed forward like lightning, trying to save Dugu Xian. who was struggling under the siege of the men in black. Seeing this, the dozen or so shadow guards of the Wang family hurriedly drew their weapons and joined the fray. Although the overall strength of these people was slightly inferior to the assassins, as the Wang family's shadow guards, they had all undergone many years of rigorous training. In terms of combat experience and tactical coordination, they were completely superior to these black-clothed men. Thus, the Wang family's shadow guards and the men in black were locked in a stalemate. On Wang Chengwu's side, this guy relied on his extraordinary strength to take care of the two assassins blocking his way and finally met up with Dugu Xian. As for the leader of the black-clothed men, the assassin, he didn't dare to face Wang Chengwu head-on. He could only use his own movement skills to constantly harass and assassinate Wang Chengwu and Dugu Xian. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in Dugu Xian's favor. "General Dugu, how are you?" Wang Chengwu asked Dugu Xian, who was barely standing behind him, during a break in the battle. I'm fine." Dugu Xian's sword was planted on the ground as he struggled to support his body. At this moment, not only did he want to sleep, but his eyelids were also struggling. He also felt that his vision was turning dark, and his physical strength was rapidly depleting. He was poisoned. "General Dugu, hang in there. I'll open a bloody path for you," Wang Chengwu said to Dugu Xian as he focused and held the broadsword in his hand. He was trying to determine where the leader of the men in black would appear in the next moment. He was going to give him a fatal blow. As the saying went, capture the ringleader first to capture the bandits. As long as he captured or killed the leader of the assassins in black, the rest of the assassins would scatter like birds and the danger of Dugu Xian would naturally be resolved. Obviously, Wang Chengwu could see that Dugu Xian was not in a good condition. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and bring him back for treatment. Otherwise, even if he did not die under the enemy's sword, he would die from the poison later. "Sneaky bastard. Let's see where you can hide this time." Suddenly, Wang Chengwu's eyes flashed. He quickly infused his true qi into his broadsword. Then, he disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. His entire body was covered in a blazing radiance as he slashed at Dugu Xian's right rear. Chapter 1858. What? General Dugu was attacked by a group of assassins in the southern part of the city? The shopkeeper of the Chu ironware shop, Kong Chang'an, was ambushed by 3 black-clothed men on his way back? At the same time, in the Wang clan's ancestral home, after listening to Bai Qing's report, Wang Yu abruptly stood up from his seat, his face ashen. The Wang clan had been in Taiyuan for many years, but this was the first time someone had slapped them in the face. This subordinate is incompetent. "Patriarch, please punish me." Bai Qing and the other Wang clan covert guards got down on one knee and bowed. "Where's Chang Wu?" Wang Yu walked up to Bai Qing with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. "Patriarch." The Grand Commander received the news and went to the southern part of the city to rescue General Dugu. "We brought Zhu Xiechang and Kong Chang'an's corpses back first." Bai Qing replied in full detail. "Quickly bring people to the southern part of the city." Wang Yu was silent for a moment. Then he ordered, "In addition, bring people to the provincial governor's residence and inform Provincial Governor Wang." Wang Yu knew very well that this was not the time to hold these people accountable. The most important thing now was to ensure Dugu Xian's safety. If something happened to Dugu Xian, then the Wang family would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Zhu Xiechang and Kong Chang'an had been found and escorted back by the Wang clan, but one of them had been killed right under the eyes of the Wang clan guards. Logically speaking, the Wang clan had to bear the main responsibility. And if something happened to Dugu Xian, the commander of the Imperial Army, in Taiyuan City, the Wang clan would not be able to escape responsibility. After all, who told the Wang clan to be the local tyrant of Taiyuan City? Yes, Patriarch. Bai Qing and the others left with the order. Inside the room, Wang Yu paced around the hall with his hands behind his back. Princess Tongan, who was sitting to the side, frowned and said, "Dugu Xian was attacked, and the key suspect they were looking for was ambushed. Who are these people? How dare they commit murder in public in Taiyuan City, and even make a move against our Wang clan?" Wang Yu paused and sighed. No matter where they come from, since they dared to behave so atrociously in Taiyuan City, this old man will definitely ferret them out. Moreover, I'm afraid that this group of people's goal isn't so simple. Their true goal should be... At this point, Wang Yu turned to look in the northwest direction. That was the post house in Taiyuan City. Li Tai and the other Yanhuang college teachers and students were staying there. Princess Tong and naturally understood what Wang Yu was trying to say. Her heart sank slightly as she revealed a worried expression. The other party wants to harm Qing Ke. In this way, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to Sui province for the time being. Speaking of which, she and Li Tai had returned to their ancestral home from Qizhou. Originally, they had planned to settle Wang Renbiao's matter and then immediately return to Suizhou. However, Li Tai was her grandnephew. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, whether it was public or private, she had to look after Li Tai. After all, this was Taiyuan, the territory of her husband's family. We definitely can't return to Suizhou for the time being. Nothing must happen to King Wei and the others in Taiyuan City. Right now, he had to see if Changwu could save Dugu Xian and capture one or two of them alive. From the looks of it, we are in the open while the enemy is in the dark. Moreover, the enemy knows everything about us like the back of his hand. We must grasp the enemy's situation as soon as possible. Wang Yu sternly said, his eyes blazing. As the saying went, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle. Although the Wang clan was powerful, if they knew nothing about the enemy's situation, they would be constantly on the defensive. This was something that Wang Yu did not wish to see. Princess Tong and silently nodded. Reporting. Patriarch. The Grand Marshal has rescued General Dugu. Hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Soon after, Bai Qing, who had left earlier, ran into the hall and cupped his fists to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall, suddenly had his eyes light up. He turned around and said with a face full of joy, "Good! That's great! Where is Changwu now? And how is General Dugu? Is he injured?" Although he and Princess Tong and had analyzed that the enemy's target was likely Li Tai, they had no good ideas. After all, the heavy responsibility of protecting Li Tai's group could only be shouldered by Dugu Xian and the other Imperial Army soldiers. The Wang clan could not shoulder this responsibility. Thus, nothing could happen to Dugu Xian. Moreover, no matter what, Dugu Xian was the commander of the Northern Imperial Army. If he were to die in Taiyuan City for no reason, no one would be able to bear Li Er's wrath. After all, the Northern Imperial Army was Li Er's trump card, and the commander of this army represented Li Er to a certain extent. Chapter 1859. Whoever could cure Dugu Xian would be rewarded with 3,000 strings of cash. Hearing this, the doctors who had yet to take Dugu Xian's pulse froze, their breathing quickening. Doctors were humans too, and they had emotions and desires. Almost no one would not be tempted by a reward like 3,000 strings of cash. After all, that was a fortune that could allow them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. However, the prerequisite for all of this was to cure Dugu Xian. This old man is quite knowledgeable in detoxification. May I take a look at General Dugu? Just as everyone was about to give it a try, an old man stroked his beard and said, "Old sir, please." Dugu Feiying hurriedly gestured for the old man to go ahead. The old man nodded, and then he slowly walked over to the bed. He first took Dugu Xian's pulse, and then he looked at the wounds on Dugu Xian's arms and back. His expression instantly changed when he saw them. Dugu Feiying hurriedly asked, "Old sir, what poison was inflicted on my brother? Is there an antidote?" Everyone in the room, including the doctors, turned to look at the old man. Although the doctors could tell that Dugu Xian was poisoned, they didn't know what kind of poison Dugu Xian was poisoned with. This was also the main reason why they couldn't do anything about it. After all, if they did not even know what poison the patient was inflicted with, how could they possibly cure it? The old man calmly returned Dugu Xian's body to its original position on the bed, then said with a serious expression, "General Dugu was inflicted with 3 poisons. The first is a knockout powder, which should have been inhaled through the nose and mouth, causing General Dugu to be unconscious. As for the second poison, if I'm not wrong, it should come from the devil's snare flower in India. Moreover, it's taken from the devil's snare flower seed and not its petals, so it's more poisonous. The person who injured General Dugu should have smeared this poison on their weapon. Those who are poisoned will first feel dizzy and have a headache, followed by tachycardia, hallucinations, delirium, and convulsions. If the poison isn't detoxified as soon as possible, it will take at most 2 days to half a day for the poisoned person to slowly die in their sleep. The third poison is the strong poison hook kiss, which should have been smeared on the weapon. The victim will first feel dizzy, then have their heartbeat slow down and then speed up. Their limbs will also feel cold. This poison is extremely strong, and if the antidote is not cured within 2 hours, the victim will definitely die. Not even a deity can save him. Hook kiss, also known as heartbreak grass, humang vine, etc., is highly poisonous. The moment the old man finished speaking, the doctors in the room were shocked. They could not help but whisper, "What? Devil's snare and hook kiss? Both of them are rare poisons in the world." That's right. No wonder I didn't see it earlier. It turns out that General Dugu was poisoned by these 2 poisons. I'm afraid he's done for. Sigh. These 2 poisons. I'm afraid no one in this world. I don't know if half-immortal Lu can cure them? He is an expert in detoxification. Hearing these people's private discussions, even if Dugu Feiying didn't know how to treat illnesses and save people, he still knew his brother's current situation. However, he still looked at the old man unwillingly and asked, "Old mister, since you already know what kind of poison my brother is suffering from, then you must have a way to cure my brother's poison, right? Don't worry, as long as you can cure my brother, the Dugu family is willing to take out 3,000 strings to express our gratitude." When Dugu Feiying said this, the doctors standing at the side immediately felt uncomfortable. What was the most uncomfortable thing in the world? There was money to be earned, but he couldn't earn it himself. The old man bitterly laughed, shook his head and said, "The people of Taiyuan City call me half-immortal Lu, but this old man is just a mortal with a mortal body. How can I be considered a half-immortal? I'm afraid that only a true immortal can cure General Dugu's poison. This old man is really powerless. I hope that your highness and young general can find someone else as soon as possible. Don't delay General Dugu's treatment." Hearing this, the doctors in the room were relieved, but also sighed with some regret. Even half-immortal Lu can't cure the devil's snare and hook's kiss poison. In order not to delay Dugu Xian's treatment, half-immortal Lu cupped his hands and left. The other doctors knew that their medical skills were not as good as half-immortal Lu's, so they also left the room. Perhaps only Mr. Gong's son can cure this poison. When a doctor walked out of the room, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Mr. Gong's son? Which Mr. Gong's son? When Dugu Feiying, who was in despair, heard this, it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He quickly wanted to chase out of the room, but when he went out, the doctors were already far away. He pulled over the constable of the provincial government office standing at the door and asked, "Who is this Mr. Gong's son they were talking about? Can he cure the poison in my brother's body?" Chapter 1860. 1 coin of skullcap root, 1 coin of gold thread, 2 coins of philodendron, 1 coin of licorice, 1 coin of mung bean, 1 coin of honeysuckle, half a coin of forsythia. Inside the Taiyuan courier station, Gong's son Liang picked up a brush and wrote 2 prescriptions on a piece of paper without hesitation. The alchemy apprentice who came in with him frowned, but due to Gong's son Liang's prestige, he didn't say anything. After a while, Gong's son Liang finally put away the brush and handed the prescriptions to the medicine boy, saying, "Xiao Bao, take these 2 prescriptions and quickly go back to the medicine hall to get the herbs. Let your senior brother pick the best herbs. Go and come back quickly." "Oh, yes, master." The medicine boy wanted to say something but hesitated. But in the end, he took the prescriptions and turned to leave. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and grabbed the medicine boy, saying, "This place is not close to the rejuvenation hall. I will ride a horse and take you there. This way we can save a lot of time." He did not forget that before Master Lu left. He said that if the hook kiss poison in Dugu Xian's body was not cured within 2 hours, he would die without a doubt. Although Gong Sun Liang in front of him had promised to save Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying did not dare to risk his brother's life. In fact, since Gong Sun Liang could boast, then the 2 hours were invalid. Even if the medicine boy could not come back within 2 hours, he had his own way to ensure that Dugu Xian would not die. The medicine boy looked back at Gong Sun Liang and saw that Gong Sun Liang was smiling without saying anything, so he nodded in agreement. "Thank you, General." After saying that, the two walked out of the post house together. Inside the room, Gong Sun Liang opened the medicine box and took out a wooden box with 24 gold needles. He waved to Iron Egg, who was standing beside Li Tai, and said, "Kid, come and help this old man lift this general up and take off his clothes. This old man wants to give him the needles." Li Tai frowned and complained in his heart. "Is this old man still holding a grudge? Is that why he's called Iron Egg and not me?" In fact, this was completely Li Tai thinking too much. Although Gong Sun Liang had an eccentric temperament, he was already 70 to 80 years old. His tolerance was not small to the point of being angry with a child. The reason why he called for Iron Egg to come over and help instead of Li Tai was because in terms of physique, Iron Egg was stronger than Li Tai. Moreover, Li Tai was the king of Wei. Even if he did not put him in his eyes, he could not so blatantly order him around. Otherwise, Li Tai's subordinates would jump out and accuse him. He did not want to cause trouble. "Oh!" Iron Egg, who was suddenly called out, was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he quickly walked forward and helped Dugu Xian up from the bed. He also took off the latter's shirt. Suddenly, Dugu Xian's strong muscles and the wounds on his body that had only been treated were exposed to the air. "This old man is going to perform acupuncture. I need some peace and quiet. The fewer people in the room, the better." Gong Sun Liang took out a golden needle from the needle box. He did not immediately insert it but turned to Li Tai and the others. Li Tai frowned, but he did not say anything. He waved at the guards in the room and said, "All of you leave." Understood. Although the Imperial Guards were worried about Dugu Xian's injuries and Li Tai's safety, they still left. Apart from Dugu Xian and Gong Sun Liang, only Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Wang Yu were left in the room. As for Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, Mo Chue, and the others, they were at the Longshan Boy Temple. After learning of Dugu Xian's assassination, Li Tai did not stop their plan to build a telegraph relay station. On one hand, he arranged for Qin Huayu, Mo Chue, and the others to proceed as planned. On the other hand, he and Dugu Feiying rushed back to the courier station to rescue Dugu Xian. Seeing that the room was finally spacious, Gong Sun Liang nodded in satisfaction. He held his breath and focused his mind. His aura suddenly changed, becoming serious and serious. He was like a completely different person from before. Then, he raised the golden needle and inserted it into the Tiantu acupoint on Dugu Xian's chest. The speed of his insertion was as fast as lightning. It was not a speed that an old man of his age could possess. Then, Gong Sun Liang took out the golden needles from the wooden box and inserted them into Dugu Xian's Xuanji acupoint, Shenzong acupoint, Huagai acupoint, Shanzhong acupoint, and Jue acupoint. The 6 golden needles stood proudly on Dugu Xian's chest. Immediately afterward, Gong Sun Liang placed his right hand an inch above the 6 golden needles. The 6 golden needles seemed to be driven by an invisible force and began to vibrate rhythmically. A few drops of sweat appeared on Gong Sun Liang's forehead at this time, controlling the needles with qi. Who would have thought that this frail old man in front of them was actually a martial artist? He could even control the needles with qi. Iron Egg, who was closest to Gong Sun Liang, could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Obviously, he did not expect Gong Sun Liang to practice Nigong. Looking at Dugu Xian's chest, the chest that was originally covered in black gas was gradually returning to its normal color. After a while, Gong Sun Liang let out a sigh of relief and put down his palm. The golden needles naturally stopped vibrating, but the old man had no intention of withdrawing the needles. Taking advantage of this gap, Iron Egg could not help but ask, "Mr. Gong Sun Liang, did you use qi to control the needles?" Could it be that Mr. Gong's son Liang also practiced Nigong? Iron Egg was also a martial artist. Although his martial arts realm was not high, he could still clearly feel that Gong's son Liang had transferred his qi into Dugu Xian's acupoints through the golden needles. That was why he asked this question. Gong's son Liang was sitting on the couch with his eyes closed at this time. When he heard Iron Egg's question, he opened his eyes and looked at Iron Egg with interest. Then, he smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were also a martial artist. Moreover, your eyesight and knowledge are good. At such a young age, you actually know how to control the needles with qi. Who is your master?" Although Gong's son Liang did not directly answer Iron Egg's question, he tacitly agreed with Iron Egg's guess. Hearing this, Li Tai, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes in shock. Although he was not a martial artist and had never practiced medicine, he had still heard of using qi to control needles. Previously, when Li Gang was injured by Wuxia, his life was in danger. It was Sun Simiao, Li Zishuan, and Xian Qing, these three top medical masters, who worked together to control the needles with qi, that pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Li Tai never expected that on this trip to Taiyuan, he would meet a master like Sun Simiao who could control needles with qi. At this moment, Li Tai didn't dare underestimate Gong's son Liang in the slightest. Iron Egg thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "My master is the current Marquis of Yong and Li Zishuan, who is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. My master and Taoist son of the college both know how to control needles with qi, and I have seen both of them before, so I could recognize them." "Oh!" Gong's son Liang let out a long "oh." It was unknown whether he had really heard of Li Zishuan or was pretending to have heard of him. After a moment, he asked, "The Taoist son you are talking about, is it Sun Simiao? He actually went to Yanhuang College?" Li Tai couldn't help but say at this time, "Taoist son is naturally the doctor's son that everyone praises. He is now in the medical school of our college. In addition to Dr. Sun, our medical school has many masters with superb medical skills. Even many respected doctors from the Imperial Medical Department have joined our medical school. In time, our medical school will definitely be able to cultivate many students with superb medical skills." As a student of Yanhuang College, naturally, he was proud of Yanhuang College. Moreover, Li Tai had another intention in saying this, which was to make Gong's son Liang interested in Yanhuang College. If he could directly attract Gong's son Liang to join Yanhuang College, that would be even better. He believed that Li Zishuan would definitely remember his merit. After all, although the words of this old man in front of him were not very pleasing, he still had some real skills. "Oh, Yanhuang College." Gong's son Liang smacked his lips and didn't say anything more. After adjusting his breath for a moment, he stood up and said to Wang Yu, "This old man just used a golden needle to protect the general's heart meridian to ensure that the poison won't enter his lungs in a short period of time. The poison of datura is relatively mild in nature, but it is like a gangrene attached to the bone and is extremely difficult to eradicate. The poison of hook kiss is extremely poisonous, like a flood or a fierce beast. These two poisons, under normal circumstances, are difficult to achieve the effect of fighting poison with poison. However, the two medicines this old man prescribed are used to induce the two poisons in the general's body and balance the power of the two poisons so that they can be used to fight poison with poison. After Xiaobao brings the herbs here, boil the medicine near the post house and then feed it to the general. This old man will administer the needles from the side to ensure that the two poisons will not harm the general's heart meridian." Hearing this, whether it was Wang Yu, Li Tai, or Iron Egg, all of them gasped. Under normal circumstances, when a patient was poisoned, the first thing a doctor would do was to detoxify the patient. However, this old man in front of them not only did not detoxify Dugu Xian, but also directly used the power of the medicinal stone to induce the poison to act up in advance for fear that it would take too long for the poison to take effect. This kind of medicine was simply too radical and too bold, wasn't it? Wang Yu looked at Gong's son Liang with a strange expression and then asked tentatively, "Mr. Gong's son, are you confident?" Gong's son Liang smiled confidently and said, "Of course. Didn't this old man say at the beginning that I have a 90% chance of eliminating the poison in the general's body?" Hearing this, everyone was speechless again. At the very beginning, Gong Sun Liang did say this, but at that time, this old man didn't even take Dugu Xian's pulse. Everyone knew that it was just a formality and couldn't be taken seriously. But who would have thought that this old man would actually take it seriously? Could it be that no matter what kind of person he treated, he would say that he had a 90% chance? Or was it that for him, 90% and 10% were almost the same with the probability of failure? At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by someone saying, "Reporting to Your Highness, the Bing Province Provincial Governor requests an audience." Chapter 1861. There's no need for you to follow me. The Imperial Army will be responsible for my safety. You are the provincial governor of a province and have a lot of work to do. I don't want Bing Province to fall into chaos because of me. I can't bear the responsibility. In Taiyuan Post Station, Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing Province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Wang Liaoyuan was relieved to hear Li Tai's tone soften. He looked at Dugu Xian on the bed and asked, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need me to find a famous doctor in the city?" "Haha, there's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be fine." Li Tai smiled faintly. After seeing Gongsun Liang's medical skills, Li Tai's trust in the old man increased. Although Gongsun Liang's explanation of the detoxification process was shocking, in Taiyuan City, only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he had also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and his treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and did not make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang had appeared in this post station. What was going on? Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. But when he saw Wang Yu, who was stroking his beard and smiling silently at the side, the bewilderment in his eyes instantly vanished, and it was replaced by a wisp of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be fine. Wang Liaoyuan nodded after a moment of shock. "Master, I've brought the medicine back." At this time, Dugu Feng came in with Gongsun Liang's little apprentice. The little apprentice carried a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Little Bao, decoct the medicine yourself. First, use martial fire to decoct it for a quarter of an hour, then slowly decoct it for half an hour. Then, bring it over and feed it to this general." "Yes, master." The little medicine apprentice accepted the order. Dugu Feng quickly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the kitchen of the post house." "Your Majesty, look. Today's Datong Daily's headline is very interesting." After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lijiang Hall in the west court of the imperial palace. When Empress Zhongsun saw Li Er come, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Li Er and said with a smile. She also saw that Li Er looked tired and wanted to let Li Er read the newspaper and relax. "Oh? What news? I'll take a look." Hearing what Empress Zhongsun said, Li Er was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper from Empress Zhongsun. He glanced at the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. "The cutest person? Liu? Was it this girl who wrote the news again?" After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Li Er couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Liu, not only because he had personally made Liu the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Liu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Liu entered the palace to accept the reward. At that time, Liu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Zhongsun smiled at this time and said, Yes, it was written by Li Yu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety is the responsibility of the imperial army. You are a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility. Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Xian on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" "Haha, there's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said, after seeing Gongsun Liang's treatment methods, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he had also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and never visited patients. But now, Gongsun Liang appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. "Master, I've brought the medicine back." At this moment, Dugu Feng pushed open the door from outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Xiaobao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 15 minutes, then slowly fry it for half an hour. After that, bring it over and feed it to this general." "Yes, master." The little medicine boy obeyed the order. Dugu Feng hurriedly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen of the post station." "Your Majesty, look, today's Datong Daily's headline looks very interesting." After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lijiang Hall in the west court of the imperial palace. When Empress Zhongsun saw Li Er coming, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Li Er and said with a smile. She also saw Li Er's tired face and wanted to let Li Er read the newspaper to relax. "Oh, what news? I'll take a look." Hearing Empress Zhongsun's words, Li Er was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper handed over by Empress Zhongsun. His eyes swept over the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. "The cutest person? Liu? Was it this girl who wrote the news again?" After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Li Er couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Liu, not only because he had personally made Liu the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Liu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Liu entered the palace to accept the reward. At that time, Liu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Zhongsun smiled at this time and said, "Yes, it was written by Liu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety is the responsibility of the imperial army. You are a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility. Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Xian on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" Haha, there's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be able to turn the situation into safety. Li Tai smiled faintly and said, after seeing Gongsun Liang's treatment methods, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang? Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and didn't make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. "Master, I've brought the medicine back." At this time, Dugu Feng pushed open the door from outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few big and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Xiaobao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 15 minutes, then slowly fry it for half an hour. After that, bring it over and feed it to this general." "Yes, master." The little medicine boy naturally obeyed. Dugu Feng hurriedly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen of the post station." "Your Majesty, look, today's Datong Daily's headline looks very interesting." After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lijiang Hall in the west court of the imperial palace. When Empress Zhongsun saw Li Er coming, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Li Er and said with a smile. She also saw Li Er's tired face and wanted to let Li Er read the newspaper to relax. "Oh? What news? I'll take a look." Hearing Empress Zhongsun's words, Li Er was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper handed over by Empress Zhongsun. His eyes swept over the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. "The cutest person? Liu? Was it this girl who wrote the news again?" After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Li Er couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Liu, not only because he had personally appointed Liu as the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Liu. The most important thing was that, after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Liu entered the palace to receive the reward. At that time, Liu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, "Yes, it was written by Liu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety will be taken care of by the imperial guards. You are also a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in the entire Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Xian on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" "Haha, there's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said, after seeing Gongsun Liang's medical skills, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and didn't make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang actually appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. "Master, I've brought the medicine back." At this time, Dugu Feiying pushed open the door from the outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Immediately take these to the kitchen. Xiaobao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for a quarter of an hour, then slowly fry it for half an hour, then bring it over to feed this general." Chapter 1862. County Magistrate. His Majesty has issued a decree to reward the merchants who participated in the charity event yesterday. Other than publicly praising them on Datong Daily, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. However, more than half of the merchants who donated money yesterday came from our Lantian County. The total amount of money donated by these merchants is close to 260,000 strings of cash. If our Lantian County collects taxes according to His Majesty's decree, won't we collect less than 260,000 strings of cash in business tax? The county office's treasury is already not abundant, and we even donated 10,000 strings of cash yesterday. After that, the county office still has to expand the city and assist Yunshan in laying electric wires for the county. Now that His Majesty has issued a decree, the business tax collected by our county office will be reduced sharply in the future. What should we do? In the back hall of the Lantian County office, County Deputy Meng held a notice in his hand as he worriedly spoke to County Magistrate He. In the hall, other than the two of them, there was also Registrar Zhang and County Lieutenant Wang. It could be said that all the administrative officials of the Lantian County office were present. As for Dian Hu and Constable Sun, they were in charge of the prison and public security, so they did not participate in this small-scale meeting within the county office. The notice in County Deputy Meng's hand was naturally the notice of commending merchants that was posted in Chong, N and the surrounding counties after the morning court. The four people present had all seen it. After County Deputy Meng finished speaking, Registrar Zhang could not help but speak up. "County Magistrate, County Deputy Meng's worries are not without reason. Back then, Marquis returned the financial authority of Lantian County to the county office and instructed us to collect and use the taxes collected by the county office for the people. Seeing that the business in the city has just picked up and the business tax collected is increasing month by month, the county office dares to start many large and small projects. Right now, we have such a big business and borrowed a lot of money from Yanhuang Bank. Furthermore, the expansion of the city walls and the laying of electric wires will require a lot of money. If we follow His Majesty's decree to collect taxes, in the remaining 5 months of this year, I'm afraid we will only be able to collect 1 or 2,000 strings of cash in business tax, which is just a drop in the bucket. In this way, not only will the two projects be stopped, but the money that our county office owes Yanhuang Bank will also be difficult to pay off. Therefore, I think that if we don't follow the emperor's order to collect taxes, we will continue to collect taxes according to the original policy. It had to be said that Li Er's imperial edict to reward the merchants who participated in the donation gathering yesterday had somewhat disrupted the development of Lantian County. If the tax reduction decree was implemented according to the imperial edict, Lantian County would suffer a huge financial loss. First of all, there were currently more than 600 merchants in Lantian County. However, there were more than 300 merchants who participated in the fundraising event yesterday. Overall, the merchants who were willing to participate in the fundraising event at least proved that their shops were on the right track and were even making a lot of profits. These merchants were currently the largest taxpayers in Lantian County. The reason why the other 300-plus merchants did not participate in the fundraiser was that, apart from a few people who were naturally stingy, most of the merchants had just moved to Lantian County. Their shops had already established themselves in Lantian County. In other words, they were not making any profits or were making very little profits, causing them to be short on cash. These merchants were the ones that Lantian County's county government needed to support. At present, they could not contribute much to Lantian County's tax revenue. If they were to collect taxes according to Li Er's tax reduction decree, the financial situation of Lantian County's county government in the next few months could be imagined. In addition, the tax collection rate in Lantian County was 1 out of 6, while the tax collection rate in the other provinces and counties in Tang Dynasty was 1 out of 30. This would lead to a problem. 2 merchants had participated in the fundraising event yesterday and donated 1,000 strings of coins. However, one of them was from Lantian County while the other was from another county. According to Li Er's edict, the 2 of them would receive a tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins for the rest of the year. This might not seem like a problem, but if one were to combine it with the different tax collection rates in Lantian County and outside of Lantian County, there would be a huge problem. According to the tax collection rate of 1 out of 30 for most provinces and counties in Tang Dynasty, as long as the merchant from another county who donated 1,000 strings of coins did not make a total profit of more than 30,000 strings of coins for the remaining 5 months of the year, he would not have to pay any additional tax to the imperial court. In other words, only when he made a total profit of 30,000 strings of coins in 5 months would he be able to use up the tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins that he received from the fundraising event. But in reality, there were very few merchants in the entire Tang Dynasty who could make a profit of 30,000 strings of coins in 5 months. In other words, even though the merchant from another county who donated 1,000 strings of coins received a tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins, he would not be able to use up this tax exemption because his profits in 5 months were likely to be only 10,000 strings of coins or less. In this way, the imperial court's actual loss of tax from this merchant was only 1 out of 30 of 10,000 strings of coins, which was around 300 strings of coins or less. But the Lantian County merchant who donated 1,000 strings of coins was different. According to the tax collection rate of 1 out of 6 in Lantian County, as long as his total profit in the next 5 months of the year could reach 6,000 strings of coins, he would be able to use up the entire tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins. At this time, the Lantian County's official loss of business tax from this merchant was a solid 1,000 strings of string of coins, without any discount. Chapter 1863. In some TV series, there was often such a scene. When the male lead, female lead, was seriously injured and unconscious, it was difficult to feed the medicine. Therefore, the female lead, male lead, would first pack the medicine into her mouth, and then feed the male lead, female lead, the medicine mouth to mouth. Putting aside the need of the plot for the time being, from a pure medical point of view, did this method have a scientific basis? Obviously not. Not to mention that when a person was lying down, it was very easy to reflux and accidentally inhale the liquid into the trachea. Even if the medicine was fed mouth to mouth, it would not change this reality. In addition, feeding medicine to a patient in a coma, no matter what position, lying down or sitting, was an extremely dangerous behavior in itself. In modern medicine, coma refers to the complete loss of consciousness. It is a serious vision of a person who has completely lost awareness of things. It is a high degree of mental breakdown due to the serious suppression of the higher nerves for various reasons. The cause must be found as soon as possible, and effective measures must be taken in time to save the patient. Generally, coma is divided into two types: shallow coma and deep coma. Shallow coma refers to the patient losing consciousness, but the pharyngeal reflex, corneal reflex, and pupil reflex still exist. The patient will still have a painful expression and slight movement in response to strong stimuli such as compression of the eye socket and stimulation of the nerves of the eye socket. In deep coma, the patient does not respond to various stimuli. The clinical symptoms are muscle relaxation, incontinence, and so on. It is impossible for such a patient in a deep coma to spontaneously swallow. Once the liquid is poured into the mouth, because the patient does not have the basic swallowing reflex, the liquid will not squirm along the esophagus to reach the stomach. Instead, a large amount of liquid will gather in the throat, making it very easy to reflux and accidentally inhale due to choking. In other words, these things will mistakenly enter the trachea and reach the lungs, resulting in aspiration pneumonia. In this case, a lung infection is often life-threatening. Therefore, in modern hospitals, as long as the patient's swallowing reflex is not good, such as the neurological department's medulla oblongata paralysis, the doctor will consider feeding the patient with a gastric tube and nasal feeding diet as well as medicine and water. They will not risk the patient's life. Although Gong Sun Liang did not know the professional terms such as swallowing reflex and advanced nerves, nor did he know that there was such an alternative method of feeding drugs through a nasogastric tube, it did not mean that one's personal problem-solving ability would be limited even if one's knowledge was limited by the age when one reached the peak of one's expertise in a certain field. When he first examined Dugu Xian's injuries, Gong Sun Liang had not only checked Dugu Xian's pulse, but also checked Dugu Xian's eyelids, mouth, and other parts of his body. He wanted to confirm whether Dugu Xian was still conscious and whether he could swallow medicine on his own. It was because he was certain that the unconscious Dugu Xian still had a certain level of consciousness that Gong Sun Liang gave him the prescription and dared to let the little medicine boy decoct and feed the medicine to Dugu Xian. "All right, little treasure. I won't feed him for now. Take the bowl of medicine and wait at the side." Under the care of the little medicine boy, Dugu Xian barely managed to drink half a bowl of medicine. If he was fed any more, the medicine would all flow out. Seeing this, Gong Sun Liang spoke up to stop him. In his opinion, half a bowl of medicinal soup was enough for the two poisons in Dugu Xian's body to take effect. "Yes, master." The little medicine boy did not hesitate. After wiping the medicine from the corner of Dugu Xian's mouth with a handkerchief, he decisively took the bowl of medicine and stood aside. Chapter 1864. Your Majesty. His Highness King of Wei has sent an urgent report. In the hall of Ganlu, Li Er, who had received spiritual comfort from Empress Zhongsun, was reviewing memorials. A young eunuch from the imperial astronomer urgently requested an audience. After the young eunuch entered the hall, he held a slip of paper in his hands and bowed to Li Er to report. An urgent report from Azure Sparrow? Li Er raised an eyebrow, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He hurriedly said to the young eunuch, "What urgent report? Quickly bring it up for us to see." "Yes, Your Majesty." The young eunuch raised the slip of paper over his head. Zhao Song hurriedly walked over, took the slip of paper, and then quickly walked forward and handed it to Li Er. "What? Dugu Xian was assassinated in Taiyuan City?" After taking the slip of paper from Zhao Song and reading its contents, Li Er's face suddenly paled and he cried out in alarm. His voice was thick with anger and disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, he had declared in front of Empress Zhongsun how many guards Li Tai had in Taiyuan City and how safe he was. But in just a few minutes, the cruel reality had viciously slapped Li Er in the face. Li Tai's strongest fighting force, the commander of the Great Tang's Northern Yamen Imperial Army, had been assassinated in Taiyuan City. Although he didn't know Dugu Xian's current condition, whether he had been injured or whether his injuries were fatal, the assassination attempt on Dugu Xian meant that there was a faction in Taiyuan City that was resisting the Great Tang Imperial Court and plotting something. They had even dared to assassinate a general of the Imperial Court. This meant that Li Tai was not absolutely safe in Taiyuan City and might be the next target of the assassins. This also reflected the grim situation in Taiyuan City. Zhao Song, who was standing next to Li Er, also revealed a look of shock upon hearing Li Er's words. Zhao Song was well aware of Dugu Xian's strength. He was a grandmaster-level martial arts expert before the age of 30. Apart from Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian's martial arts talent was probably the best among all the generals in the imperial court. Moreover, after Li Zishuan's guidance, Dugu Xian's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. If he used his full strength, even Zhao Song would have a headache. How could such a great expert encounter an assassination attempt in Source Peak City? Just how powerful and confident was the enemy? Send a telegram quickly. Tell Qing Ke to tell me the details of Dugu Xian's assassination. Also, order Bing Province's Governor Wang Liaoyuan to capture the assassin within 7 days. Otherwise, I will not let him off easily. Fang Gongting of Bingzhou's Zhichong residence was temporarily given the title of commandant. He also had the authority to command the troops to assist Wang Liaoyuan in maintaining the security of Taiyuan and protect the safety of the King of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. The imperial edict of appointment will be sent to Taiyuan City by carrier pigeon. After reading the contents of the note, Li Er's face darkened. After thinking for a moment, he gave the order to the young eunuch from the imperial astronomer. It was a military taboo to change generals in battle, so Li Er did not directly remove Wang Liaoyuan from his position. Instead, he gave the latter a chance to make up for his mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty, the young eunuch replied, then quickly left the hall. Zhao Song, write what I just said into an imperial edict. Then, use the Wang family's carrier pigeon to send it to Taiyuan as quickly as possible. After the young eunuch left, Li Er instructed Zhao Song, who was beside him. This matter concerned the appointment of generals and the mobilization of troops. It was impossible to rely on telegrams alone. An official imperial edict was required. Chapter 1865. Fei. Feiying, have you caught Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an? Hurry. Interrogate them as soon as possible. Long delays may cause trouble. In Taiyuan City, in the inn, Dugu Xian, who had just woken up, felt weak and thirsty. After drinking 3 cups of water from Dugu Feiying, Dugu Xian felt a little better. He had recovered some of his strength, so he grabbed Dugu Feiying's arm and said, Brother Dugu Feiying, let's go. The first thing on Dugu Xian's mind when he woke up was not his injuries, but the person behind the scenes. Obviously, this assassination had given him a strong sense of urgency. Since the hidden force dared to jump out and assassinate him directly, it meant that the other party's layout in Taiyuan City was basically complete. Their next target was probably Li Tai and the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Therefore, he had to catch them before they made their next move. Otherwise, Li Tai would be in danger. Big brother, we did catch Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an. But on the way back, Kang Chang'an was killed. Dugu Xian was killed before he reached Xuanren Square. So he did not know that the Wang family's shadow guards were also attacked on the way back. Therefore, Dugu Feiying hurriedly explained. What? Kang Chang'an was killed? Cough cough. When Dugu Xian heard this, he almost jumped out of bed, if his body's condition allowed it. Perhaps because he was too agitated. His breathing became unstable, and he began to cough. Dugu Feiying hurriedly stepped forward and patted Dugu Xian's back. He said anxiously, Big brother, don't be so agitated. Although Kang Chang'an was killed, we still have Zhu Xiecheng. We can definitely get some information from him. Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, could not help but say, Commander Dugu, you may not know this, but our Wang family's shadow guards were attacked by 3 black-clothed masters on the way back from escorting Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an. The 3 men's martial arts were extremely high, and the leader of the Wang family's shadow guards, Wang Chengguo, happened to be at Wenchang Square in the south of the city, so they succeeded in killing Kang Chang'an. After all, it was the Wang family's fault. The Wang family will definitely take good care of Zhu Xiecheng and won't let anything happen to him again. General Feiying is right. Right now, Commander Dugu should focus on recuperating. Zhu Xiecheng is under the care of the Wang family. It won't be too late to interrogate him after he recovers. Dugu Xian, who was lying on the bed, felt a jolt in his heart when he heard that. He struggled to wave his hand at Wang Yu and said, "Patriarch Wang, you're exaggerating. The Wang clan isn't at fault here. Furthermore, when I was ambushed in the southern alley, the one who came to my aid at the crucial moment should be the head of the Wang clan's guards, right? How could Dugu Xian dare to lightly blame him when he has yet to repay the favor of saving his life?" Wang Yu's words revealed a very important piece of information. When the Wang family was escorting Zhu Xiachang and Kong Chang'an back, Wang Qingguo was not present. Instead, he went to the Wenchang workshop in the south of the city. Coincidentally, the location where Kong Chang'an was attacked was right outside the Wenchang workshop. Putting the two together, it wasn't hard to deduce that the peerless swordsman who suddenly descended from the sky when Dugu Xian was at the brink of death was the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Qingguo. Although Dugu Xian was a little displeased that Kong Chang'an had been assassinated despite being heavily guarded by the Wang family, he had saved his life. If Wang Qingguo hadn't gone to save him, how could the three black-clothed experts have succeeded in killing Kong Chang'an? Dugu Xian was still clear about the cause and effect of this matter. Commander Dugu's guess is correct. The one who went to the Wenchang workshop to save you was the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Qingguo. The Wang family has lived in Taiyuan for generations. Although they don't have the responsibility of guarding the city like the government, they still don't allow anyone to behave atrociously at their doorstep. Therefore, it is the Wang family's duty to save Commander Dugu. Commander Dugu, you don't have to be so polite. In the face of Dugu Xian's thanks, Wang Yu spoke with a righteous expression. Wang Liaoan, who was standing at the side, suddenly felt a little ashamed. Speaking of which, maintaining the law and order of Taiyuan City should be the responsibility of the provincial government or the county government. Dugu Xian had been assassinated in the city, and the person who had saved him wasn't someone from the government, but the head of the Wang family's guards. This made the government lose face. Fortunately, Constable Feng from the provincial government had brought people to the scene at the last moment and had more or less contributed some effort. Otherwise, Wang Liaoyuan's expression would have been even uglier. No matter whether it is the Wang family's duty or just following orders, to me, Dugu Xian, it is still a life-saving grace. How can this life-saving grace just be taken lightly? When I'm feeling better, I will personally visit Brother Qingguo to thank him. Dugu Xian shook his head and insisted. Without waiting for Wang Yu to say anything, he changed the topic and said in a low voice, "But the most important thing right now is to interrogate Zhu Xiachang as soon as possible." Among the assassins that appeared in the city today, the strongest one was a grandmaster. Their origins are probably not simple. We have to find out their identities and hiding places as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will always be in a passive position. Li Tai, who had been standing at the side for a long time, spoke up at this time. "General Dugu, don't worry about your injuries. Leave the matter of tracking down the assassins to us." But Dugu Xian wanted to say something else, but Li Tai firmly cut him off. "No buts. This is my order. Dr. Gong's son said earlier that General Dugu needs to rest more for the next few days, and you can't use force. I'm still waiting for General Dugu to recover as soon as possible so that you can lead the Imperial Army to protect me. General Dugu, please don't disappoint me." During this time, the Imperial Army will be led by General Fei Ying. It was rare for Li Tai to be so forceful. His resolute words left Dugu Xian with no room to refute. After that, Li Tai turned to look at Wang Yu, Wang Liaoyuan, and the others and said solemnly, "General Dugu still needs to recuperate. We won't disturb him. In addition, my father has just sent an imperial edict through the telegraph. Everyone, please follow me to receive the edict." When they heard that Li Er had sent an imperial edict, everyone in the room couldn't help but look solemn. Wang Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. After all, Li Tai had suddenly left the room just now because the telegraph had rung. It must have been a telegram from the palace. Moreover, when Li Tai had replied to the telegram, he must have reported what had happened in Taiyuan City to Li Er. Therefore, Li Er's imperial edict must have had something to do with Dugu Xian's assassination. Yes, sir. Everyone in the room, except for Dugu Xian, who was lying on the bed, cupped their hands in acknowledgement and followed Li Tai out the door. After a while, the crowd arrived at a side hall. Li Tai stood in front of the crowd and took out a piece of paper from his bosom. He faced the crowd and read it aloud. Father has ordered Bing Province's provincial governor, Wang Liaoyuan, to investigate Dugu Xian's assassination with all his might. The murderer must be caught within 7 days. Otherwise, he will be severely punished. Fang Gongting of Bing Province's Zhechong residence will be temporarily promoted to the rank of commandant. He will also temporarily have the authority to command the army to assist Wang Liaoyuan in maintaining the security of Taiyuan City. He will also protect the safety of Yanhuang College's teachers and students. The content of the imperial edict was very short. It was so short that it didn't seem like an imperial edict at all. There were no pleasantries or anything difficult to understand. It was more like Li Er was giving orders in front of everyone. Although this was only an imperial edict in the form of a telegram, no one could tell if it was real or fake. Whatever Li Tai said was the truth. However, no one questioned the authenticity of the imperial edict. This was because the person who announced the imperial edict was Li Tai, Li Er's favorite son. It was impossible for Li Tai to lie about this matter. This was because lying about this kind of thing could be easily exposed. Moreover, once exposed, his political career was basically over. Moreover, Li Tai had no reason to lie about this. There was no benefit to lying to him. Your subject, Wang Liaoyuan, obeys the imperial edict. Listening to the imperial edict, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but feel relieved that Li Er didn't dismiss him directly. Instead, he wanted him to make up for his mistakes. However, the 7-day deadline made him nervous again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep in the next 7 days. Li Tai nodded and said, "Although this imperial edict came from a telegraph, you don't have to doubt its authenticity. The imperial edict with the imperial seal has already been sent here by the Wang family's carrier pigeons in the capital. It will probably arrive at noon. At that time, granduncle, please pay more attention. The cultivation of carrier pigeons couldn't be done overnight. The imperial court couldn't cultivate a batch of carrier pigeons to cover every province and county in the Tang Empire. Not only the imperial court couldn't do it, but even a 1,000-year-old clan like the Wang family couldn't do it. At present, the Wang family could only cultivate some carrier pigeons to send messages to the ancestral home in Taiyuan." Wang Yu nodded and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. Once the Wang family receives the imperial edict, it will be sent here immediately. In addition, when Provincial Governor Wang needs any help in tracking down the assassin, please don't hesitate to ask me. The Wang family will do our best to help." "Thank you." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and thanked Wang Yu gratefully. He was a distant collateral descendant of the Wang family, so he didn't receive much help from the Wang family in his official career. Especially after he became the provincial governor of a province, he took the initiative to reduce his contact with the Wang family to avoid suspicion. However, Wang Yu was willing to spare no effort to help him in this matter, which made him very touched. Li Tai said in a clear voice, "Good. In that case, I hope that all of you can work together to catch the assassin hiding in the city as soon as possible. The first thing is to interrogate Zhu Zeqing and see what we can get out of him." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and said, "I will do as you command. I will send people to the Wang family to detain Zhu Zeqing in the prison of the government office and immediately interrogate him. We will set up a heavy guard and won't let anything happen to him." Li Tai shook his head and said, "There is no need to set up a heavy guard. I think that we shouldn't have too much hope for Zhu Zeqing. The reason why the assassin only killed Kong Chang'an and let Zhu Zeqing go means that they are not afraid of Zhu Zeqing falling into our hands. In other words, Zhu Zeqing probably doesn't have the information we want. So, for this person, we just need to interrogate him briefly. At the very least, he should know Kong Chang'an's identity. Let's not waste too much time and energy on this person." Calm and wise, while everyone was clamoring to interrogate Zhu Zeqing and try to get information about the assassin from him, Li Tai remained absolutely calm. It had to be said that Li Tai was much calmer than before. The people present were not stupid. After hearing Li Tai's words, they all reacted. Indeed, according to the description of the Wang family's secret guards, after the 3 black-clothed masters killed Kang Chang'an, they had the strength to kill Zhu Zeqing as well. But why didn't they do that? The only possibility was that Zhu Zeqing was just an abandoned pawn that they had pushed out. An abandoned pawn that was useless and didn't know anything about their identities. Your Highness is right. I am ashamed that I almost fell into their trap. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and said, ashamed. After a pause, he continued, after I transfer Zhu Zeqing to the prison, I will personally go to the Bing province camp and pass on the Emperor's decree to Fang Zicheng. Then, I will ask Fang Zicheng to immediately mobilize the troops to protect your Highness and the others, as well as to track down the assassin in the city. Although Li Tai hadn't stamped the imperial edict of appointment and mobilization of troops, Li Tai had just said that the imperial edict would soon be transported to Taiyuan City. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu had no choice but to believe it. Fang Gongting wouldn't dare to doubt it either, because they had already learned from the mistakes of the past. When Li Zishuan mobilized troops from Taiyuan City to stop Wuxia, he also mobilized troops in the same way. Therefore, in Wang Liaoyuan's opinion, this imperial edict in the form of a telegram could definitely allow Fang Gongting to mobilize the troops in advance. Good. Let's move out immediately. This time, Li Tai didn't reject Wang Liaoyuan's request to have the provincial government's troops protect the academy, because by now, he also felt the seriousness of the situation. Your Highness, please excuse us. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu cupped their hands and left. Suddenly, only Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Dugu Feiying were left in the studio. Li Tai then turned to Iron Egg and said, Iron Egg, you are good at martial arts. Go to Dragon Mountain for me. These men in black are so arrogant and vicious. I'm worried that they will harm Mr. Mo Chue and the others. Immediately lead a group of Imperial Guards to Dragon Mountain Boy Temple. Iron Egg hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, I have to stay by your side and protect your safety. This is the task my master gave me. Li Zishuan had asked Iron Egg to follow the Academy North not because he wanted Iron Egg to contribute to the construction of the telegram relay station, but because Iron Egg's martial arts were the best among the students of the Academy. In addition, he had a good relationship with Li Tai, so he was the most suitable person to protect Li Tai. Li Tai heard this and couldn't help but feel speechless. Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and said, Let me lead the troops to Dragon Mountain. Brother Iron Egg should stay by His Highness's side. Although Dugu Feiying wanted to stay and look after Dugu Exan, he didn't forget the mission on his shoulders. Good. Then I'll have to trouble General Feiying. Chapter 1866. Guard Lord, we failed to assassinate Dugu Exan. He escaped. In the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn, a man in martial attire lowered his head and bowed slightly. He cupped his fists at the middle-aged man in white standing by the window with a fan in his hand. The middle-aged man remained silent. He continued to look at the scenery by the window as if he didn't hear the voice behind him. The man in martial attire tensed up. Thinking of the ruthless methods this man in front of him usually displayed, a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly said, because at the critical moment, the Wang family's secret guards and Yamen runners rushed over. We had no choice but to retreat. However, Dugu Exan was poisoned by our weapons and hidden weapons. Even if he was saved by the Wang family and the Yamen, he won't live long. Naturally, these words were meant to offend the group of people. Listening to his words, the leader of the group of assassins who tried to assassinate Dugu Exan in the South Alley was undoubtedly him. However, this fellow had kept his head lowered since he entered the room. No one could see his face clearly. They could only vaguely feel that this person was definitely not old. The middle-aged man by the window still didn't speak. He didn't turn around either. An invisible pressure slowly came from his body. The man in martial attire couldn't hold it in anymore. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, This subordinate was incompetent and couldn't complete the mission. Please punish me, Guard Lord. Oh, incompetent? What a good incompetent. The middle-aged man finally turned around. While waving his feather fan, he said in a cold voice, "I've given you 21 experts, and you've already reached the Grandmaster realm. So many people trying to assassinate Dugu Xian, but you still failed? Do you think this is a place to raise trash?" Although the middle-aged man's voice was calm, everyone could hear the anger hidden in his voice. However, he tried his best to control his volume. After all, this was an inn. If he was too loud, it would inevitably alarm the people in the next room. Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on the man in martial attire's forehead. He hurriedly said, "This subordinate was careless and couldn't kill Dugu Xian immediately. As a result, he was rescued. However, I am confident that no one can cure the poison on my weapons and hidden weapons. At the latest, before the sun sets tomorrow, you will definitely hear the news of Dugu Xian's death." The middle-aged man closed his folding fan and paced 2 steps in front of the window before he said, "All right, I'll believe you one more time. If Dugu Xian doesn't die before the sun sets tomorrow, I'll hold you responsible." "Yes, yes, yes," the man hurriedly agreed. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at him and said with deep meaning, "Xian Yi, you should know that we, the Wolf Guards, never raise trash. Although you are a master of the Grandmaster realm, you always like to do things sloppily. In the long run, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. Take a look at Heavenly Eagle, Twilight Wyrm, and Cloud Scorpion. Even though their strengths are slightly inferior to yours, they were able to kill their targets and escape unscathed from the Wang clan's secret guards. This is not the first time they have successfully completed a mission. I hope you remember that we, the Wolf Guard, do not lack experts. What we lack are people who know how to do things. If you want to live, if you want to stand out, then don't make any more mistakes. Do you understand?" Xian Yi. So this assassin's name was Xian Yi. Moreover, from what the middle-aged man had said, it seemed that they all came from an organization called the Wolf Guard. However, almost no one in the world knew what this organization did, who it served, when it was founded, or where it was located. However, the middle-aged man's words were biased. If not for this master assassin called Xian Yi drawing the attention of the Wang clan's most powerful secret guard, Wang Chenggu, those 3 peak Qi transformation assassins would never have been able to successfully kill Kong Chang'an and escape unscathed. Yes, this subordinate understands. Xian Ye's body trembled slightly, and then he cupped his fists and replied, "Who would have thought that a master martial artist would bow and scrape before a middle-aged scholar who didn't seem to know any martial arts and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? If this scene were to spread, who knew what the world would make of this middle-aged scholar's identity? Did you reveal your identities during the assassination?" The middle-aged man asked after a moment of silence. Xian Yi didn't immediately answer. He paused for a moment before replying, "We did not. This subordinate and the others had our faces covered the entire time. Dugu Xian, the Wang clan's secret guards, and the Yamen runners never saw our faces. In truth, during the assassination attempt, Xian Yi and the other assassins had revealed a flaw. They had first spoken in Turkic, and then Xian Yi had spoken in Han. This sort of abnormal behavior was certain to have attracted Dugu Xian's attention. However, Xian Yi was certain that the poisoned Dugu Xian would die. Moreover, even if the other party grasped this point, they wouldn't be able to find anything, so he didn't mention it. "That's good." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. "Lord Wei, according to this subordinate's investigation, King Wei and Dugu Xian went to Dragon Mountain earlier today, and then they returned to the city. However, after they returned, even more Yanhuang College's teachers and students went to Dragon Mountain. Dugu Xian is currently on the verge of death, and their defenses are at their weakest. Should the subordinate take some men to Dragon Mountain and capture the Yanhuang College's teachers and students?" Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Xian Yi probed. The reason he was so proactive was that he wanted to find an opportunity to atone for his crimes. Although he had made a solemn vow to the middle-aged man that Dugu Xian would die, he wasn't very confident. Although everyone who had been poisoned by his weapon had died, what if a miracle happened to Dugu Xian? Then he would definitely be punished by the middle-aged man. Rather than that, He might as well make some contributions in advance so that he could atone for his crimes later. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No! Those Yanhuang College's teachers and students have many of the Northern Yamen's imperial army by their side. The Wang clan's secret guards can't compare to the Northern Yamen's secret guards. Right now, our hidden forces in the city aren't enough to face the imperial army head-on. We must avoid them and find an opportunity in the shadows to act." "Yes," Xian Yi replied in a muffled voice. Then he said, "Master Wei, after the 2 assassinations in the morning, Taiyuan City is now under full martial law. Moreover, the Bing Province Barracks has also sent out many troops to search for our whereabouts in the city. Should we move to another place?" The place they were in now was the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn. Not only was the decoration luxurious, but the interior space was also extremely large. There were a total of 4 to 5 rooms, including the inner and outer rooms. It was completely like an independent house. Of course, more importantly, Zhu Xiachang, who was now detained in prison by the government, used to live in this guest room. Therefore, Xian Yi suggested that they move to another place to stay. Move to another place? Why do we have to move to another place? The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. Haven't you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Next, the Wang family and the people from the provincial government will definitely focus on the big houses. Even if they search here, they won't be able to find anything. It had to be said that this guy was really brave. Speaking of which, if a normal person wanted to lurk in Taiyuan City and cause trouble, they would definitely rent a remote house to stay. After all, there were too many people in a place like an inn. Not to mention that the guest room he was staying in now had just been occupied by a suspect from the government. Xian Yi didn't try to persuade him again, but he was a little puzzled. "Master Wei, did we make such a big fuss today just to kill Kong Chang'an and Dugu Xian? Now that the whole city is under martial law, it will be very disadvantageous for our next operation." "Humph! Only by stirring up the water will the fish come out and swim. Only then will I know where the fish are and where they are going." The middle-aged man waved his feather fan lightly and smiled confidently. "Haha! Kong Chang'an's identity is not as simple as it seems. Now that he died in Taiyuan City under the heavy protection of the Wang family's shadow guards, the ones who will have a headache next are the Taiyuan government and the Wang family. Not us. And this is just a test of the fish's purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. But there is no need to test them now. Someone has already come to tell us the answer." "How interesting. It seems that there are some smart ones in this school of fish." These words were very vague, but Xian Yi understood. He asked tentatively, "Master Wei, that Wang, that person, can we trust him? Will he betray us?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, but after a moment he smiled faintly. "If he wanted to betray us, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. In the end, he and I are the same kind of people who don't want to be trapped in this small Taiyuan city. He is also a smart person, and with him secretly helping us, it will be easier for us to succeed." At this point, the middle-aged man turned to look at Xian Yi and said with a serious face, "Go back now and watch over them. Tell them to bury their weapons properly. Be careful for the next 2 days. Don't cause any trouble. I will send a messenger pigeon later and inform the Great Khan of the situation here. I believe that the Great Khan will be interested in this matter. We will hide in the city first and wait for an opportunity to move." Messenger pigeon, the Great Khan. The amount of information hidden in the middle-aged man's words was not small. Just the 3 words Great Khan showed that his allegiance was not to the Central Plains, but to the Great Khan of the Turks, Shelley. Not only could this fellow speak fluent Chinese, but he also knew how to send a messenger pigeon. Obviously, he was a man from the Central Plains. Why would a man from the Central Plains work for the Great Khan of the Turks? And his status in the Turks was not low either. Who was this person? There were too many mysteries in this, waiting for Li Tai and the rest to solve. If they could not solve it, it would be difficult for them to complete their mission. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Xian Yi bowed and was about to leave when the middle-aged man stopped him. "Wait! Xian Yi paused, and the middle-aged man said lightly, "If there is nothing important in the next 2 days, try not to come here and bother me." "Yes, Master Wei," Xian Yi replied and turned to leave. The door creaked open from the inside and then closed from the outside. The room regained its peace, and only the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Creak! After some time, the door was pushed open from the outside again, and a tall man with eyes as bright and spirited as a nighthawk walked in and ran straight into the room. "Master Wei, we just received news that the post house has invited all the famous doctors in the city, including half-immortal Lu from Taiyuan City and Gong Sunliang from Huichun Hall in the north of the city. It is said that the two of them are famous miracle doctors around Taiyuan, and they are only slightly inferior to miracle Dr. Sun Simiao. Therefore, this subordinate estimates that Dugu Xian might not die." When he saw the middle-aged man sitting on the couch and sipping tea, the tall man quickly bowed and cupped his fists. "All right, I got it." The middle-aged man unhurriedly swallowed the tea in his mouth, then put down the teacup and said lightly, "Xian Yi is an idiot. He has good skills, but he can't do anything right. He is far inferior to you 3 brothers." When the tall man heard that, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Master Wei, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve Master Wei and Khan. We will do our best to serve Master Wei." Good." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and said, "Sky Eagle, when this matter is over, I will promote you to be the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards. When I help Khan take over the Central Plains and become the state preceptor, the position of Master Wei will be yours. When that time comes, you will live a life of riches and honor and rest with the country." The tall man was immediately mesmerized by the beautiful future described by the man in front of him, but he came to his senses a moment later and quickly said, "Sky Eagle doesn't dare. There will always be only one Master Wei of the Wolf Guards. Sky Eagle doesn't dare to overstep." The middle-aged man's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He smiled and said, "All right, you can leave now. While you're at it, tell Xian Yi this news and let him receive 30 lashes. Tell him that he failed this mission and couldn't kill Dugu Xian. I will let him live for now. If he fails again next time, he won't be so lucky." Actually, it didn't matter to him whether Dugu Xian died or not. What was important was to kill Kong Chang'an. However, it was a good choice for him to use this as a warning to his subordinates. "Yes, Master Wei." The tall man's lips curled slightly, then he cupped his fists and left. What? There was an assassin in Taiyuan City, and Dugu Xian was injured? In the west court of the Imperial Palace, Li Er was in a dilemma for a long time. He first let Empress Zhongsun mentally prepare herself before telling her the information he had just received. When Empress Zhongsun heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. She suddenly stood up and said with a face full of shock, "Doesn't that mean that Qingke is now in great danger in Taiyuan City?" At this moment, Empress Zhongsun almost fainted from fright. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of that dream again. That dream was so real that it made her want to suffocate. Although she tried her best to change it, the reality was developing step by step towards that dream. She could only watch from the side and was powerless to do anything. Chapter 1867. Maid Guanyin, don't panic. Li Er helped Empress Zhongsun back to her seat and softly said, "Taiyuan isn't the border. Even if there are villains plotting in the city, they won't be able to do much. The gates of Taiyuan City are tightly shut, and the Imperial Army and provincial soldiers are protecting it. Qingke will definitely be fine, unless the enemy leads an army to attack the city. But how could that be possible? If Taiyuan City is attacked, the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will immediately go to reinforce it. Moreover, yesterday we sent Li Junxian to lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan. Based on the time, he shouldn't be far from Taiyuan. With him here, no one will be able to touch Qingke. Maid Guanyin, don't worry." Yesterday, when Li Er had sent a telegram to Li Tai, he had also summoned Li Junxian and had him lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan City to protect Li Tai. If they moved quickly enough, they should be able to reach Taiyuan City before nightfall today. The 100 cavalry was Li Er's most elite and secret force, and each of them was a 1 in 10,000 elite. The commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Junxian, was skilled in both martial and civil matters, and he was also resourceful. As a spy, Li Junxian had played a significant role in vanquishing the Heavenly Dragon sect. With him at Li Tai's side, Li Er could not be worried about Li Tai's safety. 100 cavalry? Li Junxian? Empress Zhongsun felt a little better after hearing Li Er's gentle words of comfort, and her breathing gradually stabilized. She sat up straight and looked at Li Er. Is your Majesty's words true? Is Li Junxian really about to reach Taiyuan with 100 cavalry? It was clear that Empress Zhongsun had heard of Li Junxian and was very confident in his abilities. Li Er patted Empress Zhongsun on the back and chuckled. Ha! How could this be false? Besides, when have we ever lied to you? Just relax and don't let your imagination run wild. We promise you that nothing will happen to Qin Ke. Empress Zhongsun leaned her head against Li Er's chest and said with a light N. The resolute promise of the man in front of her gave her a great sense of security. Her heart, which had been in a mess, finally calmed down. If the Marquis of Yong and is by Qingshua's side, then I will truly be at ease. Empress Zhongsun nestled in Li Er's arms. But this thought popped up in her mind for no reason. Although Li Zishuan was strong, he was still much weaker than Li Zishuan. After all, Li Zishuan had managed to escape from the hands of the world's #1 expert, Wuxia. Moreover, since Li Zishuan's debut, not only had he made many outstanding achievements, but he had also saved himself from many desperate situations. His life was like a cheat code. This was a man of destiny who had the attribute of avoiding danger. As a mother, Empress Zhongsun naturally hoped that the strongest person would be at her son's side to protect him. But as the Empress Zhongsun was not willing to use public resources for private use at this time. This was because Li Zishuan was currently training the Black Armored Army, and the Black Armored Army was his strongest trump card in the upcoming war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Empress Zhongsun did not want her own matters to affect the training of the Black Armored Army, and thus the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Thus, although this was what she thought, Empress Zhongsun did not speak to Li Er. At the same time, to the north of Taiyuan City, in the Bingzhou barracks, Wang Liaoyuan carried the imperial decree in the form of a telegram to Fang Gongting's tent. He first told Fang Gongting about the 2 assassinations that had occurred in the city today, and then he proposed that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks be sent into the city to search for the assassins and maintain order. Adjunct Fang, this official knows that there are rules in the army. Without the personal order of the governor or an imperial decree, no one has the right to mobilize the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. But you should be able to sense that the situation in the city is extremely dangerous. If they even dared to assassinate General Dugu, who can guarantee that their next target won't be King Wei? If anything happens to King Wei in Taiyuan City, no one will be able to endure His Majesty's thunderous rage. Although this official's imperial decree does not have a seal and cannot compare to an imperial decree to mobilize soldiers, this official still hopes that Adjunct Fang can understand the severity of this matter. Do not put King Wei in danger because of a mere formality. Within the tent, Wang Liaoyuan handed the telegram to Wang Liaoyuan and spoke with a solemn expression. His words could be said to be sincere, and Fang Gongting was not an unreasonable person. However, the matter of mobilizing soldiers was of great importance. Moreover, even if he believed that the imperial decree in Wang Liaoyuan's hands was real and was willing to mobilize soldiers, the other generals in the army might not be willing to believe it. Governor Wang, it is not that this person is a mere formality or unreasonable person, but this imperial decree is, first, a promotion, and second, the mobilization of soldiers. This is truly too important. This general is only a member of the army. If I first promote myself and then mobilize soldiers into the city, I fear that it will be difficult to convince the masses. After a moment of thought, Fang Gongting awkwardly cupped his fists toward Wang Liaoyuan. In the end, Fang Gongting was only a member of the army. If he used the telegram in Wang Liaoyuan's hands to promote him to commandant, it was inevitable that there would be some discordant voices in the army. This was because ever since the Bing province barracks had stopped the Turkic army at Yanmen Pass and the original commandant Su Tingda had died at Yanmen Pass, many generals in the Bing province barracks had covetously eyed the position of commandant. If Fong Gongting was promoted to commandant in such an unconventional manner, it would truly be difficult to convince the masses. Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan's brows furrowed. After some thought, he said, "Adjunct Fong, you might not know, but when the Marquis of Yong'an came to the Bing province barracks to mobilize soldiers, he did not have an imperial decree. Instead, he had the same telegram as this official right now. Fortunately, the imperial court sent the imperial decree to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon. Otherwise, this official would probably be like you, refusing to mobilize soldiers. Now that the situation is urgent and His Majesty has sent another telegram in carrier pigeon, what reason do you and I have to refuse the imperial decree? Moreover, according to King Wei, the real imperial decree will be sent to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon this afternoon. If you and I know that His Majesty has given an imperial decree yet don't mobilize soldiers ahead of time, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. If His Majesty pursues this matter, neither of us will be able to bear the responsibility." Wang Liaoyuan's meaning was very simple. If the imperial decree sent by Li Er in the form of a telegram was sent to other places, the officials of other places would naturally have reason to not believe it because they had never seen it before. However, now that the imperial decree was sent to Taiyuan City, they had no reason to not believe it because the same situation had happened once before. Fong Gongting was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Since Marquis used this method to mobilize soldiers last time, this general naturally has no reason to refuse. How about this? This general will summon all the officers and soldiers. Governor Wang, you will read the imperial edict. But please, for the time being, you will only read the imperial edict regarding the mobilization of the troops. As for the temporary transfer of this general to the commandant, you will have to wait for the official imperial edict before announcing it to the officers and soldiers. In any case, Governor Wang's main goal is to mobilize soldiers into the city. Moreover, when we attacked the Turks in the north last time, most of the soldiers in our Bing province barracks personally participated in the battle. You only need to tell the soldiers how Marquis Yong and mobilized the soldiers last time. This general believes that the soldiers naturally won't dare to disobey. This was a compromise. Right now, the Bing province camp was like a group of dragons without a leader. Although Fong Gongting was the one with the highest prestige, there were still other generals who were on par with him. If he was directly promoted to Bing province commandant in such an abnormal way, it would definitely cause some people to be dissatisfied. Rather than this, it was better to mobilize the soldiers first and wait for the official decree to come before announcing the promotion. This would minimize the variables to the greatest extent. With Wang Liaoyuan's authority and prestige in the Bing province barracks, Fong Gongting believed that it would be easy to achieve his goal if he only used the imperial decree to mobilize the soldiers. Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Governor Fong. Fong Gongting was right. His purpose in coming to the barracks was to mobilize the soldiers. As for the power struggle in the army, he wasn't interested and didn't dare to be interested. This was because Bing province was different from other places. The military power here was controlled by the governor and had nothing to do with the governor. Governor Wang is too polite. Then this general will go and gather the soldiers. Fong Gongting stood up and cupped his fist. Good. Fong Gongting left the tent and immediately ordered the soldiers to gather at the commander appointment platform. Just as he had expected, when Wang Liaoyuan took out the telegram and explained that Li Zishuan had used the same procedure to mobilize the soldiers in the Bing province barracks, the soldiers were all convinced of the authenticity of the imperial decree. This was especially true for those soldiers who had accompanied Li Zishuan in stopping Wuxia and the Turkic wolf cavalry. In this way, the matter of mobilizing the troops would be completed without a hitch. At 9:15 in the morning, 10,000 soldiers filed out of the Bing province barracks. Under Fong Gongting's lead, these 10,000 soldiers entered Source Peak City and began to search the streets for people with weapons and suspicious identities. The bailiffs of the provincial government, the Wang clan's shadow guards, and the soldiers of the Bing province barracks gathered in the city. For a moment, the atmosphere in the city was unprecedentedly tense. An invisible net was cast over Source Peak City, making it impossible for any hidden faction to hide. At the same time, in the prison of the Bing Province Barracks, Wang Liaoyuan, Dugu Feiying, Li Tai, and Wang Yu, these four representatives of the various factions, were interrogating Zhu Xieqing. In truth, Li Tai's status as a prince was not suited to enter the prison. The ancient people were mostly superstitious and believed that the yin qi in the prison was heavy and inauspicious. Before entering, Wang Liaoyuan had tried to persuade Li Tai, but Li Tai was eager to understand the truth and insisted on following. No one could do anything about it. Chapter 1868. Zhu Hongshang, your real name is Zhu Xieqing, right? Are you a Turk? In the prison of Taiyuan Prefecture, Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, Dugu Feiying, and Li Tai were sitting on the same bench. Wang Liaoyuan slapped the table in front of him and asked Zhu Xieqing, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. This was a prison, so the conditions here were naturally much simpler than in the court, but no one cared about that. The reason why they chose to interrogate Zhu Xieqing in the prison instead of in the court was mainly, first, to keep it a secret, and second, to make it more convenient for the punishment. After all, the torture tools in the prison were much more abundant than those in the court. If Zhu Xieqing refused to tell the truth, Wang Liaoyuan would immediately send someone to torture him. This was not a place where human rights were concerned. First, this was ancient times. Second, this was a prison. Most importantly, there was a huge crisis lurking in Taiyuan City. Li Tai's life was in great danger, and Zhu Xieqing happened to be the only person Wang Liaoyuan had caught who might know the enemy's background. In this case, even if Wang Liaoyuan killed Zhu Xieqing, the civil and military officials would not hold Wang Liaoyuan responsible for anything, let alone human rights. Zhu Xieqing looked up at Wang Liaoyuan unhappily and said nothing. Then he lowered his head again. Wang Liaoyuan stopped breathing and then said angrily, "Humph! Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to hide? Do you still think that someone can save you? Don't forget that when you were taken away from Xuanren Mill, you were attacked on the way. This means that the person behind you wants you to die, not to save you. If you still want to live, then tell me everything you know. Otherwise, Kong Chang'an will most likely end up like you." In fact, Wang Liaoyuan rarely used harsh punishments when dealing with criminals. When facing Zhu Xieqing, he instinctively wanted to give him a chance to confess. That was why he said so much. Otherwise, if it was another official who saw this scene, it was very likely that the criminal would be punished severely. As soon as Wang Liaoyuan finished speaking, Zhu Xieqing's body clearly trembled. He raised his head and looked at Wang Liaoyuan and the others. After hesitating for a moment, he stuttered, If I tell you the truth, can I really live?" "Humph! How dare you talk about conditions? If you don't tell me, do you think I won't kill you right now?" Zhu Xieqing's words angered Dugu Feiying, who had just returned from patrolling Dragon Mountain. Dugu was ordered by Li Tai to bring people to Dragon Mountain to protect Mo Chue and the other Yanhuang college teachers and students. However, when he arrived, he found that everything was normal, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The students had already started building and started testing the machines. Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army. Of course, he returned. As soon as he returned, he saw Wang Liaoyuan interrogating Zhu Xieqing, so he followed Li Tai. His most respected brother had just been assassinated in the morning and almost died. He was still angry, but Zhu Xieqing was still stammering. Wasn't he trying to provoke him? How could Dugu Feiying tolerate this? As he spoke, Dugu Feiying had already stood up. He pulled out his sword and was about to teach Zhu Xieqing a lesson. Zhu Xieqing was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but want to run away. At this time, Wang Yu grabbed Dugu Feiying and said, "General Dugu, please calm down. Why don't you give this guy a chance? If he doesn't tell the truth, then it won't be too late to beat or kill him." Wang Yu was the head of the Wang family, the provincial governor of Sui Province, and the emperor's son-in-law. In addition, when Dugu Feiying went to the Wang family's ancestral home to ask for help, Wang Yu didn't hesitate to send out all of the Wang family's forces to help Dugu Feiying find Zhu Xieqing and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts. Although they didn't find anything after a day of searching, Dugu Feiying had to accept this favor. Therefore, when he heard Wang Yu's words, Dugu Feiying immediately stopped and glared at Zhu Xiecheng fiercely. "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut you into pieces." "Humph." Dugu Feiying snorted and returned to his seat. Wang Liaoan looked at Zhu Xiecheng and said, "I promise you that as long as you tell the truth, I'll do my best to save your life. Can you tell me now?" These two people were playing the good cop and bad cop. After a series of threats and promises of benefits, Zhu Xiecheng's psychological defense was finally broken. "I'm willing to tell you everything. I'm willing to tell you everything. I hope the provincial governor can show mercy and spare my lowly life." Zhu Xiecheng seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He knelt and bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. After a while, he calmed down a little and slowly said, I'm Kang Chang'an. I'm from the Wuxia tribe of the Turkic Khaganate. I've been doing business on the grasslands since I was young. Chapter 1869. Taiyuan City, in the prison of the government office. Under the interrogation of Wang Yu, Dugu Feiying, and the others, Zhu Xiecheng told them everything that had happened after he came to Taiyuan City, including why he had stayed in the same inn, why he and Kang Chang'an had suddenly disappeared from the Chu ironware shop, and how the two of them had escaped the Wang family's pursuit. After everyone heard this, they all frowned. According to Zhu Xiecheng's confession, it meant that there was an invisible black hand in the shadows of Taiyuan City that was manipulating and controlling everything. Moreover, this black hand could be said to be omnipotent. Who is the owner of the house you hid in Xuanren Market? Why was there no one in the house other than the two of you when the Wang family's guards went there? After a long silence, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. Since he had told them almost everything, Zhu Xiecheng was no longer afraid of the revenge of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he simply confessed everything. Replying to Sir, after Boss Kong and I arrived there according to the mysterious person's instructions yesterday, we found that there was no one living in the house. At that time, the two of us thought that the mysterious person in the E-Temple was lying to us, but at that time the whole city was chasing us and we had no other place to stay, so we could only go to the backyard suspiciously. We didn't expect that there really was a cellar in the backyard. After we hid in the cellar, we thought that no one would send us food. At night, Boss Kong and I were so hungry that we had no choice but to crawl out of the cellar to look for food. Unexpectedly, at the cellar's exit, we found a food box full of good wine and good food. Obviously, someone deliberately sent it here. Boss Kong and I both felt that the mysterious person didn't lie to us, so the two of us hid in the cellar with peace of mind. Anyway, that place was hidden, and the most important thing was that every meal was sent to the cellar's entrance. We planned to stay in the cellar until Taiyuan City returned to normal, then escape from Taiyuan City. In other words, you haven't seen the owner of this house? And you haven't seen the person who sent you food? Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but frown. No. Zhu Xiecheng quickly shook his head and said, "We plan to climb out of the cellar today and wait for the people who brought us food so that we could thank them in person. However, instead of the people who brought us food, the people who caught us came. You know what happened after that?" This guy spoke fluently, and his gaze was not evasive at all. Obviously, he was telling the truth. Wang Yu turned his gaze to Wang Liaoyuan. Wang Liaoyuan understood and explained, "This official has already sent people to investigate. The original owner of this house was called Shi Dongyang. He was a grain merchant. However, this person went south to buy grain a year ago. On the way, he encountered bandits and died. Shi Dongyang has no children, nor does he have a wife, so this house has been abandoned since last year." When Wang Yu heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. With this lead was broken again. Speaking of which, he had planned to investigate the owner of this house and obtain some information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at it now, his plan was definitely ruined again. Since this house has been abandoned for a long time, how were you two found by the Wang family's guards? It was rare for Dugu Feiying to be intelligent. He looked at Zhu Xiecheng and asked a very important question. Chapter 1870. I just went back and checked. The reason why Bai Qing was able to find Zhu Xiecheng hiding in Xuanren Square was not because of himself. Someone sent him a note through a feather arrow when he was patrolling in the south of the city this morning. The content of the note was the person the Wang family is chasing is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Square. Bai Qing followed the note and went to the backyard of the fifth house in the east of the Xuanren Square. As expected, he found Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an. But in order to take the credit for himself, he lied and said that he found Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an by himself. That's why I was fooled by him. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiecheng, Wang Liaoyuan, Du Gufeng, and Li Tai were sitting in the back hall of the government office. They were all at a loss. At this time, Wang Yu came in with a sullen face. He cupped his hands and said to the three people in the room. Judging from his tone, it was likely that after he returned to the Wang family alone, the Wang family must have been in a state of chaos. As for the instigator Bai Qing, he would definitely not have a good ending. He would most likely suffer some physical pain. Is there such a thing? Wang Liaoyuan was slightly surprised, but then he felt that it was inappropriate to say that. It seemed like he was rubbing salt on Wang Yu's wound, so he quickly changed the topic and said, "So, someone deliberately let us know about Zhu Zecheng and Kang Chang'an's news. Who could it be?" Everyone in the room was stumped by this question. Wang Yu, Du Gufeng, and Li Tai all frowned and thought about the connection between these clues. At this moment, a person quickly walked in. He bowed to Wang Liaoyuan and said, "My lord, I've brought people to the Chu family ironware shop. We've searched the entire place. Other than the weapons that are usually displayed for sale, we didn't find a large number of weapons in the warehouse." The person was Constable Feng from the provincial government office. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiecheng, Wang Liaoyuan ordered Constable Feng to go to the Chuji ironware shop to do a more detailed search. Now that this case was related to the smuggling of weapons to the Turks, he had to find out the whereabouts of these weapons no matter what. This way, he could give the imperial court an explanation. No weapons? Okay, this official understands. You may leave first. Wang Liaoyuan frowned slightly and asked Constable Feng to leave. He stroked his beard and said, "It seems that Kang Chang'an has already handed over the weapons to the mysterious person behind the scenes. But how is that possible?" In Wang Liaoyuan's subconscious mind, since the mysterious person was so cautious, he must have controlled Zhu Xiecheng, Kang Chang'an, and the others to do things for him from afar. Therefore, he naturally thought that Kang Chang'an couldn't have given the weapons to the mysterious person in such a short time. Li Tai said, "What's impossible about that? Perhaps the mysterious person behind the scenes is also in Source Peak City right now." Li Tai said something that no one dared to think about. Everyone was shocked. Wang Liaoyuan's hand shook and almost pulled his beard off. He couldn't believe it and said, "What? The mysterious man behind the scenes is in Taiyuan now? How is this possible?" Wang Yu had always been calm. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Highness' guess seems impossible, but it is the most reasonable explanation for the sudden disappearance of the weapons from the Chu ironware shop. If I were the person behind the scenes, I would probably choose to stay in Source Peak City right now. Not only would it be easier for him to command his subordinates to do things here, but the most dangerous place is also the safest place. In Source Peak City, Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an are covering for him on the surface while he himself is watching from the shadows. It will only be safer. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an are only covering for the person behind the scenes on the surface." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Wang Yu's words. Li Tai couldn't help but say, "If that's really the case, then many things can be explained. When Zhu Xiecheng first stepped into the Tang Empire, he was already used as a chess piece to distract us. Although this person seems to have many clues, none of them are directly related to the mysterious person behind the scenes. We can't find any information about the mysterious person through him. Therefore, there is no risk to the mysterious person behind the scenes by using this kind of person to distract himself." 2 days ago, General Fei Ying brought people to Source Peak City to investigate the hidden dangers in the city in advance. He quickly noticed the suspicious Zhu Xiecheng, which means that the mysterious person's plan was successful. At that time, because of Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an, Source Peak City was in turmoil. However, after Dugu Xian and I entered the city, General Dugu Xian ordered the imperial army to focus on protecting the people from the academy and ignore the whereabouts of Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an. As a result, the plan of the mysterious person behind the scenes was completely ruined. The mysterious person was unwilling to give up, so he used a special method to inform the guards of the Wang family about Zhu Xiachang and Kang Chang'an. He wanted to use this to draw our attention back to the two of them. At that time, the two of them had already become the abandoned pawns of the mysterious person behind the scenes. However, it was possible that Kang Chang'an knew the identity of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he was intercepted and killed on the way back to the Wang family. Zhu Xiachang is just an abandoned pawn who knows everything but knows nothing at the same time. The other party probably gave this guy to us for free just to attract our attention and waste our time. Li Tai relied on the clues he possessed to his heart's content and let his imagination run wild. Needless to say, these thoughts of his seemed to be unconstrained, but when one thought about it carefully, it was actually completely reasonable. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they heard this, because if the matter was really as Li Tai guessed, then the scheming of this mysterious person behind the scenes was so deep, his methods were so secretive, and he was so cunning that it simply caused one to shudder with fear. They had fallen into the trap set by the mysterious person from the very beginning. Your Highness, what you said is reasonable, but also creepy. If this is the case, then haven't we all fallen into the mysterious person's trap? Wang Yu frowned and said worriedly. Wang Liaoyuan said in a low voice, "The mysterious person behind the scenes is so cunning. We must catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Dugu Feiying said with a troubled look, "But now that Kang Chang'an is dead, our only clue is gone. How can we find the mysterious person behind the scenes?" Chapter 1871. The 9 families of Zhaowu referred to the Sweets and their descendants who came to the Central Plains from China during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Sui dynasty, and the Tang dynasty. Their kings all had the surname Zhaowu. The 9 families of Zhaowu were originally from the Yu family. At the beginning of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu destroyed the Yuezhi and forced them to move west. The Yuezhi tribe, which used to live in Zhaowu, Gansu, as their old home, fled west and entered the Sut region of Central Asia. They conquered the local natives and formed a number of city-states. Later on, under the rule of Kuta, they were forced to change their surname to Wenasha. After the decline of Deda, the various city-states regained their independence. Their surname was Zhaowu, forming the Zhaota city-states headed by the Kang kingdom. Among them were An Chao, Shi, Mi, He, Shi, Mu, Bai, and so on. They were collectively known as the 9 surnames of Zhaowu. In the Tang dynasty, they were also known as the 9 surnames of Hu or simply Hu. In the West, they were known as Sogdians. Later on, some of the 9 families of Zhaowu accepted the rule of the Turks and the Tang dynasty. In the 8th century, the country fell to the Arabian Empire. After that, most of the people gradually became Turks and Muslims, becoming one of the modern Uzbeks of Central Asia. A small portion of them scattered among the Tajiks. Although the 9 families of Zhaowu were far weaker than the Turks in terms of fighting ability, their business attribute was much higher than that of any nomadic people in the north. As the Sweet region was the throat of the Silk Road, the 9 families of Zhaowu naturally became a people with a business tradition. To put it bluntly, they became hereditary middlemen, selling China's silk to the West and Western gems and wine to the Tang dynasty. After all, they started as nomads but couldn't beat the Tang dynasty. They could only rely on their mobility to become merchants. Even the technology of making paper was passed to Central Asia by the Kang kingdom. In fact, since the Han and Wei dynasties, this group of Sweets had entered the Central Plains to do business along the Silk Road. However, because the West Jin dynasty was short-lived, the Central Plains was in chaos and they couldn't even take care of themselves. During the Sui and Tang dynasty, the Silk Road gained a new lease of life thanks to the Tang dynasty's open and inclusive policies. This attracted a large number of people from the 9 surnames of Zhaowu to come to the east. According to the Old Book of Tang, the journey of Xinghu, the years follow. After the founding of the Great Tang, many of the 9 families of Zhaowu came to China. Many of them had become wealthy through business. They envied the splendid culture of the Tang Empire and married and had children in the interior. Gradually, they became Chinese, and some of them even formed considerable political forces. For example, the Yan brothers. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos, and Li Gui occupied Liangzhou. In order to recover Liangzhou, and Xingui submitted a memorial to Li Yuan, hoping to persuade Li Gui to surrender and submit to the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan did not agree, so the two of them once again offered a plan and ultimately helped the Tang army to flatten Prince Liang, Li Gui, who occupied Heshi. Because of the outstanding contributions of the Yan brothers, and Xingui was conferred the title of Right Marquis Great General, the title of Liangguo Duke of Shangzhou State, the title of Liangguo Duke, the title of 600 households and 10,000 pieces of silk. And Xiu Ren was also conferred the title of Great General of the Left Martial Marquis, conferred the title of Duke Xin, bestowed upon the Tian residents, and conferred upon 600 households. However, this peace had nothing to do with An Lushan's peace. Although they were all Socrates and had the surname N, this N was like our Lu, Wang, and Li surnames. There were many Socrates with this surname. Not only that, the descendant of the Yan family and Baoyu was later placed in an important position by the famous general Li Guangbi. He contributed a lot in the fight against the An Lushan rebellion, and the imperial court gave him the surname of Li. Li Baoyu's cousin, Li Baozhen, became the Zhe Road Jidushi. In the fight against the rebellion of the Hesua towns, he contributed a lot and was promoted to the position of inspector of the prefectures. The Yan family could be considered a family of martyrs. In truth, during the An Lushan rebellion, there were many who sacrificed their lives for the sake of bringing sugar. For example, Li Guangbi was a Khitan, a standard who, due to the Tang dynasty's policy of opening up, many foreigners became officials in the imperial court, forming the unique foreign soldiers and generals in the history of the Tang dynasty. The 9 families of Zhaowu were a power that could not be ignored. In general, the biggest characteristic of the 9 families of Zhaowu was that they were rich, very rich. Once a person had money, they would think of ways to obtain a certain political position. The 9 families of Zhaowu were no exception. Other than those who entered the imperial court as officials by chance, a large number of the 9 families of Zhaowu were doing business in the Tang dynasty while using money to attach themselves to some powerful local forces. Moreover, the 9 families of Zhaowu were like branches of the same tree. The 9 families of Zhaowu who were doing business outside the Tang dynasty were surprisingly united. It was not an exaggeration to say that, when one side is in trouble, all sides will help. Therefore, the influence of the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang dynasty could not be underestimated. Not to mention that Kong Chang'an was from the Kong Kingdom, the sovereign country of the 9 families of Zhaowu. Coincidentally, this guy had connections with the royal family of the Kong Kingdom. In this way, Kong Chang'an's death was not just a murder case. It could very well turn into a diplomatic dispute. If the authorities of Taiyuan City could not give a reasonable explanation for Kong Chang'an's death, not only would the Kong Kingdom not leave the matter at that, the Kong Kingdom or the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang dynasty would probably not rest. They might cause endless trouble for the authorities of Taiyuan City. After all, whether it was modern society or feudal society, although money was not omnipotent, it could solve most problems, such as hiring assassins, monopolizing the market, disrupting the prices of goods in the city, and so on. No matter what methods they used, Wang Liaoyuan and the others would not have it easy. When a group of people was extremely wealthy, even if they didn't have any official position, the influence they had was incomparable to that of ordinary people. Kong Chang'an and Kong Chu were the same. But was the Tang dynasty afraid of the 9 families of Zhaowu? Obviously not. In terms of overall national strength, even if the 9 families of Zhaowu were multiplied by 10, they might not be able to defeat the Tang dynasty at its peak. The strength of the 9 families of Zhaowu did not lie in national strength, but in the soft power of the economy. Not only did they monopolize the trade between the Tang dynasty and the Western countries, but they also controlled the commercial and economic lifelines of many provinces and counties in the Tang dynasty. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the Tang dynasty made a move against the 9 families of Zhaowu, although it could win, it would also suffer great losses. This one was shocked to hear that Brother Kang's ironware shop was suddenly closed down and that Brother Kang himself had met with an accident. Therefore, I came to the provincial governor's office to ask the provincial governor to uphold justice for Brother Kang and find out who killed Brother Kang. In the back hall of the government office in Taiyuan, Kang Chu naturally saw the shock of Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, and Li Tai, but he did not make a fuss about it. Instead, he calmly cupped his hands and said to Wang Liaoyuan. Chapter 1872. Asking him to leave. Facing Kang Chu, who was being unreasonable, Wang Liaoyuan decisively asked him to leave. After all, he was an official and represented the Taiyuan government. Kang Chu was just a small merchant from another country in Taiyuan City. What right did he have to question him again and again? Provincial governor, please wait. Wang Liaoyuan asked Kang Chu to leave, but Kang Chu didn't know what was good for him. He said loudly, Provincial governor, Brother Kang died in Taiyuan City under unknown circumstances. I sincerely hope that provincial governor can allow me to participate in the investigation. On one hand, I can answer to my king. On the other hand, I have many capable people under my command that can help provincial governor solve the case and catch the murderer. Good heavens, this bastard actually wants to participate in the government's investigation? Wang Liaoyuan's face darkened. He said in a low voice, Thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to participate in the investigation. Finding the truth and catching the murderer is the responsibility of the Taiyuan government and me. You don't have to worry about it. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. Don't interfere with the investigation. Wang Liaoyuan did not care that Kang Chu was using the king of the Kang kingdom to threaten him. It was impossible for Kang Chu to meet the king of the Kang kingdom. Even if he could meet the king of the Kang kingdom and speak to him, Wang Liaoyuan would not be afraid. That was because the most important thing for the entire Taiyuan officialdom was to eliminate all hidden dangers in the city that were harmful to Li Tai so as to ensure his safety. Apart from that, there was nothing more important than this. Kang Chu was very dissatisfied. He said, Provincial governor, you don't want me to participate in this case. Is there something else? Or are you confident that you can solve the case in a short time? How dare you? Wang Liaoyuan could not hold it in anymore. He shouted angrily, Why should the provincial governor report to you about the investigation? I am paid by the imperial court. I should share the burden of the Tang emperor. Are you questioning the fairness of the imperial court? Even if the king of the Kang kingdom was here, he wouldn't dare to say such nonsense. If you continue to cause trouble here, this official will definitely charge you with the crime of disrupting the investigation. There was a saying that a weak country had no diplomacy, and Wang Liaoyuan's words were a perfect example. The Tang Empire and the Turkic Empire were both extremely powerful countries in Asia. Although the Kang Empire was good at economics and had strong soft power, its comprehensive national strength was still less than 1/10 of the Tang Empire's. Therefore, Wang Liaoyuan's words were quite forceful. Kang Chu was embarrassed by Wang Liaoyuan's scolding. He bowed and said, Then I request to leave the city. I want to return to Kang country and tell Brother Kang's family about this bad news. Please allow me. Currently, the 4 city gates of Taiyuan were already sealed, which was why he had made such a request. Otherwise, he would have already left the city. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and refused. No. Right now, this official has ordered the city guards to seal the city gates and search for the whereabouts of the assassin who tried to assassinate Kang Chang'an. Before the assassin is caught, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave Taiyuan, you'd better wait patiently in the city for a few days. Kang Chu said with an ugly face. Brother Kang and I are best friends. Now, I just want to leave the city and return to Kang country to tell Brother Kang's family about the bad news of Brother Kang's death. Why is provincial governor stopping me? Could it be that the provincial governor suspects that I am also an assassin? Chapter 1873. All right, County Magistrate I have already sent out everything that you wanted to report to my husband. Lantian County Yong and Marquis Manor, Main Hall. Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Madame Li and County Magistrate were all in the hall. However, Han Yushi was sitting at the table at the head of the hall, and in front of her was a large box. At this moment, Han Yushi stood up and spoke to County Magistrate He. This was the imperial edict that had been sent out this morning. Just as all the officials of Lantian County were in a dilemma and were at their wits' end, County Magistrate He personally visited the Marquis' manor and requested Han Yushi to inform Li Zixuan, who was in the military camp, of the current situation in the county office through the telegraph. Han Yushi was, after all, a married woman. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it wasn't liberal to the point of allowing men outside to meet their wives alone. Therefore, after knowing the purpose of County Magistrate He's visit, Han Yushi personally moved the telegraph from her room to the main hall while instructing the maidservants to invite Li Jingma and Madame Li to the main hall of the Marquis' manor. On the surface, it was to accompany them, but in reality it was to avoid suspicion. "Thank you, madam. This official and all the officials in the county office are extremely grateful." County Magistrate He stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Yushi from afar. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving because he still had to wait for Li Zixuan's reply. Han Yushi pursed her lips and chuckled. "County Magistrate He is too serious. My husband isn't in the county, so I still have to trouble you to help my husband manage Lantian County. Furthermore, my husband didn't consider it thoroughly and should have prepared a telegraph for the Lantian County office." When County Magistrate He heard this, he blushed and said, "Cough, cough. Madam, you must be joking. Even if Marquis prepared a telegraph for the county office, no one in the county office would know how to use it. He was a scholar and had studied the 4 books and 5 classics. After Li Zixuan took over Lantian County, he worked under Li Zixuan. Although he had received many new ideas and knowledge, he still felt that he couldn't handle a new thing like the telegraph that required a higher professional knowledge. County Magistrate He, you are too modest." Han Yushi smiled faintly, then bowed to Li Jingma and Madame Li and said, "Father, Mother, there are still some matters in the backyard, so Yushi will be busy first. I'll have to trouble you to accompany County Magistrate He. Just now, County Magistrate He's report involves a lot of things. I think my husband will have to think for a while before replying. When the time comes, you can just send someone to the backyard to call me." Han Yushi's thoughts were still relatively conservative. She did not want to get too involved in official matters. Moreover, she felt that it would be rather awkward for her to continue staying here, so she found an excuse to leave. Li Jingma nodded and replied, "Good, good, good. Go ahead and do your work." County Magistrate He cupped his hands and sent him off. Black Armored Army's camp, inside the tent. After receiving the telegram that County Magistrate He entrusted Han Yushi to send, Li Zixuan was in a dilemma. Just as County Magistrate He said, if Lantian County's government responded to the Imperial Court's reward policy, Lantian County's business tax revenue would be greatly reduced this year. There was a high probability that they would lose more than half of their business tax revenue. Furthermore, Lantian County was currently in a period of rapid development. Many of the infrastructure in the city were not complete, so they needed a large amount of money to invest in infrastructure. If the business tax revenue was pulled down, it would directly affect Lantian County's development progress. However, if Lantian County's government insisted on its own governance and did not implement the preferential tax policy, the merchants in the county, especially those who attended the donation ceremony yesterday, would definitely feel disappointed. This would not be beneficial to Lantian County's business development. Money, money, money. In the end, it's still a matter of money. Li Zixuan furrowed his brows and paced back and forth in the tent in frustration. In the end, this matter was still a matter of money. If the Lantian County Yamen had a lot of money, they wouldn't have this problem at all. Then give them a discount? What was there to be troubled about? But the problem was that the government had no money now. Before entering the military camp, Li Zixuan had heard County Magistrate He mention that the expansion of the city and the laying of electric wires in the city would require a large sum of money. The government had already borrowed a few thousand strings of coins from the Yanhuang Bank and planned to return the money after the taxes were collected. However, now that Li Er's imperial edict was out, if Lantian County followed the imperial edict, Lantian County's government might not be able to repay the debt owed by the Yanhuang Bank this year. If it was Li Zishuan's financial situation in the past, he would definitely be able to help Lantian County's government out of its financial predicament. Why was it in the past? It was because after a few times of squandering, building the medical school, building the protective mountain formation of Yunshan, creating armor and equipment for the Black Armored Army for free, etc., Li Zishuan did not have much cash on hand. This might sound unbelievable, but it was the truth. But then again, even if Li Zishuan had the ability and capital to help Lantian County's government get out of its financial predicament, he would not directly use his own personal funds to make up for the government's financial deficit. This was because a few months ago, Li Zishuan had already made Lantian County's government independent of its finances. The taxes collected by the government did not have to be handed over to him. Similarly, when the government needed a large amount of money to build infrastructure, roads, bridges, schools, medical centers, etc., they could not ask him for help. Money, money, money. That's right. Isn't this a matter of money? If I don't have money, I can find someone to build it for me. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind, and he thought of a plan that could satisfy both sides, and that was beep, 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 beep. As soon as he thought of it, Li Zishuan immediately returned to the table and started to operate the telegraph machine to send a telegram. After a short wait, someone finally responded. Li Zishuan hurriedly sent his idea in the form of a coded message. Order: Lantian County's government will fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in the city. As for the government's financial shortfall this year, with the Marquis and Lantian County's government's name and credit as guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The term of the loan will be 2 years. As for the interest rate, you can discuss it with the King of Shu. This 50,000 strings of cash will be used for the reconstruction of Lantian County's infrastructure, the expansion of the city walls, and the laying of electric wires. Every expenditure must be recorded in detail, and no one is allowed to embezzle it. When the reconstruction of the city is completed and the business environment is greatly improved, I believe that Lantian County's business will become even more prosperous. When that time comes, a mere 50,000 strings of cash will definitely be paid off in less than 2 years. This last paragraph was mainly to dispel County Magistrate He's concerns. Otherwise, with County Magistrate He's cautious personality, he would definitely not dare to borrow such a large sum of money from Yanhuang Bank. That's right, Li Zishuan was planning to follow the path of rapid development in most modern cities. That was, the government would invest heavily in infrastructure. On one hand, it would expand domestic demand, because infrastructure required the support of many upstream and downstream industrial chains, as well as many workers. On the other hand, it would improve the city's infrastructure. In fact, it was mainly the transportation facilities that would drive the development of various industries in the city. Chapter 1874. Marquis has ordered us to follow His Majesty's decree and implement preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county government's financial shortfall this year, we will use the name and credit of Marquis and Lantian County government as a guarantee to apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate he did not dare to delay any further. He immediately left the Marquis mansion and returned to the county government. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Officer Wang, and the rest to the back hall of the county government and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. After he finished speaking, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money. When will our county government be able to pay it back?" Registrar Zhang could not help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county government has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to support the county government through the major projects in front of us. Furthermore, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us. County Officer Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate will definitely not be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, including the interest. How much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank? If it were not for Li Zixuan's strong character, County Officer Wang would have suspected that Li Zixuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Tang Imperial Court, Li Zixuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zixuan's decision, all the officials in the county government, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng, and the rest had a really low mentality. If this was in modern times, who would be worried about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? They were worried that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was endorsed by the official credibility. Seeing that everyone was against it, even though Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still tried to persuade them. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with His Majesty's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credit of Marquis and the Lantian County Yamen as a guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank for 2 years. After receiving Li Zixuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate He didn't dare delay any further. He immediately left the Marquis of Yong'an's manor and returned to the County Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others to the back hall of the County Yamen and announced Li Zixuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? When will our County Yamen be able to repay such a huge sum of money?" Registrar Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our County Yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the County Yamen through the major projects in front of us. Furthermore, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Lieutenant Wang also agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zixuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zixuan made this decision on purpose to get business for Yanhuang Bank. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zixuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zixuan's decision, all the officials in the County Yamen, except for County Magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng, and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to repay it? They were all worried that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to repay the money, it was impossible. They had the government's credibility as their endorsement. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them at the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yamen's financial gap this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as a guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zixuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the County Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others again in the back hall of the County Yamen and announced Li Zixuan's decision on the spot. After he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? When will our county yamen be able to pay back so much money?" County Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to support the county yamen through a few big projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to get business for Yanhuang Bank. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Facing Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng, and the others' thinking was really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they worried about was that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully follow the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the County Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others in the back hall of the County Yamen and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money. When can our County Yamen pay it back?" County Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our County Yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the County Yamen pay for the big projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once, and for such a long time, Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it back." County Lieutenant Wang also agreed and added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it back, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the County Yamen, except for County Magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng, and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they worried about was that the money they borrowed was not enough to pay for the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully follow the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yamen's financial gap this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as the guarantee, We will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate he didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others in the back hall of the county yamen and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, all the officials in the room were shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money. When will our county yamen be able to pay it back?" Registrar Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that another 30,000 strings of cash will be enough to help the county yamen through the major projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it back." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it back, the interest rate won't be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years. With the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the imperial court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. In the face of Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate he, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng, and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would be worried about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they were worried about was that the borrowed money wasn't enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised, "Marquis ordered us to fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in Lantian County. As for the county yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as the guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate he didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others in the back hall of the county yamen and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money. When can our county yamen pay it back?" Registrar Zhang couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the county yamen pay for the major projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once and for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years. With the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the imperial court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Facing Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate he, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng, and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? They were worried that the borrowed money was not enough to pay for the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. They had the government's credibility to back them up. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it as expected, Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them at the beginning. But now he still persuaded them, yes. Chapter 1875. When Li Zixuan returned to the drill ground, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were doing arm strength training, which was push-ups and pull-ups. Today, the soldiers were used to these two arm strength training methods, and the training standard had slowly increased from 100 push-ups and 15 pull-ups per soldier to 150 push-ups and 25 pull-ups per soldier. The training volume had increased by 50%. Everyone's body potential was limitless, and as the training continued, the potential would gradually increase, but the speed of increase was not linear. Normally, the speed of increase would be faster at the beginning, and the speed of increase would be slower towards the end. Therefore, at the beginning of the training, it was necessary to increase the training volume for the soldiers in a timely and reasonable manner according to the training situation of the soldiers. 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 88. Li Zixuan walked to the side of the training ground of the Wu Battalion and listened to the counting sounds. Suddenly, he heard a particularly discordant sound, and he couldn't help but stop walking. Looking at the burly man beside him who was counting, Li Zixuan's mouth twitched, and he stepped forward and kicked the burly man's leg and scolded angrily. "Is it 88 after 82? Wang Rong, do you know how to count?" This burly man was the sergeant, squad leader, of the first squad of the Wu Battalion. Wang Rong and Ding Dali, who helped Zhang Kongnian to incite the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under him. At this moment, he was supervising the soldiers doing push-ups and helping to count at the side. Ever since that incident, Wang Rong felt that he had wronged Li Zixuan. From his point of view, Li Zixuan was a great benefactor to his hometown, but his soldiers actually did such a thing. As a squad leader, although he didn't participate in it personally, he was responsible for not being strict with his subordinates. Wang Rong had always felt guilty towards Li Zixuan. Recently, under his supervision and urging, the soldiers in his squad had been training very hard, and he had never fallen behind in his own training, and the training volume he set for himself was twice that of a normal soldier. However, Wang Rong was a boorish man through and through. Not to mention going to school, he didn't even know how to write, let alone know how to count. He had no problem counting in the single digits, but when the number was large, he didn't even know where he was counting to. Li Zixuan was an engineering nerd in his previous life, but after he traveled to Tang, he started his career as a mathematics teacher. As a mathematics teacher, how could he tolerate the fact that there were people around him who couldn't count? Join the army. You're here. Wang Rong was kicked for no reason, but he wasn't angry at all, because the person who kicked him was Li Zixuan. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly at Li Zixuan. That I really don't know how to count. It's okay if it's a small number, but if it's a large number, then, please forgive me, join the army. Wang Rong spoke in a dignified manner, but the soldiers of the first unit of the Wu Battalion lowered their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "If you don't know how to count, then count separately. 150. Divide it into 3 counts and count 50 each time. Otherwise, if you count like that, you'll get 8 out of 10 people wrong." Wang Rong's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Divided into 3 counts? That's a good idea. Join the army. You're indeed a literary star." Chapter 1876. I see. On the drill ground, Sun Jiping was suddenly enlightened. If the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion are only putting on a show during their daily combat training, then in tomorrow's combat competition, their results will definitely not be as good as ours. Li Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, "This is why I've always requested the soldiers to conduct their daily training with the mentality of actual combat. They are all good men of my great Tang. I would rather have them suffer some injuries during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Also, even if the 2nd Battalion soldiers put in as much effort as ours in their daily combat training, they will still not be a match for ours. Because they have only learned half of the training methods from the new drill manual, they have only learned the superficial combat training. Like push-ups, pull-ups, and other basic auxiliary training, they have not done them at all. For a martial artist, if they do not have strong arm strength and stamina, how can they beat an opponent of the same level? That is why I said that the 2nd Battalion only learned the form of our training methods, but they did not learn the essence. And because of their blind learning, it has disrupted their original training rhythm, and it is very likely that their original advantage in traditional military formations will gradually disappear. For us, this may not be bad news. After listening to Li Zixuan's analysis, Sun Jiping suddenly felt more confident about tomorrow's combat competition and the military competition 3 days later. He smiled and said, "You are right. In these few days, I will keep an eye on the soldiers and urge them to complete all the training tasks with the highest quality." Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "With you here in the E Battalion, I can rest assured, but there is something I need to tell you. These few days, the soldiers have indeed been training very hard. You and I have seen it with our own eyes, but just looking at it is not enough. As the saying goes, those who have done well should be rewarded, and those who have done wrong should be punished. Although it is only training now and they have not gone to the battlefield, but for those who have trained hard and achieved outstanding results, we should still give appropriate rewards. Otherwise, as time goes by, the soldiers may lose the motivation to train hard." Sun Jiping frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? How should we reward the soldiers?" He was only the lieutenant of the E Battalion, not the general of the Black Armored Army. He did not have much authority in this aspect regarding rewards, so he could only ask Li Zixuan for advice. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? In the next few days, Jiping, pay attention to the soldiers who have been training unusually hard. I want you to pick out a group of outstanding soldiers who have outstanding training and record them in a book. If he is a normal soldier, he can be promoted to a deputy general. If he is already a squad leader, then he can be promoted to deputy general of a battalion. These selected soldiers will lead the training of the brothers in the camp during peacetime. During wartime, I need them to form a special assault team. I want them to take down the enemy's most elite and hard-to-take-down forces on the battlefield. Special assault team." Hearing this new term from Li Zixuan's mouth, Sun Jiping was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it carefully for a while, he roughly understood what kind of existence the so-called special forces were. After a moment of silence, Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said solemnly, "This general obeys. I see." On the drill ground, Sun Jiping suddenly realized what was going on. If the soldiers of the B Battalion are just putting up a show during their daily combat training, then in tomorrow's combat competition, their results will definitely not be as good as ours. Li Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, "This is why I've always requested the soldiers to conduct their daily training with the mentality of actual combat. They are all good soldiers of the Tang Empire. I would rather they get injured during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Also, even if the soldiers of the B Battalion put in as much effort as our soldiers in their daily combat training, they will still not be a match for our soldiers. Because they have only learned half of the training methods from the new drill manual, they have only learned the superficial combat training. Like push-ups, pull-ups, and other basic auxiliary training, they have not done them at all. For a martial artist, if they don't have strong arm strength and stamina, how can they beat an opponent of the same level? That's why I said that the B Battalion only learned the form of our training methods, but not the essence. And because of their blind learning, it messed up their original training rhythm, and it is very likely that their original advantage in traditional military formations will gradually disappear. For us, this may not be a bad news. After listening to Li Zixuan's analysis, Sun Jiping suddenly felt more confident about tomorrow's combat competition and the military competition 3 days later. He smiled and said, "You are right. In the next few days, I will keep an eye on the soldiers and urge them to complete all the training tasks with quality and quantity." Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "With you here in the E Battalion, I can rest assured, but there is something that I need to tell you. In the past few days, the soldiers have been training very hard. You and I have seen it with our own eyes, but just looking at it is not enough. As the saying goes, one should be rewarded for meritorious deeds, and one should be punished for wrongdoings. Although it is only training now and not going to the battlefield, But for those who have trained hard and achieved outstanding results, we should still give appropriate rewards. Otherwise, as time goes by, the soldiers may lose the motivation to train hard. Sun Jiping frowned and asked with some confusion, "How should we reward the soldiers according to your idea?" He was only the lieutenant of the E Battalion and not the general of the Black Armored Army. Regarding the rewards for the soldiers, he did not have much authority in this aspect, so he could only ask Li Zixuan for advice. Li Zixuan frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "How about this? For the next few days, Jiping, pay close attention to the soldiers who are training unusually hard. I want you to pick out a batch of outstanding soldiers and record all of them in a book. If he is a normal soldier, you can promote him to a deputy general of a team. If he is already a squad leader, you can promote him to a deputy general of a battalion. These selected soldiers will lead the training of the brothers in the battalion during normal times, but during wartime, I need them to form a special assault team. I want them to specifically take down the most elite and difficult force of the enemy on the battlefield." Special assault team. Sun Jiping was startled when he suddenly heard a new term from Li Zixuan. After thinking about it carefully for a while, he roughly understood what kind of existence the special assault team mentioned by Li Zixuan was. After a moment of silence, Sun Jiping cupped his hands and said seriously, "Yes, sir." Chapter 1877. Reporting to the provincial governor and Your Highness King of Wei, this subordinate followed Kong Chu all the way to Jining Square in the west of the city and didn't find anything strange about him. I also didn't see him come into contact with anyone on the way. This subordinate had people hide near his residence and secretly observe. If there is any news, report it immediately. Taiyuan City, back hall of the provincial governor's mansion. Constable Feng strode in from outside and cupped his fists to Wang Liaoyuan and Li Tai. At this time, only Wang Liaoyuan and Li Tai were left in the room. As for Dugu Feiying, he took the weapons scattered by the assassins in the morning and worked with the soldiers of the Bing province barracks to search for the assassins in the city. Wang Yu naturally had to return to the Wang family to make some arrangements. After all, in terms of searching for people, especially in Taiyuan City, the Wang family's ability and strength were not inferior to the government. The reason why Li Tai hadn't left yet was mainly to wait for news from the people who followed Kong Chu. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and asked, "You're saying that Kong Chu has a residence in Jining Square?" "Yes." Constable Feng replied. Wang Liaoyuan continued to ask, "Did you find out when he started doing business in Taiyuan City?" Constable Feng cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate found out that Kong Chu came to Taiyuan City 3 years ago. He opened a treasure shop in the city that specializes in selling gems and pearls. In recent years, business has been good, and he's an honest person. Last year, he married a local wife. The woman is the daughter of a country squire from outside Taiyuan City. Her name is Su Xiuhe. After the two of them got married, they were very loving. Nothing out of the ordinary happened." Wang Liaoyuan frowned and didn't say anything. Li Tai asked, "Did you ask Kong Chu's neighbors if any strangers came looking for him or sent him a letter today?" Constable Feng nodded and said, "Your Highness, this subordinate asked an auntie who sells pancakes in front of the Kong residence. She said that in the Kong residence today, other than Kong Chu, there was only an old farmer who carried vegetables in. No one else came in or out of the Kong residence." "An old farmer who delivered vegetables?" Li Tai's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, "What is this old farmer's background? Have you checked?" Constable Feng had obviously done his work well this time. He cupped his fists and replied, "I've asked around. This old farmer is a farmer from Nanha village outside the city. He has a son who lives in the city. He just moved into the city this year and stayed with his son. Basically, he would send vegetables to Kong Chu's house every few days. There's nothing unusual about him." Hearing this, Li Tai couldn't help but frown in silence. Seeing this, Wang Liaoyuan waved his hand at Constable Feng and said, "You did a good job. You can leave now. I have something important to discuss with His Highness." "Here." Constable Feng cupped his fists, bowed, and left. Li Tai raised his head and looked at Wang Liaoyuan. "Provincial Governor Wang, I still think there's something wrong with Kong Chu. Have someone keep an eye on Kong Chu. Report to me as soon as you find anything strange. Although Kong Chu looked normal on the surface, Li Tai's intuition told him that Kong Chu was definitely hiding something. Wang Liaoyuan had been an official for so many years, so he was still alert. He also felt that there was something wrong with Kong Chu. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." Li Tai nodded and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll leave this to Provincial Governor Wang. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Although Dugu Xian had been assassinated and the hidden assassin in the city hadn't been caught, the Academy's task of building a relay station still had to continue. It might even have to be sped up. This was because Li Tai didn't know how many more obstacles he would face. He wanted to be as quick as possible. Otherwise, he might not be able to complete the task in 2 months. Wang Liaoyuan's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his fists. The hidden danger in the city hasn't been dealt with yet. It's best if Your Highness doesn't go out for the next few days. If Your Highness insists on heading to Dragon Mountain, you can bring the Imperial Guards and the Bing Province barrack soldiers along. Clearly, Wang Liaoyuan could tell that Li Tai wouldn't stop because of the assassin, so he reminded him. Li Tai nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll be careful." With that, Li Tai put his hands behind his back and walked out the door. Taiyuan City was destined to not be peaceful today. In fact, Taiyuan City hadn't been peaceful for the past 2 days. Yesterday, the Wang family's forces on the surface and in the dark had been searching for Zhu Xiachang and Kong Chang'an in the city. Yesterday, Taiyuan City was buzzing with activity. Today, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing Province barracks were scattered in every corner of Taiyuan City, searching for something from house to house. After these soldiers entered the houses of the commoners, they didn't ask anything and directly searched the houses. The houses of the butchers and hunters were the main targets of the search. The sabers, arrows, and other weapons hidden in their houses were all found by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. Then one of the soldiers took out a blueprint from his bosom. On the blueprint there were drawings of various weapons. The weapons were also engraved with a special pattern. The soldier looked at the weapons found in the houses of the commoners while looking at the blueprint in his hand, as if he was comparing them. After the comparison was completed, if there were no abnormalities, the soldiers would withdraw without a word. If the weapon found was similar to the weapon pattern on the blueprint, the owner of the house would be arrested and sent directly to the provincial governor's manor. Taiyuan City had a total of 56 houses, with a population of more than 400,000 people. For 10,000 soldiers to search from house to house, this project was no small matter. This was the beginning of the Tang dynasty, and the military discipline of the Tang army was very strict. The Bing Province barracks was the most powerful barracks in the north of the Great Tang, so its military discipline was naturally very strict. Although the soldiers were searching from house to house, they were very disciplined. Generally, the owners of the houses would gather the women in one place before they entered to search. Thus, although the search of the soldiers caused some inconvenience to the lives of the commoners, on the whole, the commoners of Taiyuan City mostly supported the soldiers' work. Of course, there were always exceptions to everything. Not everyone was willing to cooperate with the search. Some of the rich and powerful families in the city were often unwilling to let the soldiers go in and search. After all, they were all big families and businesses. If the soldiers went in and damaged something during the search, the losses would be great. Moreover, the great clans had many secrets. If the soldiers discovered something shameful about the owners of the houses during the search, wouldn't they suffer a great loss? Thus, when the owners of the great clans heard that the soldiers were coming to search, they couldn't help but order their servants to stop them. However, the search warrant today was jointly issued by the Bing Province Provincial Governor Wang Liaoyuan and the Bing Province Barracks Commandant Fang Gongting, the two highest-ranking military and political officials in Bing Province. The soldiers would carry out this search warrant unconditionally. The servants and guards of the great clans who wanted to stop the search were all knocked to the ground. If the owners of the houses still didn't know what was good for them, they would be arrested and sent to the provincial governor's manor along with those who had hidden suspicious weapons in their houses. Thus, for a moment, Taiyuan City could be said to be in chaos. At the same time, Longshan seemed to be completely unaffected by Taiyuan City. According to the division of tasks that Li Tai had assigned in the morning, the members of the 5th and 6th teams took out measuring tools and began to survey the buildings of the Longshan Boy Temple. The measuring tools they took were all from Yanhuang College. At the beginning of this year, the Academy officially established the 2nd and 3rd Trump Card Project. The 2nd Trump Card Project was to improve the telegraph and increase the transmission distance of telegrams. The 3rd Trump Card Project was mainly to establish measurement standards and make standard measuring tools. After nearly half a year of hard work, the Academy had not only established its own measurement standards committee to establish unit standards for some new physical quantities, but also worked together with the workshop of the Interesting Pavilion to produce a batch of precision measuring instruments. These instruments would provide a standard reference for all similar instruments in the future, and they would be calibrated as soon as they changed. The measuring instruments held by the students on Longshan included a ruler, a large triangular ruler, and even a tape measure. The units of these measuring instruments were not the inch, qi, or zhang commonly used in the Tang Empire, but the new units proposed by the Measurement Standards Committee of the Academy according to Li Zishuan's idea: millimeter, centimeter, decimeter, and meter. Although 1 centimeter of these measuring instruments was not strictly equal to 1 centimeter of modern measuring instruments, it was not important. In ancient times, if one wanted to make precision production, the ancient measurement units had to be subdivided. At this time, the smallest unit of length was 1 inch, about 333 centimeters, which obviously could not meet the requirements of precision production. Thus, Li Zishuan not only proposed millimeters but also smaller units such as microns. The Academy was currently making more precise measuring instruments such as vernier calipers. Mr. Mo, we have finished measuring the inside and outside of the boys' temple. We think that the height here can meet the requirements of the construction of the telegraph relay station. We can even directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the 2nd floor of the boys' temple. In this way, we don't need to build an additional high platform for the telegraph relay station, and we can save a lot of time. Near noon, the 8 students of the 5th and 6th groups found Mo Chue. One of the students handed the drawing in his hand to Mo Chue and reported seriously. Mo Chue took the drawing and looked at it carefully. The students had drawn the structure of the boys' temple according to a certain scale when they were surveying the area. They had marked the dimensions of the key areas. Those who knew the new engineering drawing method invented by Li Zishuan would be able to understand it at a glance. Yes, very good. Your judgment is right. Based on the height of the boys' temple and Dragon Mountain, it is completely feasible to build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the 2nd floor. But where should we put the generator? Have you thought about Pangsheng? After glancing through the drawing, Mo Chue nodded with a look of approval. Then he asked another question. The telegraph machine needed electricity, and the telegraph relay station naturally needed electricity as well. And they definitely couldn't use batteries. After all, batteries could only provide limited endurance, so they could only place their hopes on a small power station. The construction of a hydroelectric power station required a lot of time and effort, so they had brought a small thermal power station from the Academy. This was the first thermal power station in the history of the Tang Empire. Replying to Mr. Mo regarding the thermal power station, it definitely can't be placed in a room, or else it will easily catch fire. We think that it should be placed in the backyard north of the boys' temple. The space there is spacious, and it is convenient for the Imperial Army to guard it. It is safer than placing it outside the boys' temple. The student named Pangsheng replied, "Yes, you have considered it very thoroughly." Hearing this, Mo Chue nodded and praised. Since that's the case, immediately inform the members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th groups to start preparing to build the thermal power station. When the time comes, remember to measure and adjust the voltage. Otherwise, if the voltage is too high, it will easily burn our machines. Yes. Pangsheng and the others nodded and turned to leave. Mr. Mo Chue, how is the situation here? At this moment, Li Tai had also arrived at Dragon Mountain and walked up to Mo Chue's side to ask this question. After leaving the provincial governor's residence, he did not even return to the courier station. Instead, he rushed straight to Dragon Mountain with a dozen Imperial Army guards. At present, Taiyuan City was filled with soldiers from the Bing province barracks. Li Tai was not worried that they would jump out to assassinate him at this time. If that really happened, he would be relieved. This was because although the Imperial Army around him was few in number, they were all highly skilled in martial arts. Even if they could not immediately defeat him, they could temporarily delay him. As long as they could delay him for a while, the soldiers in the city would definitely rush over to arrest him. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Mo Chue was startled and quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Tai, he sighed in relief and said, "Pang Shang and the others have completed the survey. We all think that we can directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the second floor of the Boy Temple. At this moment, I have Jia Jiayin and Li Yan lead people to build a thermal power station in the backyard of the Boy Temple." Hearing this, Li Tai's expression was faintly excited. "Good. It would be best if we can directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the second floor of the Boy Temple. This way, we can save a lot of work and a lot of time." However, this thermal power station was only a preliminary success in the workshop. Now that we want to put it into practical use, I'm afraid there will be some problems in the process. For the next 2 days, let's focus on making the thermal power station run smoothly. Qin K, your worries are not without reason. We'll do as you say. After we switch the thermal power generator this time, it will save us a lot of trouble next time. Mo Chue nodded. Then he frowned and asked with a worried expression, "By the way, Qin K, how is General Dugu's situation now?" In the morning, when he, Li Tai, Dugu Feiying, and the others went to Dragon Mountain, they were chased back by the Imperial Army. Therefore, Mo Chue knew about the assassination of Dugu Xian. However, to avoid causing panic, he did not tell the rest of the students. Chapter 1878. General Dugu has been poisoned. Fortunately, there is a doctor in Source Peak City with excellent medical skills. The poison in General Dugu's body was removed and he is now out of danger. On Dragon Mountain, Li Tai's face was solemn as he spoke to Mo Chue. "Poisoned? Is it that serious? It seems that the assassins came prepared and wanted to kill General Dugu. Source Peak City doesn't look safe. We must be more careful." Mo Chue's face turned cold when he heard this. Mo Chue was naturally clearly aware of how important Dugu Xian was to this group. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Dugu Xian was the guardian of their group. If Dugu Xian was killed, then the possibility of them returning safely from this trip to the north was extremely small. They had just arrived in Source Peak City and Dugu Xian had been assassinated. Moreover, the other party had directly tried to kill Dugu Xian. It was hard to believe that the assassin's next move was not targeting them. So Mo Chue's heart was now filled with vigilance. Li Tai understood the meaning behind Mo Chue's words. He nodded and said, "The current Source Peak City is indeed treacherous and full of hidden murderous intent. However, Mr. Mo Chue, you don't have to worry too much. The provincial governor's office has already obtained some clues about the assassins. Just now, 10,000 soldiers from the Bing province barracks have entered the city and are working with the provincial government bailiffs and Wang family guards to search for the assassins. With such an inescapable net, even if they can't catch the assassins, I believe they won't dare to come out again. We only need to build the telegraph relay station in the shortest time possible. Then we can leave Source Peak City and head to Yunzhou." Hearing this, Mo Chue's heart calmed down a little. He sighed lightly and said, "In this way, Source Peak City will be heavily guarded in the next few days. Everyone's safety will be guaranteed. Once we finish building the telegraph relay station, General Dugu's injuries will be more or less healed. At that time, I will be able to relax a little." Li Tai nodded and said, "Although Source Peak City is heavily guarded now, everyone still needs to be careful. According to the rules we set earlier, no one is allowed to act alone." Mo Chue nodded and said, "As it should be. I will remind the students a few more times." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Mo Chue. The Cloud Mountain is surrounded by dense forests and numerous rocks. If we combine the changes of Taoism's 1 origin, 2 forms, 3 talents, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions together with the mechanics of Moism, we can indeed trap those trespassers. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, a delicate and pretty Taoist boy who was about 10 years old and dressed in a green Taoist robe gently tapped his forehead with his finger, and then said with a serious expression. However, the words that came out of his mouth did not sound like something a child of his age would say. That's right, this little Taoist boy was the grandson of the celestial master sect of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Heng. In the morning, after the group from Dragon Tiger Mountain settled down in the courtyard of Cloud Mountain, they followed Xian Qing and Mo Huai to the foot of Cloud Mountain to survey the terrain. Their main mission this time was to go down the mountain to gain experience. To be precise, they were going to the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Hall to gain experience. However, at this time, the Academy was building the mountain guarding formation, and Mo Huai had asked Xian Qing for help. How could Xian Qing not help? Therefore, helping the Academy build the mountain guarding formation became the first task of Xian Qing, Zhang Heng, and the others after leaving the sect. Haha, you have good eyesight. I was previously instructed by Taoist Li Chunfeng, and he also suggested this at that time. However, I and Taoist Li Chunfeng are not proficient in setting up formations, so we have to trouble the Celestial Master sect with this matter. Hearing this, Mo Huai could not help but look at the little Taoist boy with slight surprise. He probably did not expect a little Taoist boy from the Celestial Master sect to have such profound attainments in formations. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel more confident in the construction of the mountain guarding formation of the Academy. Xian Qing looked at Zhang Heng lightly and did not say anything. Young people were somewhat arrogant and vain. Zhang Heng could read the Taoist canon at such a young age, so naturally, he wanted to show his talent in front of others. Xian Qing did not say anything to stop him, because who had not been young and frivolous? Chapter 1879. Lord Guard, the soldiers of the Bing province barracks have already entered the city. They're working with the Yamen runners and the Wang clan guards to search every household in the city. They're only searching for weapons. It's said that the Yamen runners have a blueprint in their hands, and the weapons found in the houses will be compared to the blueprint. If the patterns are similar, the owner of the house will be captured and brought to the provincial governor's residence. It seems that the great Tang Yamen already knows that we've obtained weapons from Kong Chang'an. In the innermost room of Tongfu In's heavenly guest room, the tall man called Sky Eagle from before was solemnly bowing to the guard leader, who was not very handsome but always liked to hold a feather fan. There's no need to think. The Yamen must have already sensed that we've obtained weapons from Kong Chang'an. The middle-aged man waved the feather fan in his hand without the slightest hint of panic on his face as he spoke to Sky Eagle. It's all thanks to Lord Guard's wisdom to have our brothers bury the weapons in advance. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to escape this great search. The tall man called Sky Eagle clasped his hands, a look of relief on his face. It truly had been this Lord Guard, who had ordered them to bury all their weapons and lay low for the next few days. They were not to come out unless there was something important. Now that he thought about it, this Lord Guard had truly had a certain amount of foresight in his arrangements. Keep a close eye on the people below. Don't let them rashly show themselves, especially Xian Yi. This fellow has always thought highly of himself and likes to underestimate his enemies. We can't let him cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The Lord Guard frowned as he warned. This subordinate will do as you bid. Sky Eagle clasped his hands in acknowledgement. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, Lord Guard, may I ask what our next step is? The next step? The Lord Guard's eyes flashed, and after a moment of thought he said, I've already sent a messenger pigeon back. Right now, we just need to wait for the Kagan's reply and reinforcements. Until then, all of us will carefully hide in the city and wait for an opportunity to move. If we have the chance to capture 1 or 2 Yanhuang college students and teachers, that would be for the best. Of course, this is only the most ideal situation. What's most important is that we don't expose ourselves. With our current strength, we don't have the strength to face the great Tang authorities head-on. When Heavenly Eagle heard that, he cupped his fists and said with a solemn look, "Lord Guard, rest assured. This subordinate definitely won't let the brothers be willing to be exposed. But right now, most of the people from Yanhuang College are in Longshan. They must have chosen a location there. Are we going to let them do whatever they want in Longshan?" Lord Guard frowned and said indifferently, "Even if we want to interfere in this matter, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do so. Right now, there must be a large number of soldiers guarding the Dragon Mountain. If we go there, I'm afraid we'll be walking right into their trap. Let's wait for 2 more days. Once our reinforcements arrive, we'll coordinate from the inside and the outside to completely take Taiyuan. Anyway, what Yanhuang College wants to build isn't something that can be completed in a few days." Heavenly Eagle nodded and cupped his fists as he said, "Lord Guard is wise. This subordinate will pass down the order to all the brothers to be careful and lay low for the time being." Lord Guard waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't worry. Yes, go. If you don't have anything important to do in the next 2 days, don't come and see me." Chapter 1880. Dugu Xian was attacked by an assassin and almost died. Taiyuan City, the provincial governor's residence. Li Junxian had rushed over in a hurry, and when he learned from Wang Laoan what had happened in Taiyuan City in the last 2 days, he couldn't help but be alarmed. When Li Er had sent him to Taiyuan City to protect Li Tai's group, he had believed that this would be an easy mission. After all, Taiyuan City was a major city in the north of the Great Tang, and its security was naturally much better than that of a small county on the northern border. Moreover, Li Tai had 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers protecting him, so he would probably be in a lot of danger. But to Li Junxian's surprise, the moment he arrived in Taiyuan City, the city was sealed and martial law was imposed. Then, he heard from Wang Liaoyuan that Dugu Xian had been attacked by an assassin and that there was a secret faction hiding in Taiyuan City. The situation in Taiyuan City was far more urgent than he had expected. This mysterious faction is far too crafty. They used bait to confuse us, and then by revealing that they had abandoned their son, they lured General Dugu to the southern part of the city, giving them a chance to strike. Fortunately, there was a famous doctor in Source Peak City who helped General Dugu escape from danger. This official has already ordered the Bing Province barracks to search the entire city for the assassins and strengthen the patrols in the city. Presumably, this group of people will go into hiding for a short period of time and won't dare to stir up trouble again. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands as he spoke to Li Junxian. He was also deeply surprised and shocked by Li Junxian's arrival. Li Junxian was the commander of 100 cavalry, and this cavalry was Li Er's most trusted and elite force. Li Junxian's arrival meant that Li Er was extremely concerned about Li Tai's safety. This placed Wang Liaoyuan under great pressure. After all, Li Er had given him 7 days to solve the case. Li Junxian's arrival was a covert attempt by Li Er to put pressure on him. How is His Highness's safety? Does the mysterious faction in the city already know why His Highness and the students from Yanhuang College have come to Taiyuan City? Wang Liaoyuan's words did nothing to ease Li Junxian's nervousness and wariness. He suddenly remembered something important and sternly asked. Although Li Tai's mission in Taiyuan was top secret, Li Junxian was one of Li Tai's most trusted subordinates, and he was also one of the commanders tasked with protecting Li Tai. He naturally knew about it. Thus, Li Junxian was well aware that if Li Tai's goal in coming to Taiyuan City was revealed, there was a high chance that the step would send people to sabotage, even assassinate them. There is no need to worry about His Highness King Wei's safety. As for why His Highness and the others have come to Source Peak City, even this official doesn't know. I presume that the mysterious faction in the city doesn't know either. Wang Liaoyuan pondered for a moment before replying. Li Junxian relaxed a little and clasped his fist. Since that's the case, this general will take his leave. Governor Wang, please keep the news of us coming to Taiyuan a secret. The enemy is in the dark. His Highness not only needs someone to protect him on the surface, but also in the dark. Wang Liaoyuan nodded. General Li, be at ease. This official will not mention your identities to anyone, but on His Highness's side. Li Junxian said, we will continue to protect His Highness from the shadows. When the time is right, we will naturally appear. Okay. Wang Liaoyuan naturally didn't dare to say more. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left with his men. Oh! Chapter 1881. No! Grandfather! Grandson said to seek refuge with the Turks, not guardian Lord Zhao. In the study in the backyard of the Wang family's second branch, Wang Xinyuan shook his head and said lightly. Wang Kuei, who was in a state of agitation and excitement, seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water and completely calmed down. He frowned and asked in confusion, Shinan, what do you mean by that? If we follow guardian Lord Zhao, isn't it the same as seeking refuge with the Turks? Xinyuan, are you thinking of? Wang Kuei suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility and could not help but reveal a trace of fear between his brows. Under his gaze, Wang Xinyuan slowly nodded and said, Grandfather, 2 years ago, that person surnamed Zhao was just a small official in a small county in Sangzhou. After seeking refuge with Sheli Khan, he suddenly changed and gained the respected status he has today. In fact, in terms of foundation and strength, our Wang family is not the slightest bit weaker than him, so why do we have to work under him? Why can't we completely replace him? As soon as these words came out, Wang Kuei's face could not help but reveal a trace of contemplation. Seeing this, Wang Xinyuan struck while the iron was hot and continued. This time, that person surnamed Zhao infiltrated Taiyuan City to get to the bottom of things is only for Prince Li Tai of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. They are going to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City, which is a great threat to the safety of the Turks. In the future, when the Great Tang and the Turks go to war, the Great Tang will be in an invincible position in terms of intelligence and information. That is why that person surnamed Zhao spared no effort to destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build. Right now, it is just that they do not have enough troops. If they have enough strength, he will immediately take action and help the Turks eliminate this great threat. Grandfather, think about it, if we destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build without the help of the grassland headquarters, and even secretly leave behind the key machines and key people to build the telegraph relay station and then give them to the Turks, once the Turks learn of it, the Turks will definitely have a whole new level of respect for us and even put us in an important position. At that time, we will not have to work under that person surnamed Zhao, but directly under the Turks. Isn't the day of meteoric success just around the corner? It was said that every man for himself, and the heavens and earth would destroy him. Wang Xinyuan, on the other hand, would feel uneasy as long as he did not rebel. Not only did he want to rebel against the Great Tang, he also wanted to rebel against one of their leaders before even joining the opposing faction. He was truly a traitor who treated rebellion as a common occurrence. Wang Kuei's eyes brightened, but a moment later he frowned and said, Xian Yuan, your idea is certainly good, but with our strength alone, how are we going to destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build? What's more, we are going to secretly hand over the key machines and key personnel to the Turks. Wang Xinyuan smiled and said confidently, There's no need for grandfather to worry about that. Grandson has his own plan. Right now, no one knows that we have already learned of Li Tai's plan to come to Taiyuan. Therefore, they will not be on guard against us. I have already received the news that Li Tai and the others are going to build the telegraph relay station at Longshan. This morning, many teachers and students of Yanhuang College went to Longshan. As far as I know, they came to Taiyuan this time with many important machines developed by the college. As long as we steal or destroy 1 or 2 of the key machines, the telegraph relay station will definitely not be built. Chapter 1882. This child is intelligent, ambitious, and scheming. Wang Yu has misjudged him. Wang Kuei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wang Xinyuan leave. It's just that he's a little too smart. If he really was a child of the second branch, that would be great. In the end, Wang Kuei shook his head and said this without any reason. Wang Xinyuan's plan to rebel against Guardian Zhao was for his own good. But this act of rebelling against the Great Tang and then against Guardian Zhao left Wang Kuei a little uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyuan would one day break free from his control, and even more worried that Wang Xinyuan would one day betray him. Wang Li, come in. After some time, Wang Kuei's complexion returned to normal, and he raised his head and called out to the door. Second elder, Wang Li, dressed in plain clothes, pushed open the door and entered. After closing the door, he cupped his fists and greeted Wang Kuei. You should have heard what this old man said to Xinyuan just now, right? Wang Kuei looked at Wang Li and indifferently asked. Yes, this subordinate heard it all. While Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei were talking in the study, Wang Li had been standing under the great banyan tree not far from the study. On the one hand, he had been keeping watch for the two in the room to prevent anyone from sneaking in and eavesdropping. On the other hand, this could be considered Wang Kuei's arrangement. Wang Kuei knew that as a Grandmaster realm expert, Wang Li's hearing was sharper than ordinary people's. Even at such a distance, he would definitely be able to hear what was going on in the room. Since you've heard it all, this old man won't repeat it. Starting today, you and your subordinates must all obey Xinyuan's orders. Xinyuan's words are equivalent to this old man's words. All of you must strictly obey them, understand? Wang Kuei sternly said. Wang Li's expression turned solemn as he bowed and cupped his fists. Second elder, be at ease. This subordinate will do our best to assist young master. This child is intelligent and ambitious. Wang Yu has misjudged him. Wang Kuei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wang Xinyuan leave. It's just that he's a little too smart. If only he were really a child of the second branch. In the end, Wang Kuei shook his head and said this without any reason. Wang Xinyuan's plan to betray Guardian Zhao was for his own good. But this betrayal of the Tang Empire and then of Guardian Zhao made Wang Kuei feel a little uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyuan would break away from his control one day, and even more worried that Wang Xinyuan would betray him one day. Wang Li, come in. After an unknown period of time, Wang Kuei's complexion returned to normal. He raised his head and shouted towards the outside. Second elder, Wang Li, who was dressed in plain clothes, pushed open the door and entered. After closing the door, he stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Wang Kuei. You should have heard what I said to Xine Yuan just now, right? Wang Kuei looked at Wang Li and asked indifferently. Yes, this subordinate heard it all. While Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei were talking in the study, Wang Li was standing under the great banyan tree not far from the study. First, he was keeping watch for the two in the room to prevent anyone from quietly sneaking in to eavesdrop. Second, Wang Kuei had intentionally arranged this because he knew that as a Grandmaster expert, Wang Li's hearing was sharper than ordinary people's. Even if he was so far away, he would definitely be able to hear what was going on in the room. Chapter 1883. The most adorable person. When the country is in trouble, they will answer the call, sacrificing their lives for the country, looking death in the eye. They are the most adorable people, in the eyes of countless people, merchants who only value profit over righteousness, raising 428,500 strings of cash for the military. At the crucial moment, each and every one of them took the Sarira for righteousness and shared the country's burden. They are also the most adorable people. In the backyard of the Wang family's main branch. After lunch, Wang Yu ordered someone to bring in the latest edition of Datong Daily. He leaned back on the couch and began to read the newspaper. Immediately, his attention was drawn to the headline of the Datong Daily. Datong Daily's editorial department was in Lantian County. Every morning, the citizens of Chang'an and its surrounding areas would be able to enjoy the latest edition of the newspaper. However, due to the limitations of geographical space and information transmission methods, in cities like Taiyuan City, which was a certain distance away from Chang'an City, the citizens would often have to wait a few hours before they could read the latest edition of the newspaper. As for how late they were, it depended on how far they were from Lantian County. In Taiyuan City, the newspapers from Datong Daily's editorial department of Lantian County would usually only arrive around noon. Due to Taiyuan City's lockdown, the arrival of the newspapers was delayed quite a bit. As such, Wang Yu only received the latest edition of Datong Daily after lunch. A small fundraising event actually raised nearly 430,000 strings of cash. After reading the news, Wang Yu could not help but sigh softly. In the room, besides him, Wang Bing and Princess Tong were also present. Hearing this, Wang Bing raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, You, are you talking about the fundraising event held by the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce in Lantian County yesterday? They raised nearly 430,000 strings of cash for the military? A few days ago, news of the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce holding a fundraising event to raise funds for the country had spread like wildfire. Naturally, Taiyuan City had also spread the news. As the previous head of the Wang family, it was impossible for Wang Bing not to know of this news. That's right. Wang Yu nodded, then pointed to another piece of news below the headline and said, Dad, look, there's a list of donors at the bottom. It records the names of the businessmen who donated money at yesterday's fundraising event and how much they each donated. Wang Bing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became interested. He leaned forward and said, Oh? Let this old man have a look. There were no other maids or servants in the room, so Wang Yu could only personally get up and pass the newspaper to Wang Bing. Wang Bing took it and looked at it carefully. The most adorable person. When the nation is in trouble, a call is made, sacrificing their lives for the nation's calamity, looking death in the eye as though it were a return home. They are the most adorable people, in the eyes of countless people, merchants who value profit above righteousness, raising military funds of 428,500 strings of cash. At the critical moment, each and every one of them took the Saraira as righteousness and shared the nation's burden. They are also the most adorable people. In the backyard of the Wang family's first branch. After lunch, Wang Yu ordered someone to bring him today's latest Datong Daily. He leaned against the couch and began to read the newspaper. He was immediately attracted by the headline of today's Datong Daily. The editorial office of Datong Daily was in Lantian County. Every morning, the people in and around Chong and would naturally be the first to read the news.